back into not a cult. And for the record, during stream yesterday, Crace was kind enough to point out this more gene information mod. I did do some quick tests off stream. It is wonderful. And for those who don't know what that mod is, it doesn't change any gameplay mechanics. It gives you a really nice addition to the UI for when you're dealing with xenogenetics. It's one of the things I vent about every so often, that when you're trying to do xenogenetics on a pawn that is not a baseliner, it can be absolutely a pain. So what that mod does is, if we go here, I can go create for pawn, and trying to think of one of our people who is not a baseliner. I know we got a couple of them. There's one of our melee. Lilypad, were you? Yeah, you're a Neanderthal. So now, just like I was saying I wanted to see, you can basically load in what they already have and be like, alright, well, if I want to make them have all this, okay, well, this is what we're looking at. What do I gotta do to fix it? So instead of what normally happens is you can't see what the existing one is, you just have to assume they're baseliner. You might go in here and be like, okay, well, a baseliner, I can grab these 3 or these 4, and then a bunch of these negatives, and then you're good. Well, you don't take into consideration that this one here overrides that one. So instead of having a metabolic efficiency of 3+, it becomes a 5-. That's effectively an 8 difference. So where if I were to put this one in there, it wouldn't even let me because of the hunger rate. But you get the idea. So it lets you actually go in and like see what the end result is going to be when you're trying to do that. Alright, but in the meanwhile, to give you an idea of what we've been doing in this run, we are doing it's a challenge run around research primarily. So we started with a tribal start, which means we have 50% our normal research speed. Fair enough, that's pretty standard. We also are an ideology that is ritualist with the extremely slow research, which means 25% of your research speed. Those do stack, giving me about a 12.5% research speed, so just a hair over 10% the normal research speed. On top of that, I've got a mod that started us with none of the beginning research. I can't really show you because I've researched it all now, but I started with no research on the board at the beginning. But you'll also notice I really, really, really want the archogenetics, but there's a big old locked button here. The last thing we got going on is semi-random research, which means I don't got control of my research. We gave Randy control of the lab. He said something about gluing tuna fish to the ceiling. I'm not really sure where that was going, but it's Randy, it's probably fine. We did just finish this site and got ourselves another grav core to get more grav core power. We're getting pretty endgame with this colony. Our wealth is astronomical. I think this might be one of the highest wealth colonies I've ever run, as we are right around 500,000, which is incredibly dangerous. But, you know, it's been fine. I don't think there's anything else I care about here. I'm pretty sure we finished with this. Oh yeah, we have like one more mech to shred. And then we're probably getting out there. The ship really facilitates extreme wealth. It sneaks up on you fast. Oh yeah. No, absolutely. Because normally what happens is once you start creeping up on the wealth really high, you start ending getting up raids that even if you beat them without casualties, they end up, you know, destroying some walls, maybe burning a room, you know, kind of doing those like little things that cost you a couple thousand here and there, and all that. But with the way this whole thing has worked here, you can just kind of accrue a whole lot of wealth. Because you get that raid where, you know, 10 centipedes roll up and you're like, I got 5 people handy. You can just be like, nah man, not feeling it, hitting the button, getting out of here. So all of the like fights that, you know, you are comfortable with, you just fight, and when you get that one fight that you're like, oh no man, I don't know about this one, you can just choose to bail. Alright, neural computation, Gunlake, man, you are going to research literally everything except the archogenetics, aren't you? Like, I've been sitting on here. I've had Deathless that we traded for on this bench for probably 6 in-game years. And it's just waiting to give everyone Deathless and coagulating and faster healing and whatever shenanigans we want to toss in there. We're pretty stacked in that end. I'm just giving you a chance to break some mechs, and then we're going to get on to the next location. Oh, right, they built a Toxic Spewer right off tile. Or no, I took a quest that added the Toxic Spewer because I'm like, I'm leaving. Who cares? What are you going for? More sentry drones. Yeah, how many sentry drones were in this place? We are at the stage where I am starting to Bionic out all of our people. It's just I only have one fabrication bench for right now, so that takes time. Yeah, and they're gonna tear apart those mechs. So let them tear apart the last couple mechs, because that's, steel, components, plasteel. We only got 2 more. And then we'll launch. I have no idea where our next target was. I don't remember. But that's okay. At this stage, I don't specifically need anything other than time for research and all that. We are technically at a situation where I can do the anomaly ending anytime I want. I literally just summon the thing and hit the go button. I have already discovered where the hive mind is to do that, but we're still running around with only vac suits, which is a great way to die, because the vac suits' defenses, they're not terrible, but they're not great. So for dealing with the hive mind, because I've already beaten the game once on this setting. We definitely want to get better than that. So what I also want to do is we are very much seeking... We're very much seeking any opportunities to get Mech Resurrection Serum. So anytime we have... Oh wait, we had satellites we found, right? We got an orbital item stash. Alright, before we do that, assign Spacefarer. Get your space clothes on. That minus 1.25 speed is also brutal in the vac suit. Yes. Now schedule. Get indoors. I want to see you out there. Get your vac suits on. Because we're going to go up to that item cache. Because basically, I'm looking for, like, unique weapons. I'm looking for Mech Resurrection Serum. I've got a lot of friends in the cooler. Yesterday's stream was good. We had -1 death because we did resurrect someone without anyone dying. The stream before that, not so much. We took like 4 or 5 losses. It was a really rough stream. We had one who died because they were like in perfect health, doctor of like 13 to 15, in our clean hospital, wonderful and everything. Went, cool, here's an Archotech leg for you, friend. Go put that on. Died in surgery. And I was like, thanks, man. Alright, so we're just waiting on Kiona to switch out their clothes. And then I took 2 losses to dumb mistakes that I can't blame the game for. And then the other losses were, you know, when you're fighting tough fights, sometimes people die. Alright, so let's get out of here. Everyone's in their vac suits, or better. And we're gonna go out here, we're gonna check out that item stash, I think. So you got 43 days, you got 29 days. But you're out of range. We're just gonna take what we can get. Alright. But yeah, so I am just kind of seeing if we can't bring literally everyone back. Now, the problem is, when you look at Mech Resurrection Serums, they're pretty rare. It's something like a 1.9% chance for any Ancient Danger of giving you one. Or like the Harmonic Crates or whatever in these, I think it's the same thing. Each one you have like that small roll. Okay, well I can already see we have a Masterwork unique gun here. which has a bioferrite burner, so it's like that. A faster aim time, but a shorter range, and a faster cooldown. Interesting. So it's going to be a really fast firing. What are you? You a regular shotgun? Just like a regular old shotgun? No, you're a chain shotgun. That's probably worth using. Alright, so what we need to do here is... I like to try and get this front section on there, because this is my defensive position. Okay, that's fine. Deconstruct that, take those plates. And I'm gonna do this just for my own convenience. We're just gonna cut a tunnel right there. A schedule, unrestrict you. We're just gonna let them carve a path through there. We do want to keep those restricted. There are wasps in that corner. That's not a big deal. Okay. And I just wanted to have them go that way real fast as opposed to, do an old thing. Like, how do you like to defend your ship? You still struggle with that. So, what I've been doing is making a defensive position on my ship. So this is the way I'm using this one, where I line up my people here and here. Enemy comes through there, and I just have my melee bounce in and out to try and tie up anything dangerous. So if we have like a centipede blaster come here, I'll hop my melee on it. And it'll do like one hit, and it'll try and back them off immediately so that obviously everything back here doesn't kill them. The ship before that we actually got the win with, the defensive position I had is... this is too long for what it actually was. It's probably more like that. But it's kind of one of those ones that we went back here and you'd have like cover here. So that way you'd put your pawns like melee would be there, ranged, and then, you know, the enemies would come through here. So it's a lot of stuff, but the way I'd built that one is kind of the ship, if we think about it. The ship was like around here. So you just had like the defensive position going through the middle of the ship. So it's effectively making a defensive position in there. Because honestly, especially with the unique weapons right now, don't sleep on those unique weapons. A lot of those will do a lot of damage. Like, we've got our beam repeaters in here. So I've got one beam repeater that has rapid fire and quick reload. So it fires twice as fast, and it has 20% less cooldown. I've got a second beam repeater here that's a unique, which is lightweight, so it's got a 20% reduced aim time. It has a reduced cooldown, and it fires 1.5 as many times. Let's see, how, often the only one door in and out. And thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. And often only one door in and out. Yeah, so I actually do have more than one door in and out, but I keep them secured and they're layered. Versus this one, you notice will have like, I've got something for them to target here. I want something better to be targeted there, like a sentry gun or whatever. But they'll usually come in here. Like, if it's a siege raid, I have to just kind of get out there and deal with it. Which is fine. Alright, so grab everyone. It's time to start popping these ruins. But yeah, so it's a lot of just trying to give yourself as much of an advantage in a fight. It's also being aware of when it's time not to use your defensive position. Like, for example, a lot of times you're dealing with stuff like a siege raid. Usually you want to be the one initiating on them, not the other way around. So get something really long range, give it a poke. Okay, so I'll have you run over and start hacking that. You can start hacking this. Oh, well. Hang on. I didn't see it in the corner. Because everything is muddy and gray. Alright. All sorted. Shield belts are also immensely useful for so many things. Okay, you go here and then there. You can start hacking that. Alright, so that's already open. Grab the rest of you here. You start hacking that. And we already know the unique weapons up there. I'm just checking for any other goodies. Also, don't be afraid to check those bodies. I have found Luciferum, Go Juice. I found all sorts of goodies on them. Okay, you can go ahead and hack that one. Down to probably like the last 3-4 rooms. Okay. Pollock Seed. Nothing worthwhile in there. Okay. Well, there we go. Cool. So we got all that. And go to orders. Allow all. Okay, so who the heck is taking that? I'm gonna go ahead and take you off of this. You can grab that masterwork gun. We got a little bit of a cooldown before we can launch the ship again. We already got the goodies here. I don't really need more Vaxstone right now. I still got 880 on there. I'm just gonna go ahead and let them bring that stuff in. And the only one who took any injuries there was Lilypad, got stabbed in the neck by a wasp. Breakup! Ultimax and Kiona Chick saw it was best to see other people. Dude, I need you to stop. Okay, we do have spare beds. Kiona, I need you to not have more ex-husbands, please. What flooring are you using? Oh, I'm using the Morbid Stone. So if we look under the floors, you'll have like your Fine Stone and all that. This is an equivalent to the Fine Stone, but it's like an ideology one. Any of the fine ones, regardless of which one, they're all the same stat-wise. The only benefit of doing the Morbid one is because it aligns with our ideology. We get, I think it's like a two mood bonus for like being in the area around the appropriate decorations. Guess no more kids this run? Oh yeah, no, a while ago we started having everyone, we started doing the thing to keep people from being able to have kids. There was just, we were getting killed by kids. There was just too many. Okay, let's see real fast if we have any... Okay, there's some gold exposed there. We'll tell them to go ahead and mine it. Because we're stuck here anyways. Might as well get some gold. Alright. For the meantime, we just got people researching. Oh, I did not pay attention. How is our power? So we're actually at a very slight power deficit right now, with no external power going on whatsoever, because we've got our 8 unstable power cores and 2 vanometric powers. Definitely not a bad idea to have all that unstable power. I'm being sarcastic, that unstable power is an absolute liability, but it's power, so you know. Have fun with it. Yeah, I'll take that gold real fast and then we'll get out of here. So that'll be what? Another like 200 gold. Yeah, another 250 gold. That's fine. It'll be one person walking up there, and there'll be time to move on to our next location. So the only thing we got worthwhile up here... How much did you leave behind? That's fine, we already got someone on the way. It's honestly fine, like, we only got the unique shotgun, but that's not something to be ignored. Those unique shotguns can just really do a number. That's the round I took the win with. That's what, like, 90% of our weapons were. It was, like, 4 or 5 or 6 unique shotguns and 2 unique heavy submachine guns, and then a couple people rocking some melee. Alright, so we don't need to cut more stone chunks. Launch the ship. Get on out of here. We got the goods. Let's move. So we've got another grav core platform up there. I'm going to try and get over to this, though. So you're going to have to land down on the ground in between. There's a drug stockpile there. Good enough for me. That means an opportunity to maybe get a mech resurrection serum, and then drugs. Let's see, you saw one person who got a chain shotgun that did 3x 27 damage per volley. Oh yeah, no, it's like you get the thing where it's I think the best weapon I had in my last run was a heavy submachine gun that did 1.5 times the shots per volley. It had a bonus to damage on it. That's like 20%. And then it had like a faster like reload or whatever speed. Or no, I think it was damage and ranged was one of the things, and then they had like the faster reload because it had 4 modifiers on it, which I think is the max. But it was, you just see the one person in the back and just hear it going trat 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 like every couple seconds, and it's like every time one enemy would drop. It's just like cool. I think that was also on a trigger happy pawn. Because I remember we had 1 trigger happy pawn that run. Okay. So we'll go ahead and land here. There's where the drug cache is. Minor grav core crash. Okay. So this is the reason I did this way. So we're going to uninstall that engine, making this entire area accessible. I haven't gone through to check... Actually, we might need to do that. I don't think any of those... Yeah, none of those took damage. Okay. Basically, I wanted those sealed in the wall so you couldn't tantrum those or destroy them. And then I put the engine so I could just uninstall the engine so you get access to it, repair it all, and then move on. So what we're going to do here is we are going to shove down... that. We give ourselves some power, schedule, everyone's good here. Assignments, you're back to melee, and you are back to anything. So get yourselves re-kitted. And we're going to need to go down here. Regular stockpile and dumping stockpile, both of those at low priority. And that's just so if we ever have any of our storage fills up and they grab more stuff, I can see what's not getting dragged in here easily. We got that. So we got quite a few nests here. That nest is going to be a problem regardless of what I want to do. I don't think there's a cave entrance. Yeah, it's just the stockpile. Okay. So, once everyone gets their equipment switched, I am going to want to go and knock out, not all the nests, but like I said, this one's close enough I could see them hunting us. What I am looking for is I am looking to see if we can find an ancient danger. Because it could be here. Oh, let's actually have a different cut. Okay, so you get the limestone walls down there. That might be an ancient danger down there. That's a maybe. It's big. That could be an ancient danger down there. So we're gonna give him a second to get that power online. Start hacking that. So that's gonna be worth checking out. We'll probably kill those bugs up there. Actually, I might not even need to kill those bugs. Alright, well that's gonna take care of one problem for me. I'm getting a bunch of free loot. That's what I'm getting. Yep. Getting a bunch of Nutramine, bunch of meat. I don't care about the slab, we'll just take that apart. A uranium crown. Dark craft. I'm gonna leave that alone. The last time we had the Sanguiphage, we had the Sanguiphage hunters show up, the vampire hunters, and they literally brained 3 people. Like, genuinely 3 people dead, brained 3 people in one run. It was awful. Exotic goods trade ship, that's fine. We can go ahead and have you deal with that. Trigger graphic shooting specialist makes you smile when you have a fun gun. Oh yeah. Alright, so we'll end up wanting hyperweave, so we'll grab that. I'll take the Lucy, because I got so much money, I need to just literally just get rid of money. So I'm kind of just going anything that's even kind of nice to have, sure. I don't really need more of those right now. Take the Pollux seed, I can't really use that. We have a book for crypto caskets, we'll bring that in. I'm making all my own organs already, I don't really need that support. We already got fancy TVs and all that. That's fine. So you're gonna die? Yeah, you'll die. Okay, so we've got the entrance opened. And what are you upset about? You are ravenously hungry. I have 626 food, my friend. This is what we refer to... Well, you're busy dyeing all your clothes instead of eating. Come on, man. Priorities. Suffering for fashion? I mean, it's an appropriate thing to do. Sometimes you just have to suffer for fashion. But, you know, even then, there are limits. Entirely friendly fire. Alright, really quick. Let's just deal with this nest up here. Like I said, that's close enough it's gonna be a problem. So go deal with these 2 nests up here real quick. And that clears that whole area out. And we have a raid that is attacking immediately. Using drop pods. So let's back off real fast, just in case, because we don't know what they're bringing. Okay, so the good news is they have aggroed the insects. They are literally almost entirely nothing but, melee. Whoa, where are you going? Don't get yourself killed like that. I was going to let them all fight each other and then deal with it, but one warg broke off and is chasing Lunar. Basically, I'm trying to back off and let them soften themselves up a little bit on the insects. Because if we could do that, where they just keep targeting the insects and going after them, one, they take care of the insects for me. And then two, they'll be in... I think you're coming after me, unfortunately. Judging by what I'm seeing up here. They're going after my AC because there's a stone chunk that got left in the door. Which means they're going to breach my AC, and that's an extra problem because that's going to potentially compromise all the corpses in there. And they have the power cores back there, so we're now hunting them. Oh, don't destroy those power cores. Really hoping we got the grav core back from that. Okay, that one's trying to steal that grav core power. That one's trying to steal the harpsichord. Well, that's really annoying. And all that's because that one chunk of stone got left in the doorway. Why are you not retreating? Like, I don't want to get in up close and personal with you being all melee. Alright. We got to adjust this. So get over here. Just mash in as tight as you can. You get over there. I think we lost the grav core on that one. It's really annoying. That's fine. Alright, orders. Allow. Reinstall you back there. They skipped the geothermal as well. You were... Where the heck were you? I think you were there. You were here. Because you were up there in the front, and I think you were back here. I don't remember where. Well, that sucks. And get this out of the door. Yeah, and I'm 99% sure they did destroy the grav core. Like, not just the power thing, but the grav core itself. I need, like, right now, Lardine, I need you to fix that freezer, man. Literally all these corpses are going the whole time you're just not dealing with it. Oh, come on. Stupid bug, get out of here. Okay, orders. So I get that, that'll close... Aw, oh, man, they've destroyed both freezers. I'm pretty salty about that. It is what it is. Okay, and you need to be set back down to make sure you're at the freezing range. Okay, what's going on that our power's disconnected back here? Don't worry about the power switch, we don't need anymore. Okay. No. Okay, freezer is apparently online. How's our actual power? Yeah, that sucks. I'm pretty annoyed that that chunk screwed so much. So a lot of our recreation. They also destroyed our television, which unfortunately I can't actually make a replacement. So I have to settle for that television. So it's just gonna take him a minute to get all that sorted. They did clear out all the nests up here. And we didn't lose anyone. Now granted, the bodies in here... Yeah, that body is now rotting. That body is now rotting. That one's still fresh and frozen. That one's still fresh and frozen. Alright, so we got two, and like another body went from fresh to rotting, making it far less viable for resurrection. Make sure with the existing nets that we didn't accidentally leave any of those. Okay. So major break risks on all of you because the environment is utterly destroyed. And all of our recreation with it. And our psychic emanators aren't online. Our tables are also destroyed, so there will be eating without table in our future. So give ourselves a moment to get at least the rec room and all that fixed. We are here just primarily to... I mean, at least got a masterwork. We are here primarily to hop down there. I also believe there's an ancient danger down here, so that'll be worth checking as well. And what's your deal? You observed corpses, you're hungry, you're tired. Oh, you have bioferrite thing on your gun, right? Is that correct? Yes. See, we can't get that to deal with some of those corpses. Get those out of here. They did destroy one of the hospital beds. Infestation. Alright, let's take 2 seconds just to give ourselves a zone till we can see what we're in for there. So close to home, so keep doing your stuff here, but don't go farther. That's a chunky one. That is a chunky one. Alright. I can probably simply throw enough bullets at it to make it not that big of an issue. It's right around here. The emu definitely taking one for the team bug. Alright, do we just fight this out in the open, or do we play it safer? Okay. And handled smoothly. Let's get against this wall. There's lots of explosives back there. Alright. So, took a little bit of a risk by just kind of standing there and doing it. But I felt pretty comfortable with the combat bonus and the sheer amount of firepower we've got right now. Of just unleashing on it all. Alright. So we can go orders, allow. And schedule unrestricted again. Okay, are you done for 2 seconds, game? Can we get back to business? Alright, you go ahead and pop that in there real fast. Don't worry about something rolling in and stealing it. Okay. And those all look like they're just gonna die out there. That's fine. Alright, so we're still just giving them a chance to put back together the damaged buildings and everything. What do we have set for you right now? Yeah, cut ice stone, priority on granite. Deprioritize granite, I think. Alright. Yeah, honestly, the amount of damage they did to that rec room is going to hurt us with the moods. It is what it is. Would you... Like, I built you 2 seconds ago, man. Could you not break and compromise my corpses? Alright, so... Before everything escalates again, let's run down here. Because that might be an ancient danger. It is? So I'm not loving the giant, like, corridor thing we got going on at this ancient danger. Okay, grab you two. Then just quickly having you chew up a little bit of space so now everyone is bunched in one spot. And they'll pop this thing open. Okay, because my concern with all of them shoved way back there was friendly fire. Alright, so grab all of you, draft. That'll work. You go start bonking this. Actually, let's have you bonk it farther over. Okay, we got Cyclops, a Scorcher, 2 Cyclopses. So scooch over here. There's nowhere for you to go. Just go for cover. Go for cover. Run. Move. Okay. New pop here. All hostile. All packing guns. So I got 1 submachine gun, 3 machine guns, and a bolt action. Alright. Back around that corner again. Lardine. Okay, so we've got machine gun and bolt action down there. Quit it. Come on. I'm tired of that thing where when you get a bunch of loot on the ground and you're trying to melee, I get weird stuff where it, like, doesn't take the prompt right way. Alright, so we've got everyone sorted out here. No major loss we had. Lardine here took a pretty solid shot to the leg, which isn't great, but otherwise not that bad a deal. Who is our lowest shooter of our ranged people? 17, 16, 16, 14. So you go and jam that in your eye. And Luciferum. Not a bad bounty from it, but not what we were hoping for. That is a really weird choice of place to go to eat that food. Make sure I don't go for the insect jelly. Okay, so they should get all that picked up. Not super worried about what we get out of that. You are already bandaged. No, you are not. Where are my doctors? Okay, once they're patched up, we go down into the ruins here to see about what we can get out of the drug cache. The drugs are fine. I'm actually mostly hoping that we score unique weapons and or Mech Resurrection Serum. Because this tile has already been... We've already lost more from this tile than we've gained. A Mech Resurrection Serum would certainly bring that the other way around, though. Heat stroke on you. Then maybe don't stand out in the heat. Those are primarily marble. What do I even have on this tile? Slate and marble. So I should manage to get that. It's just gonna take a little while because I gotta cut the brick and all that. I also go here, orders. Good chance they don't make it off this map. But that is for them to figure out. I will give them the money that they desire because I have 10,000, so literally it's just deleting wealth I need to get rid of anyways. I'm also partially debating just killing those last bucks. What are you doing? Well, don't go up there, man. Alright. Let's go ahead and get our zones fixed. So I don't have to worry about all this stuff. So, close to home, you can do all this. You can go down there. You can go over here. That's all free to you. That's fine. This is fine. This is fine. That's fine. That's fine. And schedule, stay close to home. So we don't run this problem where people are running up there wanting to grab a little bit. Just outside your storage. I see. I don't know why we have a big stack of Luciferum just outside my storage. Go grab that. Most of the rest of that, like the components would be nice. Let's get you to haul those back. The plasteel would be nice and all that, but I'm trying to get the stuff that's gonna rot. What? Why are you still out here? Go haul it back. Luciferium's light, you should be able to grab the whole stack. Okay. And the rest of that you can just take your time with. Alright, so everyone's all healed. What is your problem? Your problem is you observed corpses. Because weirdly you're all running out here and then eating your food on the corpse pile. Did you recharge your shotgun? Because that's the only corpses that matter here, are those ones. It's raining, what was I doing? It's fine. I probably do need to get the, a cremation building just for this kind of stuff, just to be done with it. I'm hoping that corpse keeps burning and does spread to those other ones. And that the rain in the desert stops. No, it didn't. Okay. Observed corpses. Observed corpses. Alright. So you're getting all that repaired. That's gonna have to wait till people are cutting brick, which... Why is that battery... Oh, it just had a broken component, that's fine. Okay, once people get rested and fed, we'll probably go into the component area. Just because just sitting here with everyone melting down doesn't serve us a whole lot of benefit. Because it can't, like, really do much on this tile of worth otherwise. Again, let's last those corpses out of here. Yeah, for literally all of them, it's observed corpses is the big penalty. Because of our wealth, we do have sky-high expectations, so that does hinder us a lot. Really wish you would eat. Okay, if we can get Lily to stop being broken, we could probably pop down in there. I don't want to do it without her melee, because the melee is very important with her shield belt to, like, take care of hunter drones and all that kind of stuff. Because they can tank it with their shield belt. Versus without them, it ends up being a whole big pain. Okay. Well, at this point, they now need to sleep before we actually begin the whole thing. Earlier on, they were actually in pretty good shape, but that won't take too long. So we're getting a bunch of slate cut, that's fine. What we could probably do on this bench is be a little bit more strategic about it. So granite, do until you have 200. Sandstone, Do until you have 200. Marble. 200. Let's see. Slate. 200. And limestone. 200. The rest will be fine, whatever. And the idea with that is just so they'll grab a little bit of each type of stone. Make it so when we have broken buildings like that, they should be able to get that. Alright, you slept, fed, everything? Alright. Everyone seems to be in good shape. Hop down in the hole. Let's get this done. Canahawk, start hacking. Lilypad, get to the door. Get your cover behind you. Alright, we got a hunter drone there. Okay, well, we found the room with the drugs right away. Oh, that's not the right person. Get out of there, Earth. The good news, he's just got bruised up. How badly, though? Honestly, this place isn't that dangerous. Let's put air on the side of caution. And we're just gonna have you leave. You took some torso hits and all that. I'm just gonna have you leave. It's fine. I sent you to whack on the wrong thing. That's on me. Here we go, Psychic Lance. Okay, you work on that. Grab all of you over here. I was hoping someone could get an angle on it. Alright, well, let's try something that I haven't tried with these before. Rush everyone in the room to get them in position. That worked out well. Got a map. Okay, so Canahawk can work their way over to hack this. Meanwhile, you all can run over this way. Is this Breaking Bad? No. Ain't nothing in the corpse we care about. Turret reprogrammed. Oh! I didn't even notice the turret in that room. Did I mention it's really hard to see down here? Hey, Goose Gaming, how's it going? It's one of the big reasons I force the melees to lead into all the rooms, because you usually have the armor, and there's not, like, a counter melee enemy in the game. I mean, don't get me wrong, the wasps do a pretty good number of tying down melee pawns and all that, so they can just kind of get stunned again and again. But still, so this should be probably about the last part of this. Then we can allow all and have them drag the stuff out of here. And then we'll do the thing where we check to see if they're safe, or component boxes, or anything else that we've overlooked. Okay. I don't need to go in there, but that's fine. Just give it a thwack. Alright, so let's go down here. We got orders, allow all. No component boxes left. And no safes. So now we'll just go exit. All the pawns, items. Grab the meals, grab the drugs, grab the other drugs, and the other drugs, and the map. And the psychic shock lance. And now they can all go do their thing. Alright. Starvation, so you're eating, that's fine. So at least we got the important stuff done here. We should be about ready. Yeah, we're ready to already launch on to the next location. So this location was nothing but bad news. Disease infection on you. I dislike that. Could you not do that, please? There, so he gave you a good 10 and a preach health and everything. I used console, not preach health, apparently. That's fine. You still have a good 10, you're in a hospital, you know, with a proper bed and everything. You should be way more than fine. I think, are you the one with the immuno? No, you don't have the immuno enhancer. I'll bump you up to Industrial Medicine just to play it safe. Plus, I want to get you back in your feet. You're my one crafter. Yes, you got the marble bricks. Orbital cache. We'll deal with that when we get there. From here, I can aim over here for the Station Omega. Probably gonna be my next goal. Then we're gonna need to work our way back to some of the grav core. So I got a grav core. Oh, that's weird. We got a grav core down here. I got a grav core up here. Let's start heading towards those grav cores, I think. So it won't... Maybe we don't worry about these up here and we work our way down to the grav cores. To get our power fixed. Oh, you're good, Bassett. Don't worry about it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Because when we get those grav cores sorted out, we can get our power back to the point where I don't depend on the geothermal. It's really annoying that we finally got there, and then just because a piece of rock got left in there, the raid went in, smashed the freezer, and just trashed everything. It also made one of our bodies less viable for resurrection. Which realistically, we're not going to be able to resurrect all those people as much as I'd love to. Unless we got a quest that was like, hey, have 2-3 resurrections, which I have seen quests in a long time ago where you got 2 resurrection serums in one quest. But those are exceedingly rare. Yeah, so I'm going to target the grav core to get this back online. So we can not be dependent on plugging in when we land. I also didn't check. we miss a bunch of plasteel? Oh, it's right there. We'll grab that plasteel. Yeah, I'll grab that. It's literally right next to us, and plus they're still grabbing stuff out of here. Yeah, so our 2 mining people knock that out in a matter of seconds. Then we can haul that back. By then, Earthrush will probably be over their infection. That should be pretty much good to go. Yeah, so you're making the gun link, which I will not use. I'd rather have a helmet. War Merchant, that's fine. We can trade with you real fast. Also, we should probably load up all the drugs and send them at someone for a bunch of reputation. Why are you not healthy? Joy Fuzz, that's fair. I did do that to you. And then you are my next person for that. Okay, so you got a little bit of money on you. Do you have anything at all I want? The answer is a resounding, not even close. Alright, so let's go up here to the stuff we're not going to use. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Go to the stuff we're not going to use. I forgot now that we got a spare Zeus hammer, a mono sword, and all that. We got all these to just get rid of. We got all these to get rid of from that raid. Oh, do I have 2 that give me cryo casket? Yeah, we'll go ahead and get rid of one of them. Doesn't do me any good to... I mean, it can help to double up, but it's not really worth it. Oh, I've got a shooting skill trainer still. Yeah, I'll keep it that. Alright. So did you not use it? Is that what happened? You did not use it. There you go. Alright, so meanwhile, let's look at the map here. So the group I need, the reputation with the most, is the Pig Union. You're not Pig Union, are you? No. So we can go ahead... Stop fighting each other, please. So we can go ahead and really fast load this up. Load this up. Items. All the insect jelly. And the drugs. And have a little jade. We'll have them load that up, launch it off, and then move on to the next location. Because you're through your infection now. We did have a social fight. No serious injuries, luckily. And we are getting all this furniture rebuilt. Over when we thought Lily died? No. Yes, the shelves that are missing are granite. Okay. I'm also getting the insect jelly off of the ship because people keep eating and getting food poisoning. And I can restrict it, but eh. Alright. So that'd have been where I wanted the reputation the most. Oh, actually, we can get down here. 37. Cool. Alright, let's get out of here. so we want to head down towards that. We're looking for anything worthwhile visiting in that general direction. But there's an ancient uplink, an archipelago, caves, hot springs, lava valleys, caves, uranium quarry, foggy wetland. So far, the ancient uplink is looking like my best bet. Another ancient uplink and a lake. Ruins. Ruins of the medical stockpile. It's not a bad one. It takes us a while to get through ruins. So I'm kind of leaning towards just... let's just beeline over there. Go for the grav core first, and just get our power situated. Because we have no shortage of targets to go after the whole way. So yeah, we're trying to get all the way down there. Trying to see if there's any more grav cores we have. Okay. Because this way we can land, and then just as fast as the cooldown is, just go again. Since we got destination in mind, because they did destroy my power core. Which does mean what I want to change is where I was like, oh, I'm not going to worry about sealing these in the wall. I'm going to seal them in the wall. Because that's an exact reason why I should be doing that anyways. Okay. And every time we land, we just do this real fast. Get the power set up. For this one, we'll also queue it up to be like, hey, go get the wood. And go here and say zone. Let's put off the front. Stockpile. Dumping stockpile. Low and low. Okay, we don't see any of the stuff we care about there. So you can mine that. Just have a look at the chunks of stone around here. Steel, I don't really have any want to mine. We've already got a lot of it. And very quickly, I just overwhelm my entire inventory when we go on a mining spree. We got gold. More steel and all that. More steel, yep. Silver. And definitely no ancient danger on this map. But pretty much we're just hanging out. Oh, engine cooldown's only 21 hours? Yeah, forget that. How is our power going to hold up? Okay, so we are at a pretty strong deficit on the power if I don't build the geothermal. So we are going to get to the point of needing to turn stuff off in not too long. And that's a big reason why I want to quickly get over there. Okay, so we can turn this bench off. Or Little Finn. Mech Healing Serum. You really tempted me. Let's see. There's Paralicabasia, 10 days. Alright, so we're going to be here longer than I originally intended. So I can go here. Furniture. We will put an animal sleeping spot. There you go. Rescue. So we are going to put the power in. I don't really care about growing stuff, but we're going to be here long enough. Just slap it down. Okay, and you're recovering from injuries. Why are you researching? That explains it. Okay. Yeah, so you can get the power online. So the reason I'm thinking the Healing Mech Serum is with the Healing Mech Serum, I feel okay resurrecting one of the rotting corpses. And then with one of the rotting corpses, if they do get the psychosis, we can then use it to get rid of the psychosis. In the meantime, where do I want to relocate the GravCore power cell? Because where they were located, it just took one raid rolling in to deal with that. Let's see, what you might as well, we think your content, and you do, what you really do is apply your thoughts to the games you do as well. Your fans will stay regardless of the game you stream. I appreciate the sentiment. Unfortunately, the reality isn't quite so good. I've definitely played games that were off my normal amount, and you can very distinctly see the drop in viewership very, very heavily. Like, don't get me wrong, there are viewers who will hang out and watch no matter what I play, and, you know, super duper appreciate them. But, it is an unfortunate reality that is a thing. Well, thank you for the 2,000 biddies. I really do appreciate that. That is very generous of you. So thank you so much for that. But yeah, no, it's just a reality that, like, if you get known for a game type, like, for example, when I go and I play, like, an RPG, like, open world RPG, other than we had a little bit of an odd one with Oblivion, that it was held up okay, like, it wasn't good, but okay. But anytime I've tried to do one of those kind of games, viewership was, you know, very bad. When I did Elden Ring, it was the worst viewership I ever had on the channel, where I had, like, less than a third of my normal viewers on it. And it was, like, it was pretty awful. And it's not anything wrong with that game, because obviously it's a very popular game, but it's just very misaligned with my content. And it doesn't mean I can't play those games, to be clear. It just means they're an indulgence, and I need to accept that they're an indulgence. Oh yeah, no, I don't feel like it's tied. The way to look at it is there's a whole lot of games I'm going to enjoy. Some of those games are going to be viable for the channel, some of those games are not going to be viable for the channel. And it is being aware of what you offer, why people tune in, all that kind of stuff. But yeah. No, the thing I worry about more is if I feel trapped in a game. That is something that, if I ever feel like I cannot play something else, that is the thing that will get me to play a game less the fastest. Like, if I feel like I'm obligated to play a certain game just because that's, you know, what I'm known for, whatever, it'll burn it out. Like, obviously I want to play RimWorld. If I ever got to the point of feeling like I had to play RimWorld or else, that would ruin RimWorld for me. And to a certain extent, that started to happen with Project Zomboid. But, you know, it is what it is. But there's a difference between, like, the way to think of it is more of, there is feeling like you have to play a game, and then there's accepting that a game is or isn't viable in general. Like, one pigeonholes you into one thing. The other one is going, oh, this one game is one that probably isn't a good fit. Let's see, I watch more for you than what I watch. Well, that's kind of the dream. Like, very, very genuine, that's kind of what you try and aim for, what you're hoping to accomplish as a content creator, is that you play whatever you play, and, you know, new viewers show up and all that kind of stuff, and that watching you play, they're like, oh, this is someone I enjoy, I'm going to come back to see them in the future. It is a reality that a very large number of your viewers at any given time are there for the game. It's neither here nor there with you. And you are aiming to try and build your audience of the people who are there for you. But, you know, it's kind of one of those things that the thing that brings you to the channel is networking and the game you're playing. And then with networking, it's often the game you're playing. That you are playing a similar game, those kind of things. Because very much you're going to get more raids by people in the same category you are. You are going to get more like organic growth from people looking up a game if it's a game that people are interested in, you know, to see and all that kind of stuff. And so there very much is a strategic component to the game selection that you do have to face. Because one immutable truth of any business, no matter what it is that today is the last day you're going to have that, like, one of your customers is going to be there. You know, whether it's they pass on, you're no longer interested in it, their interests change, their schedule change, whatever the reason. Like, it doesn't have to be anything that's a negative reflection on you or anything. It's just kind of one of those things that there is... What if you own a graveyard? Well, here's my argument. The dead people aren't your customers. It's their families. And their families are still around. And there is actually a thing where people will actually have their loved ones that are buried at a place extricated to go and take them someplace else. Usually it's with relocation. Like, if the family has, like, you know, a family member buried somewhere and they're moving to another area, there is individuals who will have their loved one that's entombed or whatever and have them moved. The families wouldn't buy if they didn't have a need? Yes. But if we want to go with this analogy, if I own a graveyard and people aren't into graveyards and cremation is the thing that people want to do right now, then I still lose customers. And then for that matter, in a lot of countries, you have that person buried and people need to, like, re-up every 5, 10, 15, whatever years to basically keep that area reserved. Or they'll bury someone else there instead. So you still have the whole analogy of the customer after their subscription to the grave runs out. It's more a lease. Runs out. If they're not re-upping it, that's still a customer lost. Granted, that all gets pretty morbid and dark, but you get the idea. But yeah. You're right, but wait till concerned. No, to be clear though, like, I actually do play a number of games that are outside my normal stuff. And for those who missed where this whole topic came up, it was with playing the new update. Please stop putting chunks in these doors. Literally, you've got every one of these doors held open. That, very genuinely, that should not be a thing that happens. I think it's when you land. Okay, you still see you, just very content, whatever you stream. Yeah, no, that's a thing. I do know, like, almost whatever I stream, a number of people will show up for at least a while. You know, eventually, if I'm continuing to play something that doesn't interest people, you'll eventually push away your audience. But at least for a while. But the comment was around Crime Scene Cleaner, that we played that whole thing on stream and had a really good time with it. They had an update, but it's a very horror-themed update. And the very horror-themed update runs pretty counter to a lot of the content I do. So it's misaligned. So for individuals who they like the type of content I normally make, it will be making a completely different type of content. And there'll be some who they'll be interested in seeing me do that, and there'll be some who horror is just not their jam, and they will do something else, which is totally fair. Like, obviously that. But it is one of those things that, like, it's one of those things that when you have content creators who are like, how do you grow, how do you do whatever, and you'll be like, play what you want, and you're like, alright, little asterisks on that one. I understand where the heart is with the comment, play what you want, it's well-meaning and all that kind of stuff, but it's not actually good advice. Now, I will say, don't play the things you don't want. Like, obviously, if you're not enjoying the game, it will be reflected in your content, and it will negatively affect your channel and all that kind of stuff. But with the play what you want feedback kind of thing, it's play what you want, but also make sure, like, it makes sense. There's a balance there. And in not a lot, like, honestly, in a lot of content creation, just in general, there's a balance you deal with almost all of it. That you can't fully go into like whatever the latest hype thing is every single time. You also can't play games that like no one's looking for. You do have to kind of figure out like what's your niche, what's your genre, what is it you offer your audience, what do they come there for? Those are all things you do have to consider. But it is... Oh, did I not put a door on this? Yeah, we want a door on this. I mean it. Not as advice, just like a thing. You're right, you're making a business, but also you are the soul of the business, and we like who you are. Yeah, no, I get that. I do get that, and I appreciate that sentiment. My thing is more just keeping in mind that there are a lot of viewers here that while they are here for me, they're also here for the type of content I produce. So if I'm producing a completely different type of content, I'm no longer offering what they're here for. And it is to be mindful of that. Let's see, the person who plays Phasmophobia a lot in their stream time, and you swear they look so bored most of the time. They've been doing it for several years now, for like 3/4 of their streaming time. The full-time streamer, they just clearly are tired of it. So, oh yeah, no, absolutely. I've 100% seen the person who they had the genre they were in, like whatever the game, the genre, whatever you want to go with, the category they're in, and they are so passed over it and just utterly burned out. But it's what people show up for, and they kind of feel like they can't leave. How long do I have left on the quest? Too long. Alright. So, the problem we have here is there's an auto mortar. Now, I could... Normally, I could potentially wait and launch out like right at the end. But the issue we're going to run here is that it has 4.8 days till it fires. And the quest goes for 6 days. So, that auto motor gets to fire before that's said and done. Now, I've got a couple choices to approach it. Luckily, there isn't too much firepower on this side. I could potentially take the chance of shooting away the auto mortar from far out range over here and possibly deal with it without the centipedes too much. That's going to get pikemans because it's 3 centipedes. The other thing I could do, honestly, this is probably the thing. Let's just try and pop the unstable power core. That should chain react and fully destroy all of that. You know, and then there might be a couple of centipedes or whatever left there. Let's deal with that now. Because I can get to an angle where that one will be able to shoot at me, that, and none of the others will until it explodes, at which point they're probably all dead. Do you know how many people you follow or sub even though they're playing RimWorld and you're watching you? Yeah, no, it's... I get you. Like I said, I understand the sentiment and all that. Like, and I do believe that you individually that is true for. It is a thing to be aware of on the platform that very genuinely... Alright, you're the one with the extra range. Very genuinely, a large number of the people... Okay, and you do have the smoke pop as well, so you can potentially fire and get out. Alright. We'll have you stand just in front, so hopefully you get shot at instead. Come on, hit the unstable power core. Hit the unstable power core. This is really bad. Hit the unstable power core. You're ruining my entire plan. Okay, you need to back off. I did not position them well either. You get all back here. Get the Scyther's office, and then we need to retreat. We need to retreat now. We got people who are too slow. This is a problem. Oh, this is real bad. We're about to get absolutely ruined. Get that stun off so they don't charge that up. You two need to get out of there. You're gonna get friendly fired. Run up. Ah, this is real bad. Because I need to get around this corner so I'm not just being shooting galleried from no cover. Okay, interrupt that and the Lancers. The rest of you, start working your way around here. Get the flare. You did not get the flare, you're on fire. That'll save you from dying in the fire for a few seconds. Kiona chick just died. Just get behind that. That's the best you're gonna get. We're gonna just have to make a stand here. I'm all out of position. I messed it up about as bad as I could have. Okay, you just bait the shots for a minute. How long do you got? 12 hours. Get in on that one. And thank you, Liz, for the 1,000 biddies. I do appreciate that. Oh, that is a bad hit, and we already popped our flare. Please stop scattering. Get back into position. Has been shot to death. Yep. Brained. Get to the closer cover. Well, that went really badly. We have at least 3 deaths. Okay. Oh, you're the one leading the charge down there. So rescue. Rescue. How close are you to bleeding out? You've got time. You've got time. Schedule on restrict. All that out of here. Ah, that beam gun is toast. Both the beam guns are toast. So you got them. You get to that body to bury them. Transport pod crash. I have slightly bigger problems than dealing with whatever's just sickly. Yeah, no, that was bad positioning. If it would have gotten the unstable power core to kick off, we would have been fine. But even with the hits on it, it didn't go off. And then the Scythers dropping in there and me having these people behind cover when I didn't need to. And then retreating into a spot where I cornered myself. Like, I just misplayed that back to back to back. Oh. There's still some mechs running around. Oh. Are you gonna ignore me? Okay, let's be cool, then ignore me. Alright, well... At least you only destroyed... No, you didn't. There is another... There's another chunk of stone in the door every expletive time I land. So they went in, they trashed all that. Like, that genuinely makes me want to just say, like, F this game, uninstall it kind of thing. The door stone garbage every single time. Every single freaking time. That's like the third time that's been destroyed because we landed and magically put a chunk of stone in my door. Tend. Sounds like a user issue. I mean, the problem is it just magically appears in it. That's not my people hauling it through. It's you land and it teleports it in, like, you land on it, and if there's a stone there, it puts in the door. Alright, so we're patching you up so you don't die right here. Was the door... They smashed it? No, so there's a door here, but the stone chunk spawned into the door when we landed. And so because of that, they ran in and they destroyed the AC, so these bodies are all rotting. But yeah, like, it genuinely makes me just want to pick up the ship and be like, screw this. It's stuff like that that really tilts me in this game. It's stuff that makes no logical sense, mechanically makes no sense. And it's just, otherwise, would you stop? Disease, infection. Because, like, I misplayed the situation there. Like, that whole fight up there, I botched all of that. It's gonna be hard to recover from these losses. Yep, that's not surprising. Rescue them. Rescue them. Okay, come on. Waiting to show it, not doing care. Oh yeah, no, I definitely misplayed the fight. There's not really anything to say around that. I misplayed the fight. Like, I fully accept and acknowledge that. Try and grab what unique weapons we can. No, like, you should be... Like, I'm not saying you should be judgmental of the stream and be like, oh, how did you miss playing that so badly, or anything like that. But you should be honest with yourself when you do make mistakes in your stuff, and like I said, the way I engaged this fight didn't go the way... What are you doing? They're shooting at you and you run back here? No, that's gonna be real bad for you in a second. Okay, they are heading our way. Don't strip. Grab what you can. Oh yeah, no, like I said, the strategy of popping the unstable power core was fine, but the moment we didn't get it on the open, I should have backed off before I had time to collect everyone. And then going to this, like having them trapped where they couldn't fight back as stuff moved in, that was a mistake. Going to this position was a mistake. You know, and by then, going over here, there was neither really here nor there I could go with it. Like, I'd already put myself kind of so out of position that... That was just kind of what it was. It was kind of... Oh yeah, no, I don't get that. Like, the only thing that has me irked is this stone. I didn't even see that you weren't being taken care of. that stone causing my freezer to get destroyed again, because that's twice in like the last hour I've landed and had that exact situation come up. Where we landed, and then there was a stone there, and they went right for the air conditioner because that was like the highest value thing right after that. Alright, so at least they won't do that again. And I'm out of sarcophagus. So once I get everyone patched up, the reality is we're just leaving. Because we failed to destroy the auto mortar. We have taken tremendous casualties. We're just leaving now. Because that'll get rid of the corpse issue. Alright, so we're not going to go straight to the next objective. We got wounds to lick. Yeah, and that's how fast RimWorld can go sideways. We've been doing extremely well this whole run, but unfortunately in this particular case, we just took heavy casuals. Did your body get left behind? Most of them did. I didn't see whose bodies got taken or not. The reality is I've got like 8 or 10 bodies now. We are not going to be able to resurrect those. And that freezer was down for like a day. It's still down actually, so it's still down at this point, so most of those bodies are going to start to be non-viable. There's an ancient danger there to tempt me with a Beck Resurrection Serum. So I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start cutting loose some of these bodies that are older. I know you're hungry, but we've got people who are starving. Where are you? Oh, it's just your name's covered up. Because then we gotta reassess what the heck we even have. Is there no geothermal nearby? No, there really isn't. Alright, so how badly negative are we on the power? Minus 1300. For right now, turn off one of the labs. Turn off the tailoring bench. We gotta repair all that. Turn off all the oxygen things. Turn off the serum production. Turn off the bioferrite table. We can turn off this for the time being. I'm not going to have a chance to use it. Medical emergency on you. Okay. So, who is going to do what here? Because that was an utter disaster of a situation. So you're now our construction person, construction mining. We'll deprioritize that. We do have a lot of people who could still potentially step in and research. We've got a cook and a crafter, and a cook and a grower. So we do actually have everything represented. I do have 2 doctors. So we actually do have a good distribution of skills in the colony, surprisingly. Oh, you are toast, friend. Because you lost your kidney. So your blood filtration is 32%. There's no way I could save you from that. And we didn't get the healing mech serum either. So yeah, so Lunar's a dead person walking. So we're about to lose our grower. I don't, even the glitter, I'll throw the glitter world at it. I don't think there's a reality we can make that work. Not with a blood filtration of 32%. With an injured liver and a destroyed kidney, You're dead. There is no saving you. You are super dead. Go. Oh yeah, we're still all in the wrong gear too. Oh no, you're set to anything. No, it's too late for that. If I put them under with anesthetic, that'll actually kill them faster. It's just too little, too late. And see, this is what I was talking about here, where I landed and the sand chunk went in the door. I personally think it should just delete the sand chunks. Because if we get attacked again, they just walk through those doors. And there's another one that I overlooked because it's a different type of stone. They have to go through and check every single exterior door and be like, did that door get messed up? Alright, so meanwhile, let's grab you. And get that enclosed again. Alright. And then we need to get that fixed. So what we're gonna do here is probably going to be pretty bad. Oh, thank you for the penioxylin. Okay, we can bring this back down. I need to get this thing sorted. Where are our unique weapons? Grab the custom Gatling. I really shouldn't have the custom Gatling. Where's one of the chain shotguns? Okay, grab one of those. I need something that I'm going to be able to use quickly. Yes, it's 129%. Danger Cluster. 3 mech healing serum. But we can't handle that right now. Like right now, we are 5 people with no melee, with missing organs and all that. Yeah, you're all the way dead. So what I'm gonna try to do is we're gonna give ourselves a chance to heal up really fast. I'm gonna pop the Ancient Danger in case we get a Mech Resurrection Serum, and if we do, we just choose whoever is probably going to be the biggest contributor. And then we'll resurrect them. And then we're going to chuck all the rotting bodies out the back. That hurts. That hurts real bad. Because that was what? 6 people we lost? That's how fast a bad play will get you. Alright, so I still need to turn off a little bit more power. I'm just kicking myself because that was totally self-inflicted. Turn that off for now. Preach? No, it was too late for Preach, too. Also, they are the one who'd Preach. No, they're not. It doesn't matter, it's too late. They're already 30% behind. Actually, it might have made a difference. It's too late now. But, rip. No, it was still 10%. I don't even think Preach would have helped either. There's a Geo Southwest ship. Yeah, I just turned stuff off because I don't even have the people to do the work that needs doing there either. So I'm just kind of... We just turned off systems. We're power stable again. So give everyone a minute. Oh, did everyone slam the mind numb? Yep, that's why I had on standby. Alright, how much do you still have to your recovered? Okay, you're like 1 health and almost all of it. Okay. So we're gonna take a big risk here popping this, because we have a ridiculous amount of wealth here and no melee pawn. We're taking that 1.9% chance gamble. Ooh, that is buy time. We are losing that gamble. Yeah, you're not getting out of this, I don't think. Yeah, so you just held your position to give the others time. We'll come rescue you. Alright, get back up there to help. You're probably gonna go down any second now. Okay. You rescue them. It's fine, we'll just keep risking everyone again and again and potentially getting people killed. It's certainly the way I should be playing this. Alright. So I was hoping it wouldn't be nearly as bad. Now the good news is that probably means we're going to have a higher value item in there. But we'll see. Right now we need everyone to get all patched up. Alright. Where did that chain shotgun go? Now you're back at it. Yes, that was messy. And as much as I want to try and sneak in there to see if it's a mech resurrection serum, the reality is I don't think that's going to happen. So Lunar here is definitely a very strong candidate for someone to resurrect. We'll go here and we'll say storage, do not allow rotten, open, I was really hoping we could go in here and say, like, storage, do not allow rotten, open. Storage, do not allow rotten. How fresh are you? You're still fresh. You're still fresh. You're rotten. So open you. Storage. Do not allow rotten. Fresh. rotting. Contents, yeah, so open. Bury them. Storage, do not allow rotten. Please haul that body with the others. Strip them, because I saw at least one of them had back equipment. They all had back equipment. Ooh, Masterworks shield belt. Definitely want to recover that one. All that back. What happened? I really badly misplayed a fight. Like, I had an okay idea for the opener and just misplayed everything about it. So we took really heavy losses. Our ship got trashed because of rock junk being in a door. Because of course it did. Okay, so with all this over here, do you still have who here? Oh yeah, we don't have anything to make fire. Get the penalty. Where's the arcane shotgun? We're gonna set up for short range. And then with this, we're gonna go to the bodies. Start trying to torch all those bodies. And the reason we're torching all the bodies at this stage, I know there's still a shield belt in there, it's not that big a deal. We grab the good one. Okay, we'll begin a funeral to try and deal with those moods a little bit. We're gonna go ahead and get rid of the bodies real fast. Slave ship. Oh, it's a trade ship. I was like, what? Mechanoid cluster. Heartwarming. Insulting spree. Okay, at least the insulting spree instantly went to social fight versus dragging it out. Alright, so we got 14 days till that thing activates. It is utter death going on there. Yes, that's only one colonist left unburied. That body is burning now. All goods trader. Okay. Medical treatment needed on you. So you're now a doctor. Because all the other doctors are dead. It's gonna be really hard to hold the ship with just 5 people. Okay. Hey, Bassett, how's it going? You don't really have a whole lot for me. Go ahead and take a bunch of this Warren stuff. I did not attack, member. What are you talking about? Okay, how much longer till you are all back up on your feet? Because I still want to go into that ancient danger and check things. And then with that, we might, very long shot, might get the chance of resurrecting someone. All that. They walked to the fire you started? Nah, it still bothers me that that's still a thing. I get that there's probably an exploit out there where someone cheeses it where they just keep burning them again and again. Oh, hey. You still have paralytic abasia. Well, that's interesting. That means literally I can just move around with the pig on. It would have been fine, so I could have just left instead of fighting it. Well, that's good information for another day. Yeah, so you got 8 health. Alright, so I'm hoping that won't be too bad, because we're going to pop those, see if we can't get ourselves new recruit, because we are motivated recruiters right now. Honestly, I'm surprised it's not worse. There's another mech cluster. Cassandra feels like she's done with me today. Because the pig was only going to bring 2 mech clusters, and that's 3 mech clusters we've had pretty much back to back. Good, they're leaving up. Alright, so you're basically ready to rock and roll. Because we need to not be here anymore. Needless to say, five people are not going to be holding their own against that disaster. Get off the side. Do it now. Okay. So you pop the box. Alright, what do we got here? Anything we want to keep? Fast learner, jealous, misogynist. Nope. Meandrous. Nope. Fast walker, too smart is certainly not the worst. I don't think we are going to take him. Oh, you're not actually downed. Hang on. I vertigo pulsed you. My sorry, buddy. I thought you were already dead. Okay, so strip them. And then for goodies. Come on, Mech Resurrection Serum. It is a bionic arm, which I can make. So it's not exactly exciting. We'll grab the recon armor. And honestly, I don't care about the flak enough to carry. You can go and grab the components. Alright, so what injuries do we take? Just some bruises. I was gonna meme and accept that, but I'm like, no, my luck, I'll take even more penalties. So apparently we can actually sit here real fast and get the healing mech serum at least. How does friendly fire work in the rim? As long as you are within 5 tiles of each other, you don't have to worry about it. If you are farther than 5 tiles from each other, they can friendly fire each other. It's a % chance. I think your shooting skill helps mitigate it, but it never like hits 0 or anything from shooting things. So to give you an idea, if I'm shooting from here, the blue line, everyone in this green area, totally fine. Anyone out farther out here, not fine. They can get friendly fired. So we can do really fast. So we're just going to hang out here for just a minute. Let this quest finish real quick, because it's got 10 hours and the shuttle arrives. Because you do not have an auto mortar, so I don't have to worry about that. You do not have an auto mortar. You got toxic spear, but I don't care about that at all. You've lost more colonists to friendly fire than hostiles. I have not. I'm usually very careful about it. That said, this run was the first time I've taken a loss to friendly fire in a very long time. We had one of our people was hacking a door on the other side of the room, finished hacking right as they opened the door, went to shoot past my entire group and just dropped someone. And it was just, you know, it was timing. It was a very, it was entirely preventable death. Okay, so everyone's fully healed. Alright, operations. Install bionic leg right. Bionic leg left. Bionic arm. Bionic leg. I actually don't think we have, so... Forget the left. Bionic arm. Stone sin gland. Aesthetic shaper. Get in that hospital. You're about to get a whole lot put in you. You have 2 bionic arms. And both your arms are bionic. And we'll do bionic arm right. What happened? It looks like half the colony. Really badly misplayed a fight. Is pretty much what it boils down to. Just really badly misplayed a fight. And there was a lot of casualties. Just bad positioning. Had to try and do a rolling retreat with like no cover against a whole lot of mechs. And this was the prize we were going for that cost us all of that. So go ahead and haul that inside, because that's the only thing I cared about in the first place. All that uranium, sure. I didn't think I have space for it. Okay, well, something triggered that. That's, are they heading my way, or are they just waking up? Okay, they're just awake. They're not attacking yet. That's okay. Schedule, stay inside the ship. Also, we got another chunk of rock in that door, and they just ran in and tore that out. So we dumped a bunch of the bodies and burned them. So they're doing all the surgery right now. Bionicking out our other people. Okay, we have a botched surgery. Where are you going? No, you literally have a person bleeding there. Why would you... RimWorld. You started to bandage. Why are you not willing to treat them? What is happening right now? Treat the man there. Oh, they are treated. Oh, it coagulated. Okay, never mind. No, he wasn't bandaged. We have the coagulating, and it triggered, and it hadn't updated the UI here. Because it had the bleed mark and the medicine was sitting on the ground. I'm like, why aren't you doing it? Yeah, so that was the coagulate kicked in. Alright, that's fine. Just for a moment, I was being like, what's going on? Alright. So these two are getting Bionic'd out. That's okay. So let's see here. On the list we have 1 leg, 2 leg, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. So rather than approaching the fabrication like we were, let's go ahead and suspend all of those for right now. And change you to do that 8 times. That doesn't seem right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it makes... Okay. Alright, well, we're not sticking around with this garbage, so we are going to be on our way soon. I'm going to go to the Gravcore location, which I shouldn't be. But we're just going to keep rolling forward as if everything is fine, chat. Nothing bad happened. Because the issue I'm looking at right now is we're either going to get colonists or we're not. Because right now we're holding about $500,000 worth of colony on 5 people who are in mostly a piecemeal of like flak and the occasional piece of like marine armor. So very, very genuinely, if we get a proper raid and we can't just run away from it, you know, I actually cut up... In hindsight, it could have just stayed on that last tile and just left the mechs alone till a raid came in that got too much for them to handle and left then. That would have been smarter. Okay, checking the doors. All of our exterior doors appear to be fine this time. Okay, and looking at her skills. Alright. So for right now, I've got my construction is my growing person, which is a really bad combo. They're also... So we have our cook crafter. That's fine. We've got a person who's responsible for primarily cleaning. That's fine. Honestly, take you off that. And put low priority in these. Yeah, so you're responsible for cleaning and then hauling. That's fine. We've got our researcher. We've got this is the problem one, is the whole state of Farm Sim 22. Nice. Hosting a praetor. Just go away. Yeah, so after all our losses, we're still at like 430,000 wealth. That is way too much wealth. Why are you still in that? Why are you not switching out of your spacefarer stuff? You're set to anything. You should definitely not be running around in a vac suit. The flak is way better than that. You can turn that research bench back on. Oh man, I'm honestly thinking it's like, wait a second, with hitting these ruins, could you just dump some wealth of the tile and blow it up? I mean, I can. Like, I could just be like, haul all the steel outside and all that. But other than just shredding the ship down to a smaller ship and kind of restarting so much of that, which I would really rather not do. I'd rather just try and hold and hope we can stack, you know, like stat up a person or two and or that. Obviously, if things go really, really bad, I can hop on the shuttle and get out of here. Do you still have flak and storage? Yeah, I got a bunch of flak pants and vests and all that. They're all over the place here. Yeah, there's plenty of flak back there. You are going to have a bad time is what you're gonna have. Console them. Because your every family member died. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do these ruins. The problem we're gonna run these ruins is I no longer have a proper melee person. Who can do any kind of melee here? Alright, we got options at least. Alright, you're my new melee pawn. Congratulations. Let's go look for that Zeus hammer. And assign you to melee equipment, so you go and get that Masterwork shield belt put on. Alright. Transport pod crash. A Hussar who is a kind wimp and psychically deaf. Beggars can't be choosers. That's pretty bad. A wimp Hussar. Yeah, no, he's got high shooting. That's the reason I'm willing to consider him, is he's got the doctoring and the shooting. He's not bringing a whole lot else to the table, unfortunately. But right now, we just need warm bodies, and at least they can fight. The only big downside is Hussars have hyper-aggressive, which means he's gonna social fight like no one's job. Oh, wait. I was meaning to rescue you. Sorry, I was meaning to rescue you. Well, that's not gonna end well, is it? At least you're a wimp, so you should go down easy. You will need those doors closed, though. We'll start working on them. Okay, everyone's in good shape. I don't really have a reason to delay. We're gonna start checking these ruins. Alright. So far, so good. Okay, got Scyther down here. It looks like you're by yourself. So it is worth just dealing with you really quickly. They were not by themselves, but it's fine. Okay. And I think we're going to go for our weapon tech plan. We're going to start leaning in on the close range more, just for like maximum DPS because the ship's limited size. Not seeing anything that's up already. We're going to just try to avoid aggroing anything in this room and just move on. I've got 3 Scorchers, a Tesseron, and this. That is a rough room. Do we still have a Fire Foam pack? We do not. So I'm going to try to do here. Okay, you got their attention. That's what I wanted. Hey, friend, come get it. Need to get their attention. Okay, luckily we managed to get around the corner before the Tesseract got that hidden. We're doing relatively okay. Come on, Tesseract. Cool. And you can run down that sentry gun. That'll take care of that. No, 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 don't go that way. Alright, it's fine. What? Just put out the fire, man. Okay, charge that thing. Okay, and we can open you. Ah, Sentient Catalyst. Every time I see the Sentient Catalyst, I have like that momentary, like, Mecha Resurrection Serum. Okay, so just like this. Can I make you pick those up? No. Alright. So that's this ruin done. How bad... Well, actually, let's not worry about how bad the injuries is. Let's just get out of here. Because I'm noticing all our people are getting pretty close to throwing a fit. Okay, so I don't actually care about anything in here, so get out. So check the one ruin and that's fine. You missed a hack door? I missed a hack door. I missed a hack door. I'm not seeing it. Those are all closed. Middle bottom. Oh, way down there. Okay, I see it. Yeah, we'll deal with that in a minute. Right now, get out of there. Seal that so no one goes in to try and shred mechs. Yeah, we can deal with that in a minute. Right now, we got Candahawk right about to flip their lid, so let's let them eat, take care of themselves, do all that stuff. Make sure all our people who took hits get treated. Which apparently, rather than treating anyone, our doctor decided it was time to go to bed. There we go. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, and I just realized Tomb is probably home and cooked dinner and everything. I got distracted by heavy losses. So I'm gonna quickly use the restroom, welcome my wife home, get back up here, and we'll get back to it. But it'll be maybe about 5 minutes, so I do apologize for the long break, but I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. No tree lines. I'm getting boxed in real hard here. Okay. Let me over. Okay, cool. I don't like jumping over fences because there's always an RNG chance we trip, but that was one of those ones, it was jump over or die. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Must have talent. champion. Energize the spears.
Oh, we're dead.
Be gone.
Oh. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. And since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. What is that? What is that? Hang on. What is that nightmare? Like, the helicopter didn't bring that much. No, I get that's from the trap, but it's the sheer number that's like, what? What? It's fine. The squealing tires mean that that we're making good time. Don't be in a big building. Ah, we're in the middle of Louisville. Right, literally in the exact middle of Louisville. This is a dead character. Oh, good. I haven't moved yet, and the jig is already up. You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies. Uh, that is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like, I'm about to go. Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. Magic. The real money is over here. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright. Yeah, so we've had a rough go here. We took, I believe it was 6 casualties? Because I think we're at 11. Ooh, was it a 10 or 11? Either way, it's 5 or 6 casualties. Which is pretty bad. And I still think the idea and how I was going to open it wasn't a bad idea to go for the unstable power core. I think the way I could have played that better was, one, instead of having one person who admittedly was probably the best one to take the shot, they failed to kick it off. What I think would have worked better is if I had just kind of gone for it, grabbed all of my long-range people, and then just did it. 4 people died? Did I only have 9? I was pretty sure I had 10. And I'm talking about, like, as a result of the whole situation, not just in the immediate fight. Okay. 3 Scythers, a Lancer, a Pikeman, and a Termite. I don't want to retreat. We're gonna do this. Alright. Yeah, we're almost at full health. So let's get over here as fast as we can. Because what we could probably do is the Lancer and the Termite are probably my biggest threat. Yeah, no, you're good. That was like, it's like, pretty sure we had 10 pawns. I'm already dealing with one. Give me a minute. Let's get in position real fast. Just chain shotgun it into the dirt. Okay. Oh, I was really hoping you'd go closer here. Alright, so plan is straightforward. Game. Calm down. Okay, this is good. You get over there. Fall back for a moment. Okay, so good news is it only managed to breach one small section of wall. No, we just rolled in and dealt with it. Yeah, just the whole side. There's not much food here, so the bog hounds are just after everything. Alright, that's fine. And I don't even think we took an injury. Those are still the injuries from the last fight. Meanwhile, I do actually want to pull the genes from this person. I'm debating whether or not I'm keeping them. They do have good shooting, but I really hate hyper-aggressive. I really hate hyper-aggressive. So we'll see. At a minimum, I'm going to go after some genes. I'm going to let you recover real fast. And we'll check this door down here to hack. Let's just go do that now. Okay. Power? Power's fine for right now. I should deal with that, yeah. But it's fine for the moment. Alright. That figures. Alright, if I tell you to just haul this out of here, which way are you going to actually take? That's fine. That's a perfectly acceptable route out. Hey, Jonas, how's it going? They're not going to bother going in here to grind all these mechs. We're going to get plenty more mechs to kill. I don't need to fight all of this. We got the only goodies that were down in this part. Yeah, because we're only at a minor deficit. Actually, it's bouncing back and forth between deficit or not, depending on if the heaters are running. So we're not too super worried about it. Now, that said, that thing was going for my unstable power cores. You want to ask some question about books? Okay. What do you got? Where are you going? You're going for a walk. That's totally acceptable. And why are you still in that? Maybe because it's so cold? Maybe it's like masterwork or something? It is masterwork. That's fine. It's gonna wear out soon. And then they'll want to switch. Meanwhile, Ultimax is doing their best to fix all the broken things. Rate melee. Oh, who's set to Warden? Okay, we got a Mad Boghound. Alright, Basset, you sleep well. Thank you for hanging out and all that. Okay, so meanwhile, you can go in there. Take them to their bed again. Let's see, today you had a burger from Burger King that was mayo with a burger on the side. Barely got 3 bites before you couldn't stomach anymore. Yeah, no, we've had the conversation before that these days, regardless of, like, you know, your personal opinions on health and whatever for fast food, the price of fast food these days, like, you could genuinely just go and get, like, a straight-up sit-down restaurant burger that's of a better quality in the same price range as it costs to get, like, a fast food burger now. There's very little justification for fast food nowadays. Let's see. So you've seen some books that are just books about skills, and that was it. But you've also seen some books with a warning about anxiety attacks and other stuff. So it is okay for me who does not want to do anything with Anomaly to collect the books. Or there are books you should skip over. Yeah, the ones that cause like the anxiety or whatever, that's Anomaly stuff. You can actually go to your assignments down here and go to Manage Read, and you can turn off, they're called the tomes, and then all the other books are safe. And that'll keep your people from reading that, because the only thing you get from the tomes are Anomaly research. But yeah, it's just, there is the one subclass of books called tomes that do that. We can also go out here. Put down those like we've been doing. That sounds nice, we'll do that. Yep. Yeah, so we handled the mechs just fine. The boghounds are more annoying distraction. I'm kind of switching up my strategy from like the long ranges being like, no, let's just dump damage. Yeah, so what was your machine guns thing? Right, so I actually don't want that one. Let's grab the custom Reaper. So basically I'm going really heavy on the short range damage, because we've been pretty good about being able to draw stuff into where we want them. Let's just use that. Okay, so your door is way over here, which is a little unfortunate, but that's fine. Let's see, and you have preference. Oh my god, the boghounds, calm down, man. Okay, room appears to be clear. Alright, as long as we don't pop any of those, we don't need to worry about that. Right now, just off limits those two doors. We got a room we can hack there. Okay. Let's go over here, start having you hack this. You can position here, the other three get ready to respawn there. That's another room I don't have any reason to go into. Hey, Sunshine, how's it going? Alright, that would let me circumvent those mechs. Come on, give me some good. That is something good. Okay. That is certainly something good. So I've got one here, I've got one back here. I'm gonna plunk one up there. Alright, so there's a Scorcher, a Cyclops, and a Pikeman. So honestly, being able to initiate directly onto the Cyclops, I feel pretty good about this. There's also a Militar. So let's go up here, because I'm worried if I just try and skip by it, we're going to get in trouble. So we're just going to run up and just slap that Cyclone into non-existence. Oh yeah, no, the Masterwork shield belt is great. Let's actually have you go over here first. Start hacking that door. And how are you doing? Not bad. Okay, so we got 2 Cyclops, a Scyther, a Militar, there's a gun in the corner. So Cyclops are the big concern here. Let's disallow that door for a minute. We can check this little room here. Give me some, good. Every time. You just see it for a moment, you're just like, oh. Disallow that door. And this door. Just trying to check the place really quickly. Okay, major break risk. So let's have you run back over there real fast. So we can get you out of here before you break. Okay, and you should be able to wander out on your own. Disallow this door as well, and this door. And they shouldn't have a path to get themselves in trouble, so you can retrieve what they want to retrieve. Okay. Don't hunt me, I'm busy. But yeah, no, the Masterwork shield belts do big work. Who's my highest social right now? You? Go talk to them. Let's see. UV sensitivity. I'll take that. I can put that to use. We got more weapons here. Bunch of somewhat worn flak we can get rid of. A somewhat worn vac suit. Somewhat worn marine helmet. A normal quality shield belt. Bank that immediately. Because that's another negative that's easy to cope with. Alright. So let's check their negatives. Okay, so you have a couple legitimate grievances. So let's console you real fast. Cool. You can word Joy Canahawk so they don't break either. Alright. Because we're doing what we can to manage our moods. So turn that on, and we'll turn this on. So that way if anyone really collapses, we can have that Mind Numb on stat. We are slowly depleting our wealth by the fact that we aren't crafting a bunch of new stuff. Turn these on as well. We will want to go to our bills, and I only have a need for 5 vac suits now. That doesn't feel great. The number of vac suits the colony needs has been greatly reduced. Okay, looks like everyone's running around just doing their stuff, so let's go ahead and get back into the ruins. So we're going to want to check out these areas over here. Oh, that's just a gene processor. Okay, I don't even need to go in this room. That's not the thing I'm looking for. At least I'm pretty sure it's not the thing I'm looking for. It's fine. Okay, and this room has nothing I care about either. So restrict that as well. You can run over here. I wonder why those two are going so much slower. Grab all of you. But there's a chest. There is. You are correct. Okay, it's a lot of militars. So let's try and cram all of you in the corner here. And scoot you off to the side. Okay. Defoliator ship. Thanks. Alright. We'll deal with the box. Oh, that must be a whole separate ruin. Okay, we got a whole separate ruin up here that the door is on the top. Alright, let's deal with this crap, which I'm not looking forward to. My best bet is going to be over here, though. So the hope here is that we can pop this door to aggro. There we go. Come on. Back off, please. Like, you were in melee. You're not supposed to be allowed to fire while I'm in melee. How bad? Not too terrible. Okay, so you go deal with this. You rescue them and patch them up. You haul their gun home. You head home. You got this by yourself. Okay, that's all Scythers. Oh, well, we know it's in the box. It exploded the box. Alright, so we got that ruin sorted out. So it's just a bruise, and then you took a hit to the torso. Luckily not serious. You need to rethink chain shotguns as being a strong option for clearing these installation. Range is rarely needed in these rooms. Oh yeah, no, I found, honestly, most of the Odyssey content has had little opportunity for proper range. There's a couple of situations, but they're pretty few and far in between. Yes, it's 8 Scythers. We definitely have the firepower to handle it. Alright, where did your... So, chain shotguns. I believe we already have all the named ones on us. Submachine guns. Do I not actually own any submachine guns? It is a masterwork. We'll still go for the, we'll make sure you have a named weapon of some kind. I do like carrying the uniques. That's fine. Okay, so basically we're danger close is the whole setup we have here. Just get on top and just start blasting. Arco Nexus is available. Technically, chat, we have 5 pawns. We could just be like Mulligan. I'm not gonna do that because I at least want to do the gene processing stuff. That would certainly be an interesting option. Biotech them out. You know, Bionic them out and just be like, try again. Because that would deal with the wealth problem. Because the problem is, with our heavy losses, I'm sitting at over almost $450,000 worth of wealth. Get the genes then, Arco Nexus? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. I would definitely want to do that order of operations. Yeah, no, usually I do. Keep the chain shot or the assault rifle for popping something at a distance. Yeah, you got properly beam repeated pretty hard. I keep thinking I don't want this person. That wimp is a pretty substantial penalty. But not the end of the world. Like I like realistically the correct answer is I should get them. But after the rest of the crew, we had one badly played fight. I initiated on a mech cluster and then just went from one bad position to 2 bad positions. And that's all it took for 5 people to be dropped. Like the initiation on it I think was fine. I just had people behind cover that they couldn't fire from, and I really needed them to not be behind that cover so they could at least slow down the attack on me. And then when I relocated for that, I was trying to get to a position where I couldn't be flanked, and I put myself where basically I was just shooting gallery trying to reposition after that. And it was just a bad spot for me to put myself. Alright. So, I probably should just ignore that. Like, part of me is like, oh, I could just knock down those scythers real fast. But really, I really could just take care of it. Alright, what is your upset now? Supreme Expectations. I'm pretty sure we don't have an actual leader pawn now anymore. So, social, assign role, leader. Do that, because then we can get the combat buff. Thank you, wifey.
Enjoy.
You enjoy.
I love you.
I love you more. They're sleeping in the freezer. That's fine, don't worry about it. We ended up getting rid of a bunch of the bodies in the freezer. Alright, so we got our first instance of cancer due to having the nuclear stomachs. Who was that who got it? Carcinoma. So what we could do here is go operations, and we can say excise carcinoma. Why? Oh, I see. We ran out of herbal We can't be out of herbal medicine. No medicine for restriction, herbal medicine or worse. I have 474? It's fine, I'll use the better medicine. And sorted. And that's the negative of nuclear stomachs, is every once in a while, cancer. They're just gonna give that anesthetic a chance to run off. That's fine as well, we're still waiting for that beam repeater. In the meantime, Canhawk, go ahead and hack that door, because apparently I gotta go the long way around there. Does surgery require better than herbal? There are some oddly phrased you can't do this messages in RimWorld. That's what I'm guessing was the case, is that I actually needed to use the better medicine. Because to be fair, I usually don't run into many situations. Alright, we got a boghound hunting us. I usually don't run into many situations where I run into characters with cancer in the game. That's fine, you're already up. Because most of the ways you get cancer I don't end up doing a lot of, like, if you drink a lot of alcohol, you can get cancer. Berserk on you. Alright, man. So you ran into Corpse Too Heavy when you forgot to change the allowed zones. I was very confused for a minute. Yeah, there's definitely a bunch of that kind of stuff you run into the game where you're like, okay, I know what the problem actually is, but the way they've described it, that's fine. I did not care, honestly. I was on the fence whether or not to keep them, and I'm just going to take the fact that they berserked and died immediately as evidence that they weren't meant to be part of the colony. They were a Hussar who was a wimp anyways. Make a foam pack? Yeah, I probably should. That foam pack has definitely saved our bacon a number of times. Couldn't even take a single chain blast. Alright, that is a big room. So I do have a container in there. I've got a Lancer, 2 Pikemen. There's a Tesseron over there, and 2 Militars. There's also Tesseron there. That's a spicy room. I think this could be fine if we go back here. I just need to wake you up. Yep, come on. Alright, we got the worst this room has to offer already done. Okay, start taking those turrets out. Let's open the box and then go for the next one. Major break risk on you. What do you got? An Archotech leg. Clearly, that could not possibly go wrong. Okay, we can go to orders. Allow all. Go to our fabrication bench. Reduce the number of bionic legs by 1. Alright. And this would be... See if the manual for legs says anything about installation. For the record, the reason I'm memeing on that is the last Archotech leg we got, we went to install it, and they died during surgery in the hospital with an extremely good doctor. So health, add, left leg, and we can go to skit. We'll go here to you, health. I'm going to take 0 chances. We're just going straight to the glitter. None of that should be remotely necessary. I think it's Donkey. It was Earthrush doing the surgery and they killed, it was, where is it? Zerx, that's right. My brain is trying to put a K there. You can die when you botch a leg surgery? Yes. A lot of the surgeries can just straight out kill you if you fail it. No doctor. Alright. Get it done. Let's see. Install an aesthetic nose while we're here. Because your nose just got shattered a minute ago? Cool. So with that, you've got your legs and arms have all been replaced. You got a lung replaced. You got a stone skin gland. You got a second nose. You got a bionic eye. That's going to take a minute for that to go down. Okay, so you're already consoled. You're already consoled. Innocent prisoner died and we're responsible. Man, I hate to tell you, but get over it. I'm sorry, what? Why is there only 5 alive? One misplayed fight with the mech cluster. Just one fight that did not go smoothly. And that's from how many before? I believe it was 10. We lost 5 people in one fight that went messy. Yep, that's RimWorld. That's usually how RimWorld tends to go, though. Is you'll have a fight that goes bad and it ends up costing you a bunch of people. And then it's a question of if you can pull yourself back from the brink. Now, I do have a couple options to get out of Dodge. Like, one is I can just launch the ship on to the next place. We also are eligible for Arco Nexus, so literally if you're like, never mind and just hit the button, we could basically new game plus it. I'm trying to avoid doing that. I'd like to rebuild. If it does come down to it, I still want to at least get the genetics done, which is depending on Arco genetics, and we're researching as fast as we can. But, you know. Innocent prisoner died. Now, removing as many of the negative mood debuffs as we can. But yeah. What if Arco Nexus made... Yeah, it would. It would definitely make you lose the ship. The whole point of Arco Nexus is you're selling all of your technology and property and everything, and they're giving you a handful of things to move on, so one would assume the ship would be sold. Like, the whole point is it is New Game Plus. That you get to keep 5 people, I think 2 animals, 2 relics. Something like 7 or 8 items or something like that. Yeah, no, we could do drum party. That's not a bad idea. We could do the Sky Lantern in a pinch as well. And there's an Aurora. If you start tribal in Arco Nexus, are you forever tribal? Yeah, you would Arco Nexus and be tribal again, yes. It basically gives you the same starting scenario, you just get juiced pawns when you get there. Right, how are we doing on our needs? Ah, you gotta sleep and eat. I was gonna try and just immediately go back out again, but our people are tired. Yeah, no, it's fine. That's literally the whole point, though. It's New Game Plus. So if you're tribal to start, you will start as tribal. If you're crash landed to start, you'll start as crash landed. You started tribal, but this research penalty is rough. Yeah, I'm honestly... The way I'm thinking about doing it is we've been taking the research penalty. I do think once we get our archogenetics or like that kind of thing done, we might use our reformation to start moving some stuff around, because at that point research will stop mattering because we'll have it all. So having the penalty serves no purpose. All right, let's get rid of these bog hounds. I'm just waiting for them to hunt me. Okay. Let's get up here. Because I was just waiting for, like, one fight to go a little bit sloppy, and then suddenly I have this bog hound just bearing down on us. You're still under slight anesthetic? No, you're already clear for the anesthetic. Yeah, the only thing you gotta watch when you do the giga stacking your pawns, is it is a thing that your wealth goes up as your pawns value goes up. So you can very much get into a situation where you just have to have, like, really good stuff right at the start. Let's see, has there ever... Also has an even bigger penalty? Yeah. No, I am stacking penalties. You get a couple of Scorchers. Is that all? I'm only seeing the pair of Scorchers and a Militar and the Sentry. Oh, your shield belt's still done. I should not have initiated. Get back. That's not a move I should have made. Chase that Scorcher. Alright, well, you hold position to deal with the Scorcher when it pops up here. Where are you going? Alright, the Scorcher is going to who knows where. I thought it was going to go after my geothermal. Are you just joining the other... Man, I don't know what you're doing. Okay, if you could stop running around everywhere so I couldn't figure out where to go after you. Okay, that's fine. That works for me. Moving on. Oh, let's have you pop that door. You three cover, and you hack that. We'll get this side open, then we'll go for the next area. Oh yeah, no, there's some silly stuff you can do. Just don't worry about that room. Okay, that room looks like it's pretty much empty. Come on, give me some good. I mean, that is what we're here for, is the grav core, so it's not unexpected, but... Okay, another room I don't need anything. Okay, so that's a hallway. Alright, so let's go over here and up here. Because it looks like it might be just 1 or 2 rooms there, and then we're all done. Alright, very less Lardine. Thank you again for hanging out, and you get that sleep and all that. I do know the morning shifts are not the greatest time in the world. Ooh. Okay, it's on its way back. Alright, so what do we got in this mess? We've got a centipede gunner, a centipede burner, 3 cyclops, 2 scythers, 3 lancers, 9 militars, and a sentry gun. Okay. This is gonna be a whole big ol' hot mess. I was really hoping you were gonna stun in the open. That's... alright. This is gonna be a hot mess. It's not the hot mess I was aiming for. The plan was to stun the Scyther right on the opener. And then rolling retreat this. Did you get hit bad? Alright, at least you didn't get hit bad. I want the Lancer. The Lancer's the primary threat. Get in here. Get in here. That's fine. That was a quest expired. Get the Militar next, please. Militar. Come on, buddy. Alright. We're getting kind of upside spaghetti. That's a pretty good initiation on them. Let's go ahead and get on out of here. And disallow that door. Okay, so I got 2 centipedes, 3 cyclops. Looks like 4 militars, and a scyther is what's left. Oh, and there... oh, sorry, yeah, two cyclopses. And then there's also a, scorcher. Alright, so food binge. So it's good that we got back, because we didn't want that to happen while we were up there. So the plan here is pretty straightforward. What we try to do is we try to wait till either the, like, one of the slower firing ones is out on this side. We poke it, and we resume there. Because we should be able to try and draw them out one by one. Yeah, no, the Cyclops are rough. The Cyclops are really, really rough. That absolutely. Did you actually get bandaged, or you pretend to get bandaged? You pretended. If we get a mech resurrection serum, it's going to a doctor. That's just gonna have to be a priority. Someone with medical is who's going to be the one who catches it. Having one doctor is rough. I'm scared to ask, did we lose more colonists? Oh yes. Yes, we did. Tantrum, you are going to destroy stuff in your room. That's fine. We had a really bad engagement with the mech cluster. And so as a rolling retreat, we just got shredded. It was basically, the initiation was fine. Except for my backup was in bad position. And then following that, I relocated to bad position. You know, and then I just made the most of a terrible situation at that point. So we took 5 losses in that fight. Where are you going? Oh, there's one pikeman out there, that's fine. Yeah, so it was a rough one. We did start ditching some of the bodies because some of the bodies are just getting too rotten. And with as many corpses as we've been collecting, you know, it's just not gonna be a thing. Innocent prisoner died. Don't really care. And how goes your crafting more cybernetics for us? You're not making much progress there. Okay, we've got trade caravan approaching. It's rough in the ring. Yep. No, and that was one that genuinely losing those people, like, I misplayed it. So while it sucks that it happened, it's also kind of one of those ones that, like, yeah, but I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh man, this BS or whatever. It's like, no, I misplayed it. It was a mess. The one that kind of irked me, even though we really didn't lose anything too badly from it, is we had 2 back-to-back engagements where I went to a tile. And if you land with an exterior door where there's a chunk of rock, it'll open the door and leave the chunk of rock there, and I missed it twice, back to back. So I just had enemies run in, smash the AC, and start tearing apart my freezer. Which is part of why we lost some of the bodies, is just, you know, once the AC was busted, they just ran through and the bodies started rotting. Okay, and what's your deal? Alright, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is try and deal with some more mood stuff. You play Randy difficult? I don't do Randy. My issue with Randy historically has been, while he can be very entertaining in how random he is, I just end up way too often where he would just basically take a, you know, a year-long nap where you're like, Randy, do something, please. As you're playing, like, just passive mode because Randy is just sleeping. He's supposed to be better now. But because of that, I prefer Cassandra just because you don't have, like, ridiculously long downtime between stuff. I used to play Randy. I played Randy for a very long time, but I just had too many times where he just checked out. Alright, let's try and do... Once Ultimax is not broken... We'll try and do a leadership speech to see if we can't boost some moods. Right now, the problem is I have way too much wealth and way too much ship for the number of people I've got. And the only solution to that is getting more people. Yeah, because this is an all-hands-on-deck fight. We got the 2 centipedes, the 2 cyclops. The militars I'm less worried about. They're more just, they're kind of piling on the threat. The pikemen, if you let it just go away with impunity, is a problem. But that shouldn't be too much. The good news is I am set up for very short range. The big thing is going to be initiating on this to draw them out of that room, because if I draw them into the next room over, we should be able to shred them absolutely no problem. If I have to initiate on them and like go into the room, I probably won't, because that'll be just a bunch of corpses going into that room. I need you to stop psychotic wandering. And your mind numb's gonna wear off. I have so many psychic emanators now. Almost the entire ship is covered. Honestly, I could reinstall you down here. If we reinstall you here, that would cover the entirety of the hospital in those rooms. And that would literally be everything but like part of the storage and part of my storage rooms covered. Alright. Minor pain, and that's because of the flesh mass lung, which I'd like to get rid of. But I can't make bionic lungs yet. Oh, suspend those two as well. Just focus on getting everyone bionic legged. Let's go thing to thing, getting everyone fully upgraded. I mean, the big thing right now is there's so many mechs, we're just shredding them for materials, which is not a bad thing. That's components, plasteel, and steel. Hey, Ultimax? You're holding everything up, friend. Yeah, because the plan I have here is me to step out here with an Andar. That should shoot at us. I'm hoping we can get aggro. If not, I might try and step an Andar over here and have one of my chain shotguns take out that sentry real fast. Because I just need them to chase me out. If we chase them out of the room, we should be able to shred them one by one as they come out. Use the Zeus hammer to get them under control. Alright, so you're gonna have to sleep and eat and do all those things. It's just gonna take a minute. Disallow that door before anyone makes horrible mistakes. Okay, so pretty soon a lot of these mood penalties will start dropping off from all of our losses. And you're researching the vitals monitor, which is certainly not bad. I want archogenetics. Archogenetics is the big one I want. Because we got Deathless, we got all that sort of stuff. Of all the pawns we've lost, like the 10 pawns we've lost this run, only 2 would have not been saved by Deathless, and that's because both of them got brained. And considering if we'd had 3 mech resurrection serums, you know, we would still be up 1. Now granted, obviously that's not the way things work, but... Okay, how are you all doing? You need sleep. We got 2 people who need sleep. Everyone's schedules are just kind of thrown off by the moment. Okay. Yep, so when they wake up in the morning, they can have a bite to eat. And we should be good to go. Hey, cause Jackie, how's it going? We got a slave ship coming by. Is there anyone I can just take as an instant colonist? What is your problem? Why are you having an issue? Oh, your ear. That's fair. So you have a bad hearing. Okay. So, unfortunately, the only people who'd come across would be joining as slaves. That doesn't do me any good for what I want. So we're gonna ignore all that. I still got tons of Nutramine and all that. We still have got Penioxylin and all that. We can get rid of the good weapons here. Yeah, honestly, get rid of all the good weapons except that sniper rifle and accept nothing less than excellent or unique. There's a flak vest that's getting worn. So low libido and none of the aging thing. I'm not going to worry about the aging one. It's cool and all that. The great melee. We're not planning on keeping that, so give me the money. Okay, so just waiting on you two to get up to eat your meals, and then we're ready to rock and roll. And you should also eat. Yeah, you're gonna consume food, you're consuming food. We had the corpse of the person that we took as a prisoner. And the crows apparently ate the entire body. That's a little concerning. Oh, allow that. Okay, so get into position here. So plan straightforward. I'm noticing they're not leaving that side of the room. But the plan's straightforward. I aggro that turret. If we can get them to come out with just aggroing the turret, that's good. If not, that's also fine. If not, we have one of the chain shotguns pop out and try and take out the turret. Okay. Alright, so Scyther didn't actually initiate. Take out the turret. Alright, so that was not enough to get them to hold attention. I was hoping that Cyclops would poke out enough that we can get a crack a shot off at it. Okay, so that side gets shot at by the sentry gun. Alright, back off. You did your job. You poked the hornet's nest. Okay, so the Scorcher's the immediate first problem. Back off, back off, back off. Please, Anandar, back off, please. Get on it. Or just Death Star it, that's fine too. You can't stay there, Anandar. Oh, you teleported back. Duck around the corner. Yeah, no, when I accidentally re-aggroed it so they teleported down instead of continuing to move up, which was just me clicking too much, that was their death sentence. Until that point, it was not clean, but it was fine. Oh, Ultimax, buddy. I didn't see that they actually did get you with the fire. I don't have time to worry about that. Please stop being at fire so I can control my pawn again. Oh, good. Friendlies have shown up to help. Stop running around aimlessly. You weren't even on fire anymore, Earthrush. Okay. Rescue Earthrush. Get him out of the fire. Okay. Rescue Ultimix. Get them out of the fire. Alright. So, you have 10 hours. You're not actually in threat of dying yet. Finish the centipede. Okay. Ultimix. Just start tending to them. Put up that fire real quick. That's too late. The legendary gun got destroyed. Friendlies, can you tend to the wounds? Nope, costs extra. Don't break. I need you to stick to this for just a minute, friend. Okay, rescue you. Get you back to the ship. You're making your own way. What have you done? Apparently just gave me 2 free unstable power cores is what they've done. Tend, feed, tend, feed. You have an infection, so go right for the glitter. It has just been a spiral of a day. You tend, you're the better doctor. Can we drop that back down to normal medicine? Okay, Earth Rush. I know you're in sorry shape. Go grab the weapon up there. I just don't want to lose what few solid weapons we got left. Oh, wait. Haul that. Cool. It's gone. Too slow. Honestly, that being negative is helping us out, because I haven't had a chance to retrieve the dead. And that's making them at least refrigerated, which is buying me time. Man, this is bad. It was all fine up until that moment I accidentally re-engaged them. And so that instead of continuing to step out like they were supposed to, they wound up stepping back in. And that's all it took. The moment that happened, that Cyclops just got to open up, and that was that. I really don't want you to self-tend. That's what's gonna have to happen here. At least it was a decent 10 because we skipped up to glitter. I really like you to not be broken. So I can, one, get rid of the crow just long enough so I can go retrieve the body. Actually, it looks like the crow sorted themselves out. Go retrieve that other body. At least we can try and preserve that. And then also that'll get rid of the colonists left unburied penalty. On the plus side, we're getting our grab core. Might as well grab that. We did lose 2 colonists for it. I'm surprised you're prioritizing opening those boxes. Well, that's lovely. If you could just haul that back while you're up here. That's fine, shove it back there. Medical treatment needed on you. Alright, you're almost in the clear from your infection. How's your infection going? You're almost clear. Okay. Alright, so who takes over for melee now? They all suck at melee. There's gonna be no melee, so it's gonna be. Boghound hunting Earth Rush. Go, 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 go. Alright. How badly you get hit? Oh good, not even bleeding. Alright. So Earth rushes back up. Who has the highest social? You. So you're gonna be changing roles to the moral guide. Because I need them more than I need the leader role. Alright. Blind healer. And there is Starjack. Okay. That works great. Actually, that's perfect. Hey, man. I don't know who you are or what you're about, but welcome to the colony immediately without any hesitation or consideration of ramifications. Get on in here, Lucy. Because if I'm going to get a random person added to the colony to help save the day, we're doing that. I'm going to go on the assumption here that they're not a metal whore, because honestly, if they are, we're dead anyways, so, you know. We're just going to assume it turns out alright. So go unnatural healing on you. Give you your ear back. Or, that's fine. It actually got rid of the infection. I should have waited, but that's okay. Get all your equipment on. Alright, so... chain shotgun situation. Oh, the Masterwork chain shotgun is in there. Well, that's going to Ultimax. We will get the assault rifle. Yes, we have a blind person with assault rifle. You wouldn't have to be... You're terrible at everything, and you're a slow learner. So your job here, your only job here, is basically to be a pocket healer. So let's go ahead and get you set up. So our brand new unnatural healer. Normally I don't name them until we know what their deal is. But this is kind of one of those cases. I'm just saying to heck with it and doing it now. So that's going to be Shah. And the reason I'm doing that now is because if they betray us and we get hit with Sight Stealers, we're probably dead. If they betray us, honestly, by themselves, there's a good chance they could make us dead. If they have Metal Horror, we're probably dead. Because I'm short on doctors. So... when you have no doctors, everyone's a doctor. Are you ready to get back up yet? Conversion ritual. That's not what I want. Oh, that actually has only a 40% chance of even being positive. Alright, we're just doing this way. Just chip away at him. We'll get him converted. Meanwhile, I actually want you to hop into the gene extractor. Because I don't have any of the Starjack stuff. And there's a lot I could use here. All these awful are useful. The indoor dweller and the vacuum resistance could actually be nice. But honestly getting the awful stats on there. Because we checked... Oh, I turned the thing off because we didn't have power for it earlier. I got more stuff that needs to be repaired. Okay, where am I going to shove another one of these grav core things? I don't want to put it in there, because I'm gonna put them behind at least a wall or something. Destroy that tile. Weapon for Ultimax. Combat supplier. Deal with that. Ultimax here. Where did that chain shotgun go? And I'm waiting to see if they get Crumbling Mine. Ideally, they get Crumbling Mine, which is a weird thing to say, because I have a healing mech serum. Fixed that fast. And that'd mean they're safe. We got that. The organ failing thing, that's probably also workable. We could take away all the organs that we can remove without harm. And then when we get down to that last one, we can, you know, do the heal at that stage. Right, you have a hearing problem, so you're going to have a trade penalty. We won't worry about grabbing attractive. You extracted heat tolerant, I'm not really worried about that. The marine armor is starting to finally fall apart. Yeah, you're upset about a lot of things. So who is my construction person? Ultimax. I'm going to tell you to go ahead and take that apart right now. And then build the new one. And I know you're moving slowly, and I probably should have you not doing this. Just trying to get that online. Because we're almost at the point where I could literally just run without geothermal, and that'll be one thing I don't have to worry about every time we land. Meanwhile, we can go ahead and have our funeral. Cool. That'll help with the moods a bit. Okay, get back to work on that. And I was going to put pilot subprocessor in there. We'll do that. That way, if we have another event trigger that forces us to leave early, I've at least got the valuables. The grav light panels will be certainly something I'd love to bring back. Honestly, I'm less worried about that. I don't really need more ship right now. I'm gonna leave the unstable power cores. Those things are useful, but I already have more than I can really fit in here. And honestly, we just turn one machine off, then we are completely sound so far as power and all that. Alright, so I'm gonna chance to like let them research on that. Flat screen TV. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So put 2 vitals monitors in there to help with that. Okay. So much death. Actually, we could... So that'd be... Because hoping to keep them all where I could get into them one place, but I think we're at that point. Transport pod crash. Alright, they are a genie night owl who is greedy, has chemical interest, and I know I should be taking them anyways, but heck with that, I will do without a greedy chemical interest pawn. You can go die in a fire, and by that I mean lay down on the ground and bleed out. Alright, so... They do have a kid among them, so they don't have to worry about them betraying us. We'll bring the refugees along to help us fill in the gaps. Then clear all of this off first. And then copy, paste, paste, paste. And so right now, you two can help handle. We've already got a cook assigned. Everyone gets hunting. If I have a need for mining, you can do that. I don't really want you all crafting if I don't have to. That's fine. You will all clean, because I just realized I don't have a dedicated cleaning person, which is lovely. Those are going to absolutely hunt those refugees, aren't they? Alright. So I need to destroy that. I'm a little worried when I destroy this, it'll trigger that, but we're going to go find that out, because... Yep, we lost one. So uninstall these. And we can go here. This is the one time you get behind buying people. Yeah, no, I mean, we had a slaver thing show up, but... You know, didn't have anything I wanted. And even then, I wouldn't keep them as slaves. I would try and bring them. It's like, it's one of the things that annoys me is that you can't tell it. It's like, no, you know, bring this person a slave, let them join if they want. No, this is still the random research. We just had heavy, heavy, heavy losses. Don't seal yourself in the wall. Yeah, and that's the thing. Unless I'm mistaken and they changed it, RimWorld never gave you the option to like free the people kind of thing, like have them join you or leave or whatever. I could be wrong. It was if you brought them in as a slave, they were just a slave and you could release them and they would leave, which is not bad. But you couldn't, I don't think it had a default opportunity where they could potentially join you. You just arrest the slaves and recruit? That's fair. I usually just don't engage with the slavery mechanic at all. Like, there's a lot of shady stuff RimWorld lets you do, and that's just kind of the one and only. I'm like, nah, man. That's just too not on board with. Okay, we got children who would like medicine. Alright, we will try to convert our unnatural healer we randomly got. That I've been waiting the entire game for. Time to capture a whole band of children? No, generally speaking, I won't just randomly kidnap refugees and all that. I like to play the game as if we're somewhat, like, decent people. It's not that we don't do anything awful, but you're not going to find me doing mass organ harvesting or slavery or whatever. I did a bunch of that stuff in the past. Like, every once in a while I'm doing a challenge run, I'll do cannibalism, but even then, I usually won't do cannibalism either. Because, like, cannibalism makes the game, like, super duper easy if you set up for it. But it's just always been my preference. You always capture the children, they're better off with you. Yeah, there's an argument to be made there. The problem is you capture one, and they'll usually go hostile, and then your choices are to murder the children or let them walk away. Unless they've changed something with that too, because it is how it was. Alright, so with those unstable power cores, we can toggle all of that on. We are net positive over that. We're still net positive over that. If you do it early enough, you can punch them all out because they're less likely to die. Boghound hunting you. We're not done here yet. The year 2040 came out with 45th DLC, would cost like $800. I mean, no. Because that wouldn't even be 45 DLCs if they each take like 2 years to go. Like, inflation is a thing. Yeah, eventually money would continue to keep, like, price would keep going up and up until they get to cartoonishly high numbers. Like, that's just normal. Kill the other two hounds? I probably should. Right now, I'm trying to give everyone a chance to, like, get themselves sorted, recoup, and all that. Get their food, all that. But I'm trying to just take the time to shred the mechs. We're hanging out. We don't need to go anywhere real fast. It's weird it's not showing anything with that. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Yep. Pretty much expected. Because they're blind. We're still waiting to see what their deal is. Alright, you three go back out there without the blind person. Alright, sorted. Okay. Yeah, so just letting you churn away at that. We'll give your cleaning a slightly higher priority. You'd say the power setup in the ship is crazy? Oh, yeah. I still have tons of spare power. So I can get all that stuff turned on. I don't think we have anything turned off anymore. Once we get those on. Yeah, and we still have like 1,000 power to spare. So yeah, this is the reason why, like, I'm trying to get Arcogenetics. We got all of this amazing stuff. But just cannot get archaeogenetics to do its thing. As in, to become available. Oxygen generators? Yeah, for when we're in space. I just don't want to forget to turn them on and we go up into space and, well... Like, and I have the psychic emanators covering all of the important rooms. Yeah, once we shred these mechs, we'll just leave. We just craft somewhere else. Orbital scanner? Oh yeah, we had the orbital scanner turned off. That'll be just enough to push us where without that we'll be in the negative a couple hundred watts. But that's as easy as turning off one bench or one table or whatever. Is Ultimax actually helping craft? Yeah, no, they are. They do have that on there. It's a very low priority, but they do technically do that. Okay, weather control machine. I just don't want those things. Super clotting, you think is one of the most OP one-cost genes? Yeah, no, coagulate is also really good. You're talking about the active mood coagulate, because that, yeah, being able to go up and be like, you're patched, moving on. Like, that can honestly be worth it if you just have hemogen, just coagulate someone and immediately suck down some hemogen, just go to the other person, like go through 2 or 3 people and post-combat triage, be right back up. I just like this one because it's passive and it doesn't require hemogen stuff. Does shredding give you XP? I don't think so. We could check here real fast. It does, but it's like 12. It does, but it's effectively nothing. Oh, we also have a need for less cybernetic legs. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, actually, we have the same number of legs needed. Some of them will give you plasteel and components. Some of them are junk, some of them are good. Take the various spears and garbage. That's fine. I shouldn't actually care, but... yeah, and that plasteel adds up. The components also save you crafting time and all that. It's usually the bigger ones you want. Okay, unnatural healing is available again. Alright, so let's see if we can't get you your ear back. Cool. No more penalty to socializing. Alright, at this stage... oh, wait, we want to disassemble that. That's good for us. I was gonna say, then we'll probably head off the tile once we get the shield core out of that. Because I don't care about that. Alright, let's get out of here because there is nothing left for us here. Well, that was annoying. It means we are going to take a mood penalty for the psychic tree dying. Another question, you have 2 dogs in an underground bunker, but you don't know how to get them out again? They don't follow your colonist outside. With the dogs, you can use zoning, where you can tell them they can only be in certain zones. Alright, so there's nothing in space for us. On Creek Fertile, Ruins Marshy, Archipelago, Bay, Archipelago. Cypress Grove, Bay. Alright. Let's go land over here. Because we're going to basically try and land, recoup, and see what we can do to try and situate ourselves. We're going to try and rebuild the parts of ship that are damaged. Doesn't that work? They just stay in the bunker? Right, let's move your landing zone way farther down here. Yeah, no, it's weird, because like I said, normally you just set them to be a zone. Okay, there's grav core detected. Making sure none of our doors got blocked open. Okay, so power-wise, we do actually have spare power. And converts off cooldown. We're gonna try converting you again. And we can go over here and say zone. Get fishing if you're able. Go mine materials if there's anything worthwhile. I'm not going to go after that silver ore. Yeah, this one's right on the edge of the map. Yeah, so no ancient danger on this one. Okay. Food-wise, we're doing relatively fine. Fabric-wise, we're doing extremely well. Medicine-wise, we're doing extremely well. So I don't really have anything like that going. And I still, after all this time with the random research, I do not have Psychoid Brewing. So where I could be like, oh, hey, I could go ahead and do some of that to, like, give me some for the mood bonuses. It's not really a whole thing. We don't have power armor yet? Nope. Our research is extremely slow. And on top of that, it is randomized. We are literally running out of research left in the game. But the one thing I've wanted the most, which is the archaeogenetics here, has still yet to happen. Alright, so we discovered a quest, Ancient Warriors, that give me a unique masterwork weapon. There are 9 of them. So if I do that, it will be 9 versus 4, realistically. I do have the refugees here, but they're probably not going to stay long. If any of these refugees would stay, would I take them? Honestly, Echidna would be acceptable. Shaniko? Probably a no, because of social fighting. Pickles I would tolerate. Yeah, I think that's the only one I'd say no to. Can't believe you got almost all the Bionics. Yup. Yup. Bad things happened, and it was not the last colony. Bad things happened. We, at the very earlier on, we lost 5 to a badly played mech cluster. Like, I initiated on it well, but I had, like, not only bad positioning, but it went from bad positioning to more bad positioning. So we paid by having 5 people die in that engagement. And then I did lose another colonist to, where, you know, we were having the melee tie up the Cyclops and all that. And it went to back off, and they started to back off, and I just misclicked, which caused them to re-engage, which teleported them back into the spot in the tile. And it was just me clicking too much. Right, too. Yeah, so it's been right, it was 2 losses. Right, because it's Canahawk and, it was both melee and Canahawk. What, oh, that's just the fish you pulled up, that's fine. Yeah, so, and this one we don't know if they're gonna stay on it. I'm, like, for the record, if Shaw goes to leave, we are kidnapping them. Unnatural healing, where I'm like, yeah, I usually don't do bad things. De-aging rituals, I will absolutely do. And, I will absolutely kidnap a unnatural healer. Alright, let's do a skip abduction. Yeah, we got enough supplies. Yeah, so you can't be in... Yep, there we go. So to skip abduction someone... And then we're going to use the de-aging thing on Shaw. We're just going to go on the assumption that Shaw is staying here. Because I'm going to definitely go out of my way to try and make that happen. Okay, brand new person, an Optimus Meandrist who's a fast learner. So we're going to go ahead and capture them. They're going to immediately say chronophagy. And Shaw will be the target. Oh, that's the wrong way. Yeah, it's weird that once you get someone in the target spot, they will not clear. So you have to, like, reset it. Not the right one. Target. Bug report. I actually have no idea about the bug reporting situation with RimWorld. So we're gonna de-age, off herself. Never mind, we'll have a food binge. Canceling the whole thing. Please recapture them until we're ready. And wood, we can use more wood. We have a little bit longer till we can do our next one of our rituals. We'll go ahead and also plan to set up the Sky Lantern ritual outside as well. He is a Yetkin. Or she is a Yetkin. Yeah, and we need to get them all sorted. Did you just botch construction 3 times in a row? Oh, do I have you? Yeah, I don't... With them being blind, I don't want them on the construction because they'll just keep failing it again and again. We do have a mech healing serum as one thing. I can get the prosthetic eyes. Let's get the prosthetic eyes on the list. Or the bionic eyes, whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's switch you back to... getting all of that queued up. Okay. So you're not pigging out, so let's try this again. So chronophagy, that's the target. You're the one we're de-aging. Toss everyone in and get going. That's fine. Torrential downpour, just have a good time. How's RimWorld? It has been a rough day of RimWorld. It has been a rough day of RimWorld. We have 4 colonists, and one of those is a creepy joiner, and this is the same colony from yesterday. It has been a big ol' mess. Chronophagy complete. It got rid of your scratch that was aching. Cool, man. Here we go, Sky Lantern Party in the Torrential Downpour. Skip abduction researched? Yeah, no, we just used it. It's just this person's no good for us, so we de-aged a person off of him, and then we're gonna kick him out, because it's a pawn I don't want. I'd rather do without him. Unimpressive. Nice. Just kill those moods. Use that on Ultimix. Using our psychic powers to boost people's moods. It's what we can do. Word joy people. Just sky dreaming in the torrential downpour. Wind going, not a phase, man. You just don't understand me. Alright, we do need to get Shaw converted. So they're not absolutely going to melt the whole place down. Yeah, the plan is to basically just chill here and recover for a little bit. See if we can't get everything back online, get people converted, get the moods to start settling. If we had like a proper threat, I could just hit the button to get us out of here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Man, it is going to be a lot to attrition Shaw down. Or Shaw down. Tantrum. You're going to go damage furniture because you want the drugs. Yeah, no, these 4 are guests. That one is a creepy joiner who we don't know their deal yet. They've been here just shy of 10 days. If they do try and make a break for it, that they'd be like, we thank you, we're leaving. We are 100% grabbing them and trying to chuck them in here. I'm really on defense of just arresting them now and getting ahead of the curve on them. Why is looking green? They're Yetkin. And you can have Yetkin with green fur. Or Yedikeen, or however you want to pronounce it. Okay. I'm arresting them. If I arrest you, what are the odds that you... 68. I'm gonna arrest them and go for the recruit. I just really don't want them to to escape. and I have expected crumbling mine or organ failing to pop up around now. So I am just not taking any chances. We're gonna go immediately for trying to recruit them, bringing them in, get it sorted. Alright, immediately jump on trying to convert them. Manhunter pack of 27 Cobras. Everyone get in the ship. Everyone get in the ship. Because even if we win that fight, that's one that you'll get so much toxic buildup a lot of times, you still didn't win. Because we've really only got 3 people who are properly armed. Yeah, they make like a weird rumbly bark noise or whatever, instead of some kind of hiss. You ever played a shuttles you're using for local areas? Yeah, because I really don't need anything outside. We were just fishing for the sake of fishing. Didn't I put down like a giant planting zone? No, I didn't. The big concern now is if we have a mood break that pops a door. Okay, so it's only going about 6% per conversation. The good news is I've kind of found that the Manhunter packs nowadays, they don't seem to stick to actually trying to Manhunter quite as long as they used to. It used to be that stick around for like 2-3 days sometimes before they finally started starving and left the tile. But I've had a few of them where it's like not even halfway through a day and half of them just peace out. And you're cooking meals. Oh, right, because we're in that situation now where my cook is my crafter, so keeping up with the meals is becoming its own issue. And we're cooking the survivor meals because we're getting all the fish, which is giving me protein. And it's good. We do want those meals. It consolidates the food a lot. Alright, get back to converting them every chance you get. Alright. I'm partly wondering... Yeah, we joy fuzzed them. That should give them a significant mood bonus, so they're less likely to attempt to break out of their cell, all that kind of stuff. And I'm thinking with a happier mood, it'll help with our conversion success as well. It also reduces their consciousness, which means they'll be less likely to be as meaningful of a fight if we have to fight them. And our power's doing great. Research is getting done. That's another perk here, is even with everything else just kind of stalled, that research is getting done, and we're pretty close to the, like, done with research. This is the one I really want, is the archaeogenetics. Obviously, armor would also be a bonus. But that's all fine. How much longer till the refugees leave? This is important. 3 days. Okay, this should be settled one way or the other in 3 days. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't one of those things where it was going to end in like 2 hours and they start walking out and then immediately get murdered and let the cobras in. I've had that before, and it's really annoying if that happens. Yep, that made it so it was a couple more points. Not a huge amount more, but it did boost that more. Let's see, with how this is going, you're surprised if it didn't happen, though? Oh yeah, no, 100%. I was just expecting someone to have a mood break. That's the reason why I'm having Donkey Duff do the psychic charge-up thing, and then whoever's on the lowest, we're joying them, which will slow down their ability to work because it hurts your consciousness. But at least then for 5 days, you've got this big boost to your mood, so we can, manage you a little bit easier. So skip abduction is still 6 days off before we can use that again. All right. It's a good chance when the convert comes off cooldown, we can probably knock Shah over to being our ideology and start properly recruiting them. And if we're lucky, we might get like an inspired recruitment. It's pretty hopeful thinking, though. Yeah, so they're starting to leave now. There's only a couple Cobras left. And now we can open the doors and see what happens. %. Man, just only having like 3 proper pawns right now is just pretty heartbreaking considering where we were at the beginning of stream. And especially considering yesterday we had actually not lost colonists, we had actually recovered colonists because of resurrection and all that. Okay, so 2 more conversations. And that should be you converted. And then we can start getting to work on recruiting. Oh, right. Okay, everyone can get out. And you can go talk to them. Okay. Got the auto pistol to get rid of. Got a worn out fire foam pack. That's fine, I don't care. Praying for some good events. Just praying for a break in the trouble. Okay, so we got the waster out of there. Not functional, not connected to a grav engine. Not in home zone. There you go. Get that thruster fixed. All right. Now, assuming Earth ever has time where they're not busy doing other things, they'll eventually craft something. But we're hurting on the I just need more recruits thing. Right, we need to get you off of the, we got a lot of people who need a lot of things. I believe if I word joy a refugee, that counts as a hostile act against them. Yeah, we've got to get ourselves a someone else to either craft or cook. That's gonna have to be a thing. So chronophages off cooldown. Come on, one more conversation, then we'll be good there. All right. It should be coming off cooldown any time. So we could finally do that last convert. When we get that done, I can start switching it over to properly recruiting. That's fine. Okay, we got heat stroke happening on the child, which is not great. Major break risk on all of them because they're high life, and I can't accommodate that problem. We're also getting ready to be at the point that we don't have to worry about those meals anymore. They'll stop making the package meals because they're going to run out of potatoes. And how are you doing? Alright, so we're having the last of the mood penalties are dropping off here. That's good. Okay, so we've now got them converted, so that's good news. That means a lot of these penalties go away. There goes the refugees. So now our production has just bottomed out in a big way. So Ultimax does everything that needs doing outside. Construction, mining, growing, and all that. Earthrush is cooking and crafting, and then Donkey Duff is research. And then social stuff. Terror pods. No. I got 3 people I can throw at this problem right now. We're not gonna engage a giant mech cluster if we can help it. Donkey Duff is going to have to be assigned to be our cleaning person as well. It's going to slow down our research, but I got 3 people and like 10 things to do on that much ship. We just don't have the staff we need. Torrential rain, that's fine. I miss when we had that. We're down 2 people. Yeah, getting the last grav core was a mess. Yep, it has been just a day of losses. So we're just going to try and slowly recoup our people. If I can get the Arco genetics at least as we rebuild, we'll have deathless people. This is actually the point a Revenant could actually be a problem. Because, like, normally I'm like, I got so much firepower. We could probably still kill the Red. Just need a baby boom, we're set. We're all men. We lack the anatomy to enact that plan. Destroy his spine? Yeah, no, but I need a source of bioferrite. That's the whole point. I honestly think we might still be able to take it down, because these are all masterwork and whatever chain shotguns that we're using. But yeah, we just need opportunities to get more people. Which means raids we can handle, and then hopefully have some survivors. Or, you know, caravan bringing people in, refugee events, drop pods, those kind of things. It is nice being power positive and not having to have, like, anything external to keep it that way. Silver ore, I'll take that. Free sky money. Can we just re-up to the Joy Fuzz? Alright. We have a slaver ship is flying over. So, you would join as a colonist. A pyromaniac waster who can only do construction and research. Or the other one I'd consider joining is a super immune bloodlust nimble pawn who can do crafting. I'm willing to consider that because I need a melee pawn. I need a melee pawn. They're going to lead to social fights, which is going to be a big pain in the butt. So I don't really like it. But at this stage, I need a melee pawn. Beggars can't be choosers. So we're going to bring that person on as a brand new colonist. Get that out of here, it's worn out. Okay, we got our brand new colonist. So let's bring them in here. You are a violent psychopath who is a bloodlust pawn who is going to absolutely cause no end of harm to our colony, but you're a crafter, and that makes you acceptable. So let's go ahead and have you go down here to... That's not what I want to see. Going here to Zeus Hammers. And go grab that Masterwork Zeus Hammer. And then we'll go to assign. You are now melee. So we'll shift you over there to the left. Okay. And so with that, our brand new colonist will be Forsaken Heart. If he gets too bad, you can always remove his tongue. Yeah, I'd rather not have to, but we'll see. If it gets to be a problem, it gets to be a problem, we deal with it. Will that name may be ominous? Yeah, Forsaken Heart on the Bloodlust pawn, it's probably okay. We shouldn't read into it too much. I'm sure it'll be... something. It's a dedicated crafter. And that's honestly worth it. Yeah, no, Forsaken Heart's a perfectly good name, but with the Bloodlust pawn and RimWorld, it's like, that's probably someone who's going to be a liability. Or reverse, they got the cool name, and they're going to be the one who stands the line, and, you know, any enemy that shows up just tears them down a peg. Was his ideology called Not a Cult? The faction is named Not a Cult, yeah. Alright. If we do a conversion ritual on you, how bad will it be? It is a 50-50 chance. Almost exactly a 50-50 chance of a good or a bad outcome. Let's give it a good. Let's give it a go and see what happens. What is your ideology that you came with? Oh, it's just shipborne, that's fine. At least for that, it's not one I have to worry about a ton of problems, like if they're cannibal raiders or whatever. Ineffective. And meanwhile, we're wearing them down to get our unnatural healer in here. I'm guessing this is one of the ones that would either have just stayed on their own forever, or one of the ones who would have betrayed us way later. And the fact that I have arrested made it a non-issue. Why are there stone in the door? Why is there always crap in the doors? Please haul that out before you just let a bunch of things in there. At least I double-doored these ones, so it's not as bad. Still. Letting some fresh air in. Gross. That's outside. That's where the bears are. From the refugees leaving? Maybe they dropped them there? I don't think so. It's possible I just overlooked... Well, no, because we... No, it was we let the waster go on the last tile. I don't know when they... Like, usually it's when you land. So, not sure what the deal is with that. It's fine. Probably haven't planted. That's exactly what it was. When we planted the crops, they pushed the stone in because they couldn't put the stone there. That's exactly what it was. Because I was like, man, I don't remember that being there when we landed. Yep. That is a thing. Yeah, at least it's 1.5 per conversation. You usually get 2-3 conversations per day. So we can get that sorted. Just hoping they don't break an attack before then. That's the reason I keep doping them up with Joy Fuzz. I'm just trying to keep their mood so high I don't have to worry about it. Wasn't his faction outs? Ours? We've got them converted. We're recruiting them now. Because that should prevent it from triggering the other events. Actually, if I release them now, they should rejoin us. Let's just do that. Okay, yeah, we're fine. I was overthinking it. So you are not getting your assault rifle back because that was horrendous. So I need something that works with someone who's got bad accuracy. So how would you feel about an EMP minigun? Yeah, because I'm trying to do is make sure they don't ditch the tile. We got unnatural healing. So that's perfect. So we can go over to you to Forsaken. And how would you like to have those scars all healed up? There you go. That's a scar gone. Meanwhile, we're going to skip abduction. Good enough. Yeah, I got enough for both stages. So you'll lead it, and everyone else tags along. You don't think they'll leave because of missing eyes? You just need a bionic eyes to fix his blindness, right? Yeah, so, to be clear, they're a creepy joiner. At a creepy joiner, they can have any number of negative outcomes. They can betray you, they can just leave after a certain period of time. There's a ton of things it can be. Alright, so let's see. Undergrounder, kind bloodlust. But they're an impid, so they're bad at most of that. I'm gonna let you eat real fast and then capture them. There, queue up another one of these to chronophagy. There's your target. Okay, you're 25. So we're gonna de-age again. Then we're gonna be basically out of bioferrite, so I won't be able to do another round for a while. Take his gear off. I don't actually want the steel armor, so I'm gonna leave it on him. Like, I have more wealth than I know what to do with, so there's no going for whatever that. If it's something like marine armor and that, yeah, I'll absolutely steal it, but plate armor, not really. Chronophagy complete. So Shah is now 23. And we're going to go ahead and use Mind Joy on Ultimax to keep him from breaking. Because that'll effectively counter the mood penalty. And then we are just going to release the Impid because I don't want them. So I got the ages down. Now everyone in the colony is in their late teens or early 20s. Through the magic of de-aging. Okay, we're actually getting some brick cut, which is allowing us to finally build those shelves that got destroyed during the raid. So much better than biosculpting? Oh, yeah. You just need a source of bioferrite, which is why we're keeping the Revenant. You get too attached to your pawns that you end up quitting and restarting if some die. Here you are trekking through adversity. Yeah, well, I mean, that's definitely times if I get knocked down all the way to, like, one pawn. There's sometimes I'll carry through and there's sometimes I won't. It kind of depends on what's going on. Usually, if it's the point of starting a brand new run, would put me in a better position than continuing the existing run, that's typically when I'll just be like, yeah, let's mulligan it. But in this case, we've got the ridiculous ship, we've got all the research, we've got the tech, we've got the Revenant stored away, we've got all sorts of good things going. That, yeah, losing the Colonist hurts, but I would still argue we're in a better position so far as what resources we have available at this point. How far did you go? How far did you go before leaving your starting tile? I can't actually remember. We got a decent amount built. The ship is too good to ditch. Yeah, no, that's the thing. We've already got so much resources tied up in the ship. Like, that's the thing. Honestly, if we were losing everything, I still can hop in the shuttle and just bail. That would be a hard loss. Considering I've got 10 unstable power cells. We've got probably 10 cores worth. I've got, grav core power cells going on. I still do think with the New Game Plus, like if we do the Arco Nexus, I'm still heavily debating what we would bring, because, you know, certainly the unique weapons is a very strong recommendation, so you're armed and ready. Then you have the pawns themselves, of course, but you only get like a couple of extra items. And a big part of me wants to lean towards the grav core power cells. Alright, so we got a raid who's showing up. They're going to try and breach the walls. They've got 1 assault rifle, 2 machine guns, a bolt action, a Hellcat, bio-coated chain shotgun. So we are going to show the stuff we're made out of, and definitely demonstrate to them that they should not underestimate our power, and that we are prepared for the sheer effort they're putting in as we immediately jump to the control panel on our ship and go, deuces we outie. Because that is a breacher raid, and while I feel pretty comfortable we could certainly win that fight, I have a feeling there'd be a lot less ship left on the other side. So I kind of feel like it just makes more sense to be like, you know what? There's nothing I'm attached to here. Is there anything in space we want right now? Orbital Bombarder. What is the Orbital Bombarder? An orbital scanner has detected a location of an orbital satellite. These satellites are unmanned and often incapable of supporting life. Satellites will serve a variety of purposes, from power collection to weapons platforms. You can scavenge in valuable technology, but be warned, they're heavily guarded, ancient stuff, yada yada. That's fine. Yeah, why not? So we don't actually have our suits on right now. So the important thing is when we get up there, don't let ourselves go anywhere until we put our suits on. Because now we're at a stage where all of my power is internal in my ship. Literally, our ship can run forever power-wise without ever needing an outside resource now. We aren't fully sustained, like I would have to get hydroponics set up, which would be nice if we can get there. The attack has begun. Okay, they all have uranium slug turrets, but we can make this work. Because what I can do here... is we can deliberately block the line of sight on the slug turrets. So that we can exit and enter the ship and go in here without ever giving them line of sight. Okay, so schedule, indoors, assignments, Spacefarer, get your stuff on. Yeah, so generally we're in good shape. As long as I don't go over here, we're good. And I got this whole area to work with. So yeah, it's basically just this one side is the only place I gotta worry about. Alright, so we just need to give our people a chance to get our stuff on. Let's make sure we actually... I should check this before. Okay. I'm gonna make sure they keep 6 vac suits going and all that. We have the convert. Okay, so we're gonna slowly work on that. You're surprised you don't use gear stands? I like the gear stands, but it just hasn't happened. Yeah. I forgot you were up here, friend. That is most unfortunate for you, probably. Okay, everyone is all in their stuff. Who are my researchers? You're my researcher. Alright, so we got one mech over there. Okay, it rolled in and immediately opened fire. How badly did you get tagged? Just a bruise. Would you stop shooting at Ultimax? Okay. You're getting hypothermia, which is not amazing. Also, I noticed you're utterly useless with that thing. You just stay out of it. It's fine. You're a natural healer, so we probably want to keep you out of the fight anyways. What is your equipment, man? You things are just like snipers with those. Okay. So haul those back. Yeah, they've been like every shot has just about landed except for like one that whole time. Yeah, so you took... It's not even a bad hit, you just took a hit to the foot and it was enough to give your walking enough of a penalty. Could you... You tend to them. That's fine. Alright, so meanwhile... really hoping to get that bionic eye sorted. Because then we can get you to tend a lot better. Bum. Go get the shotgun back. Gotta get one of your guns yourself? Well, it's a tiny little shotgun. That's the reason why it's so surprising. It's so rough. It's for like that tiny little shotgun that it's just pegging round after round on it. Like, it's fine. We'll just clear them out. Like, worst case, Forsaken can just deal with it themselves. Having the shield belt, they just run up and start slapping them. And that's worked out for me really well. Alright, yeah, you're actually fine, so just go in there and start slapping stuff. Oh, that's a lot of them. It's okay, we're just training up all of that. Man, how many of them are there in there? Alright, you did good, go get yourself a snack. That's fine, every one of those that we kill is one less in the base. Freed from slavery. You have been freed from slavery, you are so thankful. Cool. And as your reward, what we're going to go ahead and do is, since you've been freed from slavery, have you ever considered Luciferum? Because I realize I got like 200 Luciferum just laying around and no one consuming it. Get those bonuses. Because that'll actually cure your leg without risking the unnatural healing, giving you a bunch of tentacles and stuff that'll upset you. Go get him, champ. Okay, another one down. I'm basically just having Forsaken go in there and mop up while other people are healing. And when everyone else is healed, we'll start poking doors again. And you were a Starjack, right? No. You were the Starjack. If you hop in and do all that. Oh, right, because you got the scar that's lowering your max health on that. That's fine. Pods have arrived. Skill Trainer Social. And the vest and everything. And you put it at such a position that I can't really reach it without endangering myself. Like, if we get over there, it's out of the range of the guns. But that soul should be a really good one to have. Alright, grab all of you. Time to make another move. The same plan as last time. Forsaken is just gonna lead the charge against the random bots. The rest of you are basically running support. Wasp trap triggered? Oh, I guess there's a wasp trap in the next room that just got triggered. Please don't shoot that far past. Okay, drop back and get those mechs. I'm seeing the random loose mechs as the initial priority because they can just end up wandering up on you. You're taking a good number of hits from that already. Okay. Took a headshot and just the armor protected, which is good. Cool. We will have you go back over here. And I'm doing that way so I can get the chain shotguns as cover. Okay, pretty soon we're gonna have to head back. To hell with that room. That's a lot of hunter traps in there. That room is... We'll want to clear it because that's where the box is, but holy crap, that is a nasty room. Okay, so we got 2 more hunter traps here. We can grab you 3 and chuck you there. Grab the next one. Okay, so how are we doing on our needs? We're doing actually okay. We're getting low on stuff. So I think the way we're gonna do this is we'll trigger the wasps first. They'll come after or Forsaken. Okay, and how are you? Still good? Minor cut to your arm. Let's go ahead and back off because of that movement speed penalty. But yeah, so what I should be able to do is, just like we did there, back off, have them step out, aggro that. We'll probably start with the top ones, aggro these hunter drones over one by one, get them all out, and it'll be just a matter of those two are going to come as a package deal. Alright. Well, to be fair, my wealth is absolutely astronomical, so it's not surprising that the game is doing some... like that we've been having some rough raids and all that kind of stuff. Great construction or melee is all we got of that. I don't really want that. You're trapped indoors, and you're getting pretty upset about it. I can't help you there, unfortunately. The wanted prisoners. You are willing to give me a pessimist, tough, kind person who is addicted to Psychite and has liver damage. You are willing to give me an excellent quality persona weapon. This weapon's persona does not form bonds in the normal way. Anyone can pick it up and use it. Okay. So I'm not super worried about that quest. The persona weapon would be decent. But I already have a masterwork. And loser here. I mean, it would give me a construction. Pessimist at this level. It's pretty annoying. I'm gonna knock that out of here. So you are all patched up. Yeah, so these two should be easy on the top. We just open the door, put my range back here, step up, step down, they're done. Those two on the bottom, if I can manage to aggro the hunter without the wasps, that'll be easy, because again, step up, step back. I think realistically we're getting both. I think that might be okay, because the hunter might blow up on those and knock them down. That one actually might also come with the first two as well. It's just that pair's the only one. I think it's actually not going to be that bad. And then we'll just go inside, open these up, and it's looking like we're just going to get 2 rounds of advanced components. And, whatever's in the box. Yeah, so we got both the advanced component boxes, making sure there's no safes I overlooked. Okay. Yeah, so it's just the sealed container in the back room there. Cargo pods. That's... I know bait when I see it. I know bait when I see it. Just a uranium slugger just sitting right there watching it. Shah has become hostile. I was hoping we were past that stage. Okay. Oh, and you're right there with Forsaken, who's most likely going to just kill you in one. Forsaken, do me a favor. Gear, drop your Zeus hammer immediately. Alright, punch that man in the face. I believe we have a shock lance back here somewhere. No, we don't. It's probably on one of my other pawns who got knocked down. Do we have something we can knock you down easily with? In a non-fatal manner. That just makes you go berserk. So it doesn't help us. Who is our least strong melee pawns? You? Go punch them. Try to break vents, sometimes boxes inside. That's a good call. Because there's one there and one there. Okay, you get out of this. I really wanted them. Well. Oh, the vertigo could have helped as well. Alright, so in this particular case, well, they're still hostile. That sucks so bad. The vertigo pulse might have been enough, but the unfortunate reality is they're gone. That's the danger about a creepy joiner. I really wanted that natural healing. We waited for that like the whole game too. Honestly, the other thing I could have done, there's ways I could have done that. I could have done the nauseous thing. I could have honestly deliberately ran them out into the vacuum. Well, no, because they were wearing the vac suit. I was gonna say, if I was keeping him here, I could have just taken off the vac suit and then let the vacuum knock him. That said, I think what ended up happening with them is we didn't get a lethal hit on them. I'm pretty sure what ended up happening with them is there is a thing in the game where RimWorld will roll that a pawn that should have been down just instantly dies instead. It's a way of preventing you from getting a lot of people, but it's still always a possibility. So my assumption is it did that. Yeah, because it using his change shotgun, timidly shoved Shah in the right leg. Yeah, so it's just did damage to the leg and they died. Don't know. I don't know what their pain was at, because you can die from pain, consciousness, or blood loss, or having an organ that's required to live getting destroyed. Okay, there's nothing we can get out of that. And then the last one's up there. Just no mercy on the game. Did Shah betray us? Yes. And I tried to knock him down without killing him, but it did not work out. So you're gonna shoot, right? Okay. No injuries. But that's all the ones up there, so we just got that one down there to do. So give the shield belt a chance to recharge. Yeah, no, the belt is empty now. Just gonna give it a chance to recharge. And I'm hoping I can get one of those. Either way, preferably the hunter. Even if I do get these on me first, it's fine. The hunter will likely blow up most of them anyways. And then they'll take a little bit of injury here, but that's okay. Come on. Come on. Actually, I might be able to get the hunter separate. And we're sorted. Okay, so you start banging on that. You pop that open. You run over here and pop this open. You pop this open. Orbital Mech Cluster Targeter. And a Masterwork Book. What are you? An ancient military target device that signals an orbital platform to drop a mechanoid combat cluster at the targeted point. The cluster may include any mixture of mechanoids and mech defense structures. Though they may have once had the allegiance of the ancient army that created this unit, the mechs dropped will now indiscriminately attack any human they see, including the one who summoned them. Neat. So, right now, set everyone to be unrestricted. You haul that back. You haul this back. You haul that back, you haul this back. And I believe that's all the goodies we've got in here. Yeah, now we didn't lose a person because of this location. We did lose a person, but it was they were the ones that I said were temporary. Like I said, normally I don't consider creepy joiners part of my colony until we get past whatever their thing is. So unfortunately, that was our person who was helping out with the hauling and all that. Don't forget about the skill trainer drop pod left of the ship. Oh yeah, we gotta wait for that. So schedule indoors. So for just a moment, we're gonna go ahead and say allowed area indoors. Build that crap. Hey, you, I don't actually need you here. So if you could just go to sleep. Just go to sleep, friend. Just go to sleep. Well, come on. Fine. Here. We can make this better. Ah, no, it's fine. They'll probably just carry it back anyways. And who is our construction person? What are you... Why on earth would you ever consider that? Alright, you know what? I don't care that much. It's not worth it. So let's go back to our fabrication bench. Just don't worry about those eyes for a minute. We have an immediate need for a leg. Well, that's great. Can uranium slug blast through multiple targets? You want to see where those end up in a long kill tunnel? I don't think so. They don't really have in RimWorld the concept of like a penetrating shot that, you know, you hit a target and like 2 or 3 targets deep get hurt. I actually don't need a grav core thing. Let's get back down to the surface. Alright. Yeah, it's fine. We got the goodies out of there. So it did cost us a leg. Luckily we can make legs. And by getting the melee pawn we got, they can work at the craftsman and get that leg made to get Ultimax back in business. While there's another grav core up there, I actually don't have another a need for the grav core right now. I would take the grav core and then use it to replace some of the other stuff. But I just don't have a requirement for that. Okay, that's honestly fine. Okay, so schedule your unrestricted assignments, melee, anything, get it back in business, zones, plant crap, I don't care. There's components to mine. Steel we're doing fine for right now. Looking for ancient dangers or materials of interest. That's a bit close to the edge of the map that I like going. A lot of components on this map. And just in case... Alright, so don't see plasteel there. Alright, so we've got them working on that. And we are making the leg right now, which is good news. Yeah, so we're just gonna basically try and run stuff here. Are those my batteries going down? I think my batteries went just slightly on the edge to being enough. Yeah, so Ultimax took a walk and got their leg blown off by a uranium slug turret. I'm just glad it hit their leg and didn't, like, destroy them themselves. Yeah, you got an injured eye. I'll let them mine one thing of steel. Okay, so we got the leg. So that'll be bionic leg left. Put you on somewhat better medicine. Right, go back to bed. Want to get that leg on you so you're back in business before we have our next fight. Don't botch it. Okay. So at least the missing leg is sorted. Alright. So dealing with here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 legs we would want to ultimately make to cover everyone. Let's change that and say do this 6 times. For bionic eyes, we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 bionic eyes to get everyone covered. So get that on there. For arms, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 arms to get everyone their arms all covered. And we'll start with that. We got combat supplier coming along. So the big good news we had where we got to that platform is we didn't actually lose any of our actual colonists. I'll take your legit medicine because why not? Mild spell instability. I've already got better than that. Okay, we've got all the stuff from that book. Okay. That's all fine. There's some more armor that's worn out. There's a vac suit that's basically done. And if you could just grab that medicine back in here so we don't leave it. Yeah, so pretty much what we're doing is kind of in the holding pattern of just trying to get our research knocked out so we can do the archogenetics. And just recouping, which has been a slow thing that's been more losses than gains. The colony is all just men again. That unnatural healer, I was kind of low-key hoping we could get them to hook up in a relationship with our people. Keep them in the backline safe on the ship kind of thing. At least start getting some more people in here. The other thing I'd be willing to do is if we have thrombos show up, try and get ourselves some thrombos. Because we're honestly knocked down enough tossing a couple of thrombos in there just as meat shields. Yeah, I mean, the creepy joiner betrayed us, so they just died. But yeah, no, we took 2 losses earlier. It's been a rough ride. Vac suits. 5's plenty. From what you read of the patch notes, is that you can use the new animal thing on untamed animals? Yeah. No, I've done that before. That's a big part of how I got the Alpha Thrombo on our first, the first run we won Odyssey. Is I went up, and the very first thing is I boosted its sentience to give it slightly increased tameness, and then tamed, went for the tame. Alright, bear with me, chat. While we're on the ad break real fast, I'm going to quickly use the restroom. I'll be back in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Oh. That's bad. That's bad. That's really bad. That's really bad. Get up, get up, get up, get up. And we're safe. Whew. Nah, it's fine. We weren't moments away from death. Yeah, when I yelled, she was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. We've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored, and you would just attempt to murder. I know this spot should be safe. Oh, okay. Safe from above, I should preface. There's probably another zombie that was chilling down behind one of these machines. Now, if only you kids could pick up litter this efficiently, we'd have the cleanest town in this side of Gem Sea. Vote for Mayor Lewis. My jokes are terrible. And now the winner of this year's egg hunt is... Give me my hat. Do it. Jas and Vincent. Wait, hang on. Hold up.
They had a family, children, a job that now needs to be reassigned.
Whoops. I missed with the whale. I'm sure they'll figure it out. I'm pretty sure I just got Brildain killed. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we have managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. Wait, I can attach the stick. Oh. Alright, I guess we're just gonna hit a zombie. Oh! Oh, okay, no. Alright, the wrong way. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Nope, that's not the way we're going. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, "Please help me," and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab. And we are back. Okay. Yep, so pretty much what we're going to be going on here for a little bit is we are in recovery mode, just trying to get ourselves sorted out. I was partly low-key thinking, it's like, wait a second, there are tricks that I could make my ship inaccessible to just cheese it. I'm not going to. Like, I could go up to an asteroid, remove the point that I'm attached to the asteroid from, and then just have our people be safe until our food ran out. Yeah, that's not necessary. Like, honestly, with as fast as this thing recharges to launch again, it's just not needed. Seems like we've culled some crew members since you were last here. It's been a rough day. There's just not really another way to put it. It has been a rough day to be in the colony. So we're just gonna try and get everyone as much together as we can. Yeah, so Donkey Duff is primarily researching. Ultimax is doing our growing. Earthrush is crafting, and Forsaken is crafting. And Earthrush also grows stuff, or not grows stuff. Also cooks. Oh, I need to. Make some stockpiles. Yeah, because you're cutting brick and all that. Work on replacing the vac suits that got messed up. Alright, so we have a trade ship. It's a bad sign when you're getting low on your, yeah, so we're not going to use that ever. Delicate, attractive. You already have fast wound healing. very happy I'll grab that. I don't know if we've got the ability to make that a thing that we get to work. But very happy is good. Nah, it's fine. I was debating whether or not I want to hold on to that. We can get the book for that. We can get the Architect Eye. Probably get rid of the Biomutation Lance. It's getting worn out. Another cook? Yeah, but I need someone who's actually got like a passion in it. Okay, where did you drop that stuff? I see the one here. You'd bank that. Where do the other two go? There's the Architect Eye. Alright, so... haul that in here. Of course, my doctor is the one who needs the eye, so that's not happening. That's fine. I guess you're getting the eye. Oh, Earthrush is sleeping, that's fine. We need a Mechanator? Oh no, starting the Mechanator this late in the game would be a whole thing. Alright, so... I don't even remember what we just researched 2 seconds ago. I've been getting, like, so down in the weeds with that. So we got Bioregeneration is happening now. Oh, is it Neurocomputation?
I'm gonna head downstairs.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well. I love you.
I love you too.
Stay handsome.
Can't stay when I'm not. Alright, so you still have manipulation over 100%, that's fine. We're gonna tend to them. You get into here. And let's work on operating on them to get them the Architect Eye. As I just, every time when we're doing like a proper surgery, now I'm just like, and wait for the sudden death. Alright, so that means we can take 1 Bionic Eye off the list. Sorry. Well, that should, you know, should help with the different projects we're working on, all that. We got a bunch of bricks that are laying in the ground that haven't been hauled around. Is there crap we want to put in a transport pod? And just get out of here? Because I totally forgot that we have these. So I've got all those. Got a bunch of random things here. Oh! We can go ahead and get that book out of here. We're done with that. We have a bionic leg in here somewhere. We got a vac helmet that's pretty bad shape. And some pants are in bad shape. And let's chalk, like, 500 gold in there. Get that out of our inventory. Because then we'll just send that to whichever neighborhood would benefit the most. So, Butha would be one we could certainly use having that go there. Alright. So you're back in business. And you're gonna get right back to crafting advanced components. Then the other stuff. Yeah, everyone's back to full speed. Okay, so there's a bionic leg that was in there. So you can go operations, install bionic leg on the right leg. Someone lost a leg? Yeah, we already took care of it. Ultimax has already got their leg replaced. That was the reason why I was like inconvenient, but I was like, okay, this actually isn't that big a deal. Like, we can land and probably in 10-15 minutes have a new leg on him. It was more just the annoyance that they risked almost getting killed because they chose to path the whole way around the ship to try and build this area out versus just stepping out the door there and doing it right here. All right. At this point, I really don't need stone anymore. What we're going to go ahead and do is we're just going to suspend all of these. That's not true. No, I need sandstone. There. Got everything else built except the sandstone. We can also go in here with the floors. And fill in the one spot there that's not got flooring. A gargantuan statue. Slick would join, and Slick is fast learner who is too smart, so they learn absurdly fast. And they're a tortured artist. They can do construction. So they're definitely not my favorite pawn here. Otherwise it's Neoformer or 50 Goodwill. But I would need to get a building that would be about 1,250. Yeah, it's a lot of stone. I think I'd rather not do that, because that would mean pulling my people off doing the Bionics and all the other stuff. And I think the Bionics will be better than getting a, admittedly a pawn that would learn skills fast, but really isn't bringing much to the table past that. Like, this just means we learn fast. Otherwise, it's just tortured artist. And that is a reduced mental break threshold and a permanent mood penalty. This is going to be a person that's going to be hard to keep happy. How many hours do you have in RimWorld? It's something like 3,000. I don't remember what it is. It's a lot. So get them out of here. I don't think we'll take them. We're going to be picky. I shouldn't be. We're going to be picky. Because the things I need is ideally getting a dedicated cook. That'd be good. Getting a dedicated growing person would be also good. And a second doctor. Which we have those. They're frozen in the back. Don't worry about it. Did any of these other bodies... Okay, we got a transport pod. A person named Vic. It is a kind child with paralytic abasia. Deal. Welcome to the colony, small impressionable child. I'm sure, and they're already our ideology too. It's like it's meant to be. They're not gonna grow up well. Oh yeah, sorry, Michael. I do have commands on the Twitch side. I stream to both Twitch and YouTube, but I have not gotten the bot to play nice on the YouTube side, unfortunately. Most of my viewership is on Twitch, so most of my focus ends up there, as you imagine. Yeah, I forgot. We could just do operations. Anti-abasia mechanite infusion. Yeah, it's fine. I've got like 100 glitter world. Let's just get you on your feet. So meanwhile, brand new child into our colony is going to be Mohan Rai. Need to change the surgery rules? Is it not smart enough that if I specifically tell it a surgery that requires stuff? RimWorld is weird about its decision making. Okay, and you are good, so get you back down to the crap medicine. Yeah, no, it's no problem, Michael. Yeah, no, it's very much the streaming circumstances on YouTube are pretty crap by comparison to Twitch. It's just what it is. Alright, brand new colonist. Small, impressionable child. And what are you gonna do here? Not much. You're a child. We're gonna leave you to just haul and clean for the time being, and then once you age up, we'll be able to do stuff. So hopefully you can manage to get some learning in them. Now, the good news is with a kid, you have the opportunity with the passions of potentially taking whichever way you need. One leg is a peg leg? Yep. We are working on making... Actually, we might already have a bionic leg ready. Install... We do not. Alright. Well, we're working on making bionic legs. That does mean I need 2 more on the roster. 2 more eyes in the roster. 2 more of those. You seem to remember more pawns yesterday? It has been a rough day of RimWorld. It has been a rough day of RimWorld. Wait, did you already get converted? Did I just miss that? Oh, okay. Like, the colony's still alive, but it has been a whole lot of death today. Yeah, we're down 7. We lost 5 right at the beginning, and then lost 2 more a little bit down the road. And so now we're not able to move nearly as fast because, you know, a whole lot of people died. Are there any dangerous animals I need to worry about nearby? Timberwolf. That's fine. Alright, meanwhile, we need to get you a weapon. Let's see, can I look... No. Okay. So we got some weapons here. We got some beam repeaters. Yeah, that's our good beam repeater. We got our miniguns. Actually, you know what? Go ahead and grab the minigun. You know, we could search for unique, and that's probably how I should have approached it. Oh, man. We used to have so many more uniques. So that's masterwork, good, good. Yeah, we gave you the, another masterwork. That's fine. We can also go over here. What brick do I have laying up here? Marble? So we can go up here and say furniture. marble. Interestingly, I can apparently put the blackboards in series and they work. Because I believe you can put 3 blackboards to 1 desk and it works. But earlier we had this walled off because there was an unstable power core there. But now we don't, so I'm going to go ahead and do that to try and boost every time they do a lesson. Oh, did you already fill that up? Not ready. Loading in progress. Right, because they don't have a dedicated hauling pond really anymore. I miss having Lily zip around with Architect leg and the 2 field hands and all the other stuff. Those were good times. And it's just making more and more advanced components. And you're replenishing our chem fuel, which is finally actually starting to go down. We can go ahead and have our Fiesta thing here to keep our relationships up. Okay. So it did max out our relationships with the Coalition again. That's fine. And Donkey Duff's doing their best to get the research sorted. It's just gonna take time. And there's so much junk piling up in here. Alright, so I was gonna say, one thing we could work on is moving stuff around. Because what I could do is I could put shelves over here that are steel, plasteel, and components, and advanced components. So I don't have to run back and forth as much, as well as anything that comes off the fabric bench that's incomplete. So I don't have to run the whole way back and forth. But then I gotta find a home for that. I honestly don't think we're going to be doing any more art. I'm going to go ahead and disassemble the art bench. If it does end up being a thing that later I end up doing some, that's fine. So we can move you over here. We have a Mad Rat. RimWorld has realized how much it's beaten me up that's reverting to using Mad Rat against us. You know, I could extend the room as well. We'll get there. Alright. So then I also have more stone here. Yeah, so it's more marble. Let's go over here to furniture. Shambler Assault. 53 Shamblers assaulting the ship. And we are outie. To hell with that. With a handful of chain shotguns and a child with 2 shooting and a minigun. 53 on like 3.5. Nope. I am just not that attached to that tile. So, that's got 9 people at it for a unique weapon. How much longer do I have till that despawns? Because I would like to grab it. We'd have to go now. I don't think that's the thing that makes sense, because depending on the weapons they have, that may be us getting absolutely wrecked. Like, as much as I want to greet it, right now we just need to be licking our wounds. Now granted, for a counter-argument to that, if we knock any of them, maybe we get ourselves a new recruit. We'll land here, we'll see if there's an ancient danger, continue to let our people build up, and then maybe we get there, because we've been able to recover really fast with all our upgrades on the ship to just go on to the next target. Sure, that's fine. Okay, and we'll just go like this, even though I don't have any intentions on growing it. Set it to rice. Okay, do we see an ancient danger, components? A whole lot of nothing is what I see on this tile. Mechanoid cluster. With an auto mortar that goes live in 8 in-game hours. Our ship becomes available in 11. Go tear down the wall, it's time. It is time. Everyone in the ship. Who is our absolute best shot? And your target is that. Let's actually be smart about that. Put it like right in there. Is there a high shield? Never mind. I'm glad. Okay. So, I could still probably make this work. Alright, so this is gonna be messy. This is gonna be messy. So what we're gonna deliberately do is I'm gonna run up here, and we're gonna aggro. And if we manage to take care of the stuff that pops out real fast, what I can probably do from then is drill a shot through there, and then start killing the mortar without aggroing the rest of the turrets. Get up here, small impressionable child. You are needed on the battlefront. Actually, you all get ready to hold back here. So you go aggro. So let's see what it calls in. Oh, that's... Okay, that's actually not that bad. We will get a centipede blaster, which is not great. But the rest, that's really not that bad. Just 4 mechs, we can work with this. So I need to start smacking that wall. Okay, they're taking the bait. They are unfortunately splitting in both directions. So get to cover as best you can. That is not how we want to do that. Chain shotguns, get up here on the edge. Mohan Rai, I really don't have good confidence of you being okay here. We're gonna have a Lancer behind us who's just gonna do work to our back. Okay, we're good. We're good so far. Forsaken, you run them down. You got that by yourself. Meanwhile, you all tunnel. You shift over just a little bit. All right. So again, Inferno, Inferno, Inferno. Okay. Can I get an angle on that? Probably not. So get that mortar out of here before the next thing goes. Then we'll just have the centipedes to deal with. Because we weren't planning on staying in this tile long anyways. We were gonna go get go after that unique weapon. All right. Give it to a better shot? Nah, it's fine. I mean, it would get it done faster, but they're getting it worked on. Slowly but surely, they're clearing out all the debris. Because that'll also usually explode before it hits 0 health. And we're good. Everyone stays indoors. I don't need the unstable power core. We will get 1 centipede blaster out of here, but I should be able to leave before that's a problem. It was just the fact that that mortar was going to get to shoot before I did. Where are you taking those bricks? Oh, you're building the shelf with them. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so storage. You're going to be for components. So clear components, advanced components, unfinished component, and unfinished bionics. And you're going to be for steel and plasteel. It'll set you both to critical. Realistically, I'm going to need a separate bench because it's just going to get overwhelmed with one or the other material, but at least that keeps most of the materials right there. Alright, well with that, reseal that before someone tantrums and destroys it. Let's have you take the Thunder Killer instead. Alright. Let's get out of here before we have that centipede pop out. And we are going to go for the unique weapon. There's 9 enemies at this. We don't know what they're equipped with. They will be wearing armor. So this is a bit of a dangerous situation. But I'm kind of looking at this as there's a strong possibility we're going to knock down at least 1 or 2 that we might be able to recruit them potentially. We also have a chance of a unique weapon and everything else, or we'll die horrifically. You know, as you do. Most likely, they will attack us to start with. Okay, we got an underground area. That's cool. We got lots of insects. Okay, so we got just a shotgun, a chain shotgun. So the hope here is we might actually get lucky, and with all the insects around, if they go hostile, they might literally just go after the bugs instead. But because this wall is missing and it's a revealed place, you can probably just wait to see what they've got. They also probably run up and shoot those charges to blow this whole area up. Oh, there's a lot of dangerous animals there. I was thinking about just like having the minigun spray in there to start triggering it, and then let that explode and just see what it does. But I got a warg, I got a cougar, I got a whole bunch of bugs right here. There's a bear. This is basically the place that a Mohan Rai walks outside. The whole animal kingdom comes to say hi, and not in the cool Disney way. There'll be no singing and fluttering and happiness. Why are there no turrets on my ship? Because I don't really need them. They just get attacked. Fox stuck right by the engine? Yeah, let's go deal with the fox. There we go. All right. I'm going to try to do here. Okay, back to the ship. Oh, hey. I didn't realize the hunter drone would trigger off of that. Okay. Alright, so I was hoping that they would aggro from that. So chain shotgun, revolver, shotgun. Assault rifle. Because my expectation is if you can get them to go hostile, that they'll just go after the bugs and I can just mop up. The other problem I have is I'm mostly really high amounts of short range. SMG, there's supposed to be 9 of them here. Okay, there's more than one chain shotgun. That's pretty messy. So another possibility I could have is deliberately hitting one of these animals to get him to Manhunter. If I could retreat to the ship. Yeah, there's an LMG. Looks like they're all mostly hanging out in these two rooms. How fast are you? You're really fast. Okay, you're the one who has the unique weapon. So what do you have? It's the Olified's Sparky Phantom, which has a tracking scope, which gives you a aiming time multiplier so that it goes much faster to aim. It is more accurate at all ranges, and it has EMP rounds. That sounds like a hell of a sniper rifle. Alright. We're gonna have to initiate on them to get them to pop out. Never mind, they have come on their own accord. Alright, so the hope here is because there's tons of dangerous animals around here, that if we run into our ship, we could just watch them as they go and they attack all the bugs. And if not, then that would be a whole bunch of not great. Where are you going? Yeah, they're going after the bugs. A Forsaken. Go say hi. Hey, I don't like that you're shooting where the bugs can't reach you. Let's make it fair. There you go. And immediately they're all being overwhelmed. Alright, let's gather our people. Because those bugs are probably going to start attacking our crap soon. So the big question is, where did that sniper rifle get off to? Oh, it's still up there, that's fine. All right. Nail died, none were just downed. Oh, hey. You were downed. Chemical fascination, cannibal bloodlust who's incapable of dumb labor. No. The answer's no. I'm gonna be stripping you of your stuff, and the answer's no. Remove the fangs? Why? I can make my own fangs. And I've got, like, a lot of other things to work on that are more pressing than stealing some teeth off someone. Okay. So let's start going through here. You really didn't put much of a dent in those bugs, did you? Who or what is popping through this door? Yep, so basically I'm just checking the whole place out real fast. That's gonna be a bit messy. That's fine. Important thing is when I saw that Mohan Rai was falling behind, I didn't want them to get blasted. So we got 3 more rooms to check here. And then we should be able to do that. Squirrels can open doors. If they're not your doors. Ooh, all of you, squeeze on back here. Okay. If you claim the door, they can't open it anymore. Alright. And so with that, we don't have to be quite as paranoid now. So I can do is grab you and say, close to home. The entirety of the ship. Oh, wait, we got one more dangerous enemy down there. So you can go down here and say zone. Close to home, you can include that. This whole thing is free reign. All of that is fine. Then go zone. Okay, since introducing an actual target, you're gaining shooting for it. Go ahead and get out of here. As long as you farm some aim while the stuff is all bad. And that's with multiple bonuses on that. Have to go. Wish more calls. Calling us soon. Okay. There's no way you get through there alive, man. If you're at the door and you're already under attack. Travelers harmed. I assure you it's not my fault. You head my way? No, you're just going back to your nest. That's fair. Normal, normal. Normal. Okay, so other weapons are normal quality, so I'm not too worried about them. They'll just be stuff we'll trade away and I won't care about. A bloodthirsty gathering. I don't need a sanguiphage. And that would be making one of my people into a sanguiphage. But then it means I gotta keep a bunch of prisoners, which has all that comes with that. We do not have much bioferrite, so I can't abduct and do the age stuff and all that. Okay, and you got the anti-grain sealed back in the wall. And go to you, because one of the things that we got caught on is you didn't have the anti-grain set up to use. Let's also do this, because I didn't check carefully. So, safes. And component. Nope. Just some of those if you like, otherwise it's all junk. Yes, there's a bunch of chem fuel in there. It'd certainly be good to get that out, but it's not a big deal either way. We are a bit on the negative power-wise. It's not too big a deal. If I really need to, I can just turn one thing off. Well, green's gonna die. Yeah, so just bringing the chem fuel in, that'll save me crafting some of it. What do I need what do I not need right now? We can go ahead and turn off the serum lab right now. And the bioferrite station. And I'll put solidly into the positives. Okay, and they are cutting the sandstone to get stuff built, which is fine. Because after they get that done, I'll suspend it again. Okay. Inspired creativity. Inspired creativity could potentially get a legendary or masterwork pool table. Why are you researching that, man? It hasn't broken out or anything in a long time. Okay, so we still... Oh, right, we still have that down there. Yeah, we'll want to go down there and check out what we can find down below. I totally forgot we even had that there. I can't remember if it was a component one or a weapons one or what it was. It doesn't really matter. Regardless, I want the goodies. Alright. So we'll let Ultimax use her inspiration before we go down below. Meds, you think? Yeah, meds are good. Meds are always good. Alright. Yeah, you've been locked out anyway, so it's fine. Okay, so with that, go ahead and suspend that. I don't need you doing more. There's already a bunch of sandstone there, more than enough I need to put those last 2 tiles in. So I'd rather you work on something else. How are we doing here? Still need more bionic legs and component, or advanced components and all sorts of good stuff. Infestation. Okay. Visitors. In the direction of the infestation, of course. Let's go up here and go zone. Close to home. Let's just go and clear this whole area out real fast. Just to make sure we don't go up there and deal with that. Now, those will keep reproducing and spreading. I'm not too worried about it, honestly. They usually won't do anything to aggress you unless you do something to initiate. And honestly, with what we got going on, it'd be easy enough to have a quest show up here and just accept it and let those sort each other out. Realistically, I'm just going to grab this stuff and get the heck out of here. If they do go hostile, we just bugger off. Okay, so you're almost done with that. When everyone wakes up and eats... Never mind, we can't go down there, we have to finish hacking it. I was about to say everyone goes down there and we get in, do all that stuff, but that's not actually what we can do until it's done being hacked. Legendary work. We have a legendary sandstone pool table. We found a station with shuttles that we can go and visit. Alright, so let's see if we can get this thing popped open. Oh, wait, I never checked this out. Hey, and honestly, for this, I want you inside. I know you're nature running and all that to try and keep happy and learned and all that, but there's a lot of dangerous animals running around. Okay, we're almost good to pop on down there. I totally forgot we were loading that. Okay, let's see. Launch. 26. 34. 26. You offered the most rep, you get it. Okay, everybody in. Okay, so you start hacking the doors. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. That's just a map. And I accidentally canceled your thing, so keep you hacking everything. Go ahead and hop over there, then hack that. Okay, you just skip to that, and then this now. Got a pair of charge lances in there. And once again, don't worry about hacking the doors or finding ways to bypass all of them. Go smack that thing. All right. So far, nothing too exciting. Charge lances can be a fun time. It does make me wonder. I haven't really seen any charge lances that are unique, because a charge lance with extra range and all that can be pretty cool. Alright, so we can run you all over here. Those will probably be the last couple doors. Alright. You've almost got the place cleaned up. And then after this, it'll be time to check to see if I missed anything. Alright, so, safe. Components. Doesn't look like I missed anything. Alright, so we need to go orders, allow it all. Exit, have everyone leave. Grab the package meals and the 2 charge lances and the map. So honestly, really kind of an underwhelming one. There was very much not much down there. But that's fine. Alright, so go grab that. Go grab that, and honestly, oh yeah, and go grab that, and I don't care about the other ones. The packaged meals are fine, but I can make those myself relatively quick. Just get the goody goodies on board. And that's this tile done. I am going to let them sit here and just chill for a moment. And, you know, get their sleep, all that stuff. Then we'll go on to the next tile because this tile kind of sucks, and we're just leaving that infestation to just do its thing. And that's a very dangerous thing to do long term. Actually, if you're risking a mood break, let's go. I'd rather you mood break someplace that might be a problem than someplace that absolutely, without question, is a problem. Abandoned colony. There's a medicine stockpile, but I'm not sure we can handle that cold on the kid right now. So lots of ruins and all that. Like, honestly, for right now with what I'm dealing with, I'm mostly just, we'll go to the hot springs. I'm mostly just looking for stuff like ancient dangers and to try and lay low while we recover. Like, going and banging on all these ruins and all that for unique weapons is cool and all that, but we really don't, like, everyone has a unique weapon except our melee pawn as is. So it's mostly looking for pawns that we need. There's not really a reliable way to do that. We're kind of just hopping around avoiding fights that don't benefit us in any way. Okay. Alright, looks like no on the ancient danger front. That's fine. In the meantime, I'm just going to go zone. Persona weapons do not count as unique? No. They're their own thing. Allow select multiple growth. Okay, we got everyone here. Everyone's unrestricted. Let's see about dangerous animals in the area. There are none right now, so that's good news. And as far as the kid goes, the kid can hunt. So I'm going to let the kid hunt if they find themselves available to do so. And we're just going to kind of let them take care of what they can take care of. Because I need to start getting our chem fuel caught up, because we are slowly burning down our chem fuel because I just don't have the crafters. And we keep moving around to avoid fights since I am dealing with not a very strong group at the moment. How goes our crafting? Probably not much progress? Yeah, no new bionics have been made. Okay, so you're gaining learning. That's good news. You're making progress on bionic legs. Which I'm just going to go through and give everyone Bionic everything. Because that's what our crafters are working on. Our researchers are doing the research. Our construction grower basically is just keeping the colony from imploding food-wise. And then Mohan Rai is a child, so is just literally hauling, cleaning, and educating themselves. When they age up, they'll have more potential, but that's going to take a season or 2. Actually, 3. So in the meantime, we're pretty much just trying to get more recruits in here. A lot of that is waiting for raids to come in and seeing who sticks, the occasional quest, random joiners, that kind of thing. So that's not going to give us anything we care about. That's not a thing. There's a grav ship to maybe look into. I've got so many secret complexes everywhere. Check on our power. Yeah, we're in the positive. Let's see, was it this run that we chose to have insect meat as a favorite food as part of our ideology? Yet we keep putting into storage and letting it rot? Oh, wait, that's right. Yep, because earlier on we had it where it wasn't allowed in here, so insect meat can be allowed in there. Yeah, earlier on we were tossing it there. Yeah, that's fine. That is a good point. Because we'd set that way earlier when it wasn't our fate, wasn't a food we liked. Yeah, so most of it's gonna rot anyways, but whatever. Because it won't be long before I will... Actually, it'll be a while, because I'm still thinking about when we had like 10, 12 pawns and how fast we could churn through meals. Having only 5, and none of them are gourmands, I don't believe. Are you the gourmand? Yeah, and we don't have either of our 2 gourmands, nor do we have... We had some of the xenotypes that eat more and all that. We just don't have to worry about it. Yeah, so right now... Yeah, the only people we have are people that I made their genes ourselves. What happened to everyone else? We had a really, really rough mech cluster early on during the stream. And then it's been kind of a revolving door of get a couple people, lose a person, that kind of thing. Yeah, no, it's good to have that set correctly. Because otherwise it's just wasting food. Because that's the things that eventually I'm going to have to stop and give us enough time to have a harvest go. Are this, how long's your season for? Year-round, that's fine. But pretty much what we're trying to do right now is we're just trying to give our researchers time, and then, you know, RimWorld to do the other side of RimWorld where, again, we get, you know, some opportunity to get more pawns. Usually when you're down to like 4 or 5 pawns, the game practically throws pawns at you. Okay, so 1 leg, 2 legs, 3 legs, 4, 5, 6, 7. We must have 1 or 2 done. Alright. Bionic install Bionic leg left. Install Bionic leg right, I believe. Oh, yep, the stockpiles. Okay. Oh, it's telling us we need someone to mine. Alright, so they both have bionic legs now. Okay, so we have no more bionics that are just ready. Cool, cool. So with that, we got 2, 4 more to go. I've got it queued up for 5 because one of those is a thing. Let's see, what's the power source? You don't recall the name of that thing? What's the power source? So the 2 power sources I'm using is I have, well, 3, sorry. I have unstable power cores that I stole from mech clusters. I've got vanometric powers I've got from quests, and then I also have the grav core power cells. And so all of my power is basically no fuel required. It just sits there and, you know, power happens. Which has been really, really awesome to reach that point. Because we were doing a thing where every time I landed, I'd plunk down a geothermal and wire it in to, like, plug in the ship. But now I don't even need to do that. Is there a limit to these power cores? No, they have a material cost to them, that is the grav cores. And you only get the grav cores from the stuff on the map that looks like that. Which are quest locations that they have a certain amount of risk to them. You also have, it's very late game research. If we look at our research here, it's right there. So you see, like, here's the ship, and we're after fabrication. So it's very, very late game stuff. So it's mostly, is there a limit to the power cores? No, at least not that I've seen. You just have to actually take the time to go find them. And then again, you know, that does mean a certain amount of risk going into, like, space and going into dangerous places to get it. But it's not been too bad. You've had 2 survey quests for power cores that seem pretty easy. Yeah. No, they're not terrible quests. Like, they're not like when you get the quests that are like, you know, agree to 3x3 mech clusters or anything like that. Cache of supplies, animal pulsar, don't care. Yeah, so mostly right now we're just trying to chill and recover. I just need Cassandra to cooperate a little bit and give me a chance. You're solar right now, but it takes up a lot of space, so you'd rather for other activities? Yeah, so a lot of people have been going heavy on the solar because it does work relatively well, but with as much of space as like a premium on the ship, I've actually found I prefer going for chem fuel, even though chem fuel is very laborious. But, you know, even though it's laborious, it's just kind of one of those things that, you know, if you imagine this room here, instead of that I have a chem fuel, and this is a functional area. And with the solar power on and off and then needing the batteries and everything, 2 chem fuel things is about the same as a solar just because the solar's off half the day. You started having 1 panel, it would drop 2 on the ground. Yeah, and I was doing the thing where I was dropping a geothermal. We're doing random research and all that, so I just happened to get geothermal pretty early on, so I just went ahead and used it. But yeah, otherwise I would have, you know, I would have done like a solar panel or wind turbines. Most likely I would have done something like wood fire, probably. Because almost any tile I can go on, I could rip up a bunch of trees and the wood fire would be fine, versus until you have batteries, the solar and wind aren't particularly reliable. Meanwhile, what we can do is get that painted. What difficulty are we playing on? We are on Strive to Survive. This is a challenge not of like doing like the highest difficulty settings. Instead, what we've got is I am a tribalist start, which means 50% research speed as my normal thing. We also are a ritualist ideology with extremely slow research, which is 25% research speed, so that's effectively a 12.5% research speed. And then I'm also running the no research mod, which means I started with no research, and the semi-random research mod, which means I don't control what I get for my research. So basically the primary difficulty in this is that my research is nerfed into the absolute dirt, and that we are just kind of hanging out. Considering I've had pretty much multiple research benches going at all times, and we are way into the run. Like, the colony's been alive for, I believe, like 16 years or some nonsense. And until today's stream has been mostly doing really well. Today's stream has been a rough go on it. One misplayed mech cluster, and now we've like been just climbing out. Now, at least we're stable. We're not dealing with mood breaks or anything now. But, you know, we gotta fill in our empty roster. Do you have any special dupes, vampires, mechanites, or anything like that? No. I don't do the mechanator very often. It's very effective, but for me, the mechs kind of are like, what if I had a pawn who didn't have like mood breaks or anything kind of like that? So in a lot of ways, while they're very effective and good, I find them to be less interesting than our pawns, because you don't have to worry about like relationships happening, breakups happening, social fights, all these other things. They don't get sick. So it's kind of easier from that front. And as far as the Sanguiphage, my big issue with Sanguiphage is the only way to get Hemogen is to basically hack people's legs off and then hide them in the closet and just bleed them constantly to blood bag them. You can Hemogen your own people, but it's manual, which means it's utterly obnoxious. I do really wish that they would... I honestly wish we would get like an update that's just kind of a pass going through like all the DLC and just doing lots of quality of life stuff on them all. And for like the Sanguiphage, considering there's an entire ideology about people who desire to be like feasted on, so far as with like the Sanguiphage thing, to be bloodlet, I would like to be able to say, hey, this person's like base mom, they're not a fighter, you know, health, they are eligible to be fed on by the Sanguiphage, and they just do it as able. Like, and you'd be able to manually go in and do it. But, like, when they get low on Hemogen, that your Sanguiphage would just go feed on people on their own, as long as you've opted that person to be eligible. Because I tend to run my colonies generally like you're talking somewhat reasonable human beings. So hacking the limbs off people and chucking them on the floor, and, you know, food goes in and blood comes out of the room. Alright, the Revenant has escaped. That's fine. We don't have quite as many people as I would like for this. Oh, right. And none of us have our flare packs. That's actually really bad, honestly. I wonder if this works. Oh no, it won't let me... Okay, this is actually really bad. We should have flare packs, right? I had tons of them earlier, but with all the... Okay, we do have a disruptor flare pack, and you probably can't use it. Okay, it did move to the front of the ship. Okay, it's right here. Did you get your flare pack? Oh, you're forcing someone else to equip it. You get it. I normally always have someone with a flare pack. That's gonna be a problem. So we're gonna race out here really fast. Aw, man, there's no way we guess right. Unless it happened to chill right out here. There's no way. Okay. This is actually a bad scenario. So, normally, I don't have to worry about this too much. So we're gonna change your gun. To the custom Gatling gun. Because the custom Gatling gun has EMP rounds. Okay, it is coming back for the attack. So let's get everyone where would be the best place to make the stand. Oh, you revealed way back there. Go pop the door, then back off again. All right. And sorted. Yeah, it's anomaly. Okay, let's capture that. We will be analyzing it this time. We didn't do that last time because we didn't have the opportunity, because that poor thing has been locked in the basement its entire existence. The only DLC you didn't buy? Genuinely, it's really good. I know a lot of people have hesitation because it's like, it's spooky, whatever. And to be fair, I'm not really into horror, spooky, whatever either. But genuinely, I do actually feel it's a very good DLC. It doesn't have the replayability that we have from, like, Biotech or Ideology. I would certainly put it way above Royalty. But, like, until Odyssey, it's genuinely my favorite one. While I would, again, say it doesn't have the highest replay value. I will, like, I think what happened with Anomaly and why so many people have reservations is I do feel it suffered that when it first came out, it kind of just really was in everything. Like, it really just kind of invaded the game. But once you got to, like, 1 or 2 patches later, they got that sorted out where you could, like, as long as you didn't activate the monolith, it was usually pretty tame. That'd just be a once-in-a-while thing. Honestly, with all the named weapons... Oh, you can't afford them, never mind. Let's see, you're a big fan of Royalty, but with the ship space constraints, it's very hard to feel it. What's the payoff? Oh, there's a lot of really good equipment and really good tech from Anomaly. So the things I would say is the reason I actually like Anomaly isn't even the rewards. It's because when you look at RimWorld, normally, almost all of your encounters fall under just a couple of umbrellas. You have raiders who go straight at your base, raiders who go through your walls, siege, and then, you know, and then, like, drop pod, and that's kind of all your encounters fall under, like, that umbrella. And you'll have, yeah, there's Impids versus Neanderthals, but ultimately they all fall in that. With Anomaly, a lot of the different encounters are different. Like, you notice the Revenant, it doesn't kill a person, it downs them, and it just kind of, it's like this game of cat and mouse where it comes out, it downs on your people, and it runs off. And after a while, it comes and it downs on your people, and it runs off. And so it's this whole thing about trying to get as much damage in on it as you can before it manages to down all your people. And if you do it right, you're fine. You've got ones that, like, there's the gray flesh thing that's kind of like the whodunit. Figuring out, like, you know, figuring out who's infected with it to keep them from spreading it until you can get under control and all that. Now, the thing that Anomaly adds is if we look at this, you have a whole research tree here. So you've got ghouls, which is like a melee pawn that basically you can, it's very expendable but very strong. You've got different things that cause fire, like there's a flamethrower, and you got like an under your assault rifle flamethrower that could be really good at dispersing melee pawns and all that. The Disruptor Flare Pack, in my opinion, is one of the strongest utility items in the game, because it's just this big area that it stuns everything in. And so it can be perfectly good where you have, like, you know, you've got that raid, they're running in, they've got a ton of assault rifles and all that, and you're still trying to get in position, you just huck one flare behind you, stun the whole group, and then go out there. Even with that, you can watch the person, like, getting the Doomsday off. You drop a flare on the Doomsday real fast to cancel it. It's not that bad. You only need a proper bedroom for the Royalty dude. Yeah. But it's like, for me, the big draw to Anomaly is just, when it comes to the fights in the game, we've got more stuff now. And like a lot of the stuff, it is very much about you initiating on the enemy, whereas other than the siege raids, there's really not much of that. There's like the mech clusters, which are sort of a siege raid of its own kind, but there's really not much of that going on. There's no like, okay, this thing isn't really going to be throwing tons of damage at you, but you have to throw tons of damage at it. You've got the Devourers who will grab you, and it's just a DPS check to do enough damage on the Devourer before it kills the person it pulls into its mouth. So it just spices it up. But like I said, I think Anomaly really got punished just because when it first came out, it did have a tendency to like really just be in everything. So it kind of took over your whole run. And they fixed it, but, you know, by then, people had already made their decision of how they felt. Okay, so we can change that. And then for people who were hesitant to buy it, that was, you know, that was confirmation that it wasn't for them as far as they're concerned, which is fair. Because again, for me, I'm not much in the horror thing. I don't really like it. I mean, not only that, but like the Noctils, the Deathpall, it's all fun kind of stuff. Yeah, like Deathpall, where the things you kill will get back up after a little while. So it makes you have to deal with the bodies. You've got the Noctils, where everything gets dark, and the darkness itself will hurt you. So it makes lights matter. You'll want to use flares to like search out the map and all that. There's the pit gate, so you have to go down in the hole with the scary things. It just really adds a lot of flavor to the game. Like, very, very genuinely nowadays, I find I just much prefer the Anomaly content when it comes to the fights. That just fighting, oh, it's another group of people running at me with guns and swords. Sure, that's fine, whatever. You really don't understand? I think there's a couple of things. Like I said, when it first dropped, it very genuinely did have the problem where you activated the monolith, and you were basically dealing with just the monolith. Like, it just took over everything. There was almost like no not Anomaly content. That's an exaggeration a little bit. And then the other one is very genuinely, people like having what they're dealing with in the game be fairly predictable and straightforward. That it's like every single time that people have like the defenses they came up with for like different kill boxes and all that, whether they're burn boxes and all that, and then those get nerfed, and a whole bunch of people make mods that just unnerf it. Imagine the Empire with the Inhuman ideal or the trait? Yeah. Reminds you of 7 Days to Die approach to stuff? I have no idea there. I never really got into 7 Days to Die. It kind of came out at around the time that I'd basically burned myself on like survival crafters, because, you know, it was the time that there was like a dime a dozen of them. Oh, hey, you don't need assistance with that. You just deal with that. The rest of you go about your day. Let's see, kill box is essentially the same thing people do in RimWorld. Force it into one tile, reset some cheese stuff, completely negating the horde. Yeah, and RimWorld has done stuff to go around there, but it's the same thing like when they introduced breach raids, that people were very upset about that. You know, some people were excited because it was, you know, it forced them to change the way they play the game, but for like people who liked to just kind of keep that nice and straightforward, you know, to this day, there's a lot of people who turn off breach raids, and that's fine. Like, don't let me, like, we're not judging you for playing that way. Like, if that's the way you have fun, congratulations, you're playing correctly. But it is one of those things that with Anomaly, if you have it loaded, you will get some number of Anomaly events. And if you are looking for the very predictable, comfortable, enemy walks in my front door and I mow them down by having a line of people with machine guns and assault rifles and chain shotguns or whatever gameplay, Anomaly never lets you play that way. Let's see, RimWorld has tons of options you can set. For the longest time, you turned off bugs because inexperienced in dealing with them. Oh yeah, no, Anytime I do like the the diggy diggy hole style base, people goes like, aren't you worried about infestations? Like, nah, infestations, out of the random fights you get into, infestations are one of the easiest to manage, especially after they've been nerfed multiple times since the game first came out. Like, they used to be a lot worse, but they aren't as bad now. Yeah, like, and really all it is for dealing with the bugs, if you want the trick. So, here's the place the infestation's hitting. Or, like, just think about it like this. You got your big rooms. Couple big rooms here and there. That's all fine. You got your hallway. It's going through here. So you got your hallways going through here. But yeah, you got your rooms. So, just the way the infestations work, the vast majority of the time, it's going to target one of these rooms. And we'll just put some random connection points. But it's going to target one of these rooms. As long as you have choke points built into your hallways, infestation's no problem. So what'll end up happening, this room, it triggers infestation. No biggie. We just go right here. So this room, this is the bad news room. Infestation triggered in there. Okay. So by having choke points like this, all you have to do is put your melee here, and then your range there. And when they come out of the room, the first one will happen. You hit them, they all go here, and it ends up being 3 melee against 1 bug, while all your people are just shooting down the line. And the bugs don't really have any kind of range to deal with you, so your people in the back can shoot with impunity. And so it's just a matter of having your melee in a position where they have the advantage. And you can really just kind of hold the door against a pretty unreasonable number of bugs. Versus the flesh beasts are a little different because a handful of them do have ranged attacks. They're not very strong, but they do have them. And then you also have with the flesh beasts, they have the ones that split out into different groups. And that's kind of what they're designed to do. Ghouls versus bug? Yeah, ghouls also do really well. That's what you like when they implement an off switch for these things in the game. Option something lets you tweak it. Let you play how you want to. Yeah, no, exactly. And for the record, if you're ever playing and you're like, man, I really don't like insert name of encounter, don't be afraid to go in the scenario editor and make changes. So, like, I can imagine there's a lot of people who like a lot of the anomaly stuff, except Grey Flesh, or except the Revenant, or except the Pit Gate. Like, whichever one's their one that's the one-off that they don't like. Don't be afraid to go in the scenario editor when you go to start the game and be like, hey, disable incident, the one incident you don't like. Which I don't have anything like that set up. This scenario, literally it's just the random research and no research, and otherwise it's a pretty standard tribal start. Tough, robust Yatkin and Juggernaut Serum. You know, I wonder if they nerfed. There was a thing where you could make someone a Sanguiphage and put all the things that juice up their movement speed, and then turn them into a ghoul while they're buffed with that, and it would stay permanently. Let's see, is there a way to change your colony's religion after it starts? So there's a couple ways. One, if you are a fluid ideology where it changes as you go, you can sit there and as you get your points to reform your ideology, you can just slowly change it to what you want it to be. The other possibility is if you have someone who comes into your colony that has an ideology you would like, you can start, imprisoning and reforming people to that till you get 3, and then when you get 3, you give them a moral guide to then start converting the rest. But then you are beholden of using whatever. Yeah, no, the scenario editor, I use it mostly to set up challenge runs, where I'll be like, okay, disable these things to force me to have more of these problems, or some challenge runs I want to start up, like the Adam and Eve challenge, I have to use the scenario editor heavily, which the Adam and Eve challenge is effectively naked brutality, but you have a couple instead of one person. And the big thing around it is you're only allowed to take new colonists by having kids, kind of thing. And what that does mean ultimately is I like to disable a lot of the ways the game tries to give you free colonists, because it will endlessly harass you by just throwing colonists at you, because you're like, because RimWorld, if you get down to like 1 or 2 people, will go out of its way to try and give you colonists. It'll happen at a much higher frequency than normal. And when you're doing that kind of challenge run where you are going to be on a very small number of colonists for a while, it can get very obnoxious when it's just like, Here's a drop pod. Here's a drop pod. Here's a drop pod. Here's another drop pod. It's like, look, man, I don't want it. Stop. I have a better sniper rifle, so I'll use that instead. Get rid of the Warren helmet. And the Warren helmets. That reminds me, I should get you back on your unique sniper rifle. I only switched you for that to help with the Revenant. But yeah, but setting it up so you start with 2 colonists, and I have to give them the beautiful trait, because otherwise they just break up a month in and the run's bricked. Like a lot of that does require you to scenario it and all that stuff. So only what other ideologies are in the game? Yes. That's what reasons I stick with the fluid ideology. One is I like to earn my way through it. You have a leg ready? Yeah, no, I saw that. I like to have the fluid ideology. Because of the fluid ideology, you can gradually, you know, work through all that. I don't remember. Right, I forced you to do the flare pack. Because the fluid ideology, you can kind of adjust as you want to go. Because there'll be times I'll start a run, and I'll be one ideology, and after you've been doing that for a good long while, I'd be like, you know what, I want to mix it up a little. And you can pivot your run that way. The drop pod 80 plus with bad back, frail, dementia, incapable of doing a lot, chemical fascination, abrasive torch charge. What can I say? But you're welcome. Alright, so we've got a siege coming in. They have they have 4 sniper rifles. We've been able to leave for a while. That is a lot of sniper rifles you're bringing to bear. And with 1 down for surgery, is going to be on anesthetic for 2 days. I just don't need to be here. That's the problem, is I have so much wealth, these raids popping in. Like, it's one thing if I was doing this and it was a quest with a reward. Like, if I'm getting a mech resurrection serum, a healing serum, some masterwork weapon. But literally I'm doing that for a fistful of steel and components. Nah. Ship off your wealth to neighbors? I have been. The problem is most of the wealth on the ship is the ship. I got a lot of ship going on. Ancient uplink. Like, right now, we're not hitting too many... Like, right now, we're not trying to hit a lot of the other places we can go up. We're looking for opportunities for colonists. Because 5... Like, our ship is much too big for 5 colonists to maintain well. Let's just hit the coast. That's fine, I don't care about pollution. You just need a mechanator? Nah. Like I said, the mechanator does let you, you know, have people cleaning and all that. It's good, I've done it. Mechanator's one of the ones I'm not as into because I find it, like I said, less interesting just in the sense that they don't have, like, they don't get to social fights, they don't have relationships, they don't have any of the stuff, they're immune to disease. It's a pawn with like half the functionality turned off, and it just has to recharge and spits out pollution once in a while. I mean, the recharging station spits out the pollution. They're good, like they're very good and they're very effective, but it does make the run, you know, simpler, less chaotic, whatever you want to use for your terms. I also would have to find the mech strider thing to go after it. Which I'm not against. I just don't see a need for it. There's the fishing area. actually not go down that far. Let's see, one of the streamers you did the solo mech run was Odyssey Quest. He's working on finishing the anomaly stuff. Yeah. No, I mean, like you can do those challenges and they're not bad. Like, cause the problem you run into with like the mech only run, I'm gonna go for the rice so we actually get the harvest. Is like you have the vulnerability of if something happens to your pawn, they have a mood break and they go catatonic. Your pawn just starved to death. Your run is over. If you get unlucky and you roll malaria on your pawn and they can't manage to tend to themselves until they get to the point of having the proper thing, your run ends. Just any unlucky situation, a drop pod raid comes in, it just lands on your head. It's over. Like, you need your character to never go down. So there's definitely a challenge there. Like, I'm not saying it's easy peasy lemon squeezy or anything like that. But for me, sure, it's hard, but it's not, to me personally, it's not as interesting. The fact that you end up having, it's like people have kids and you're trying to keep the kid alive in the colony and you get attached to your character versus hauler number 5. Who gives a crap? I'll just resurrect it in the machine. If the buy is destroyed, I'll just make hauler number 6. It doesn't have a personality of its own. It just hauls. Let's see, Mechanized mechs are, in general, are issues with a story-generated game like RimWorld, because it replaces people that drive the drama with a robot that you can just revive with unthinking death machine. Yep. Because even like the ghouls, who in a lot of ways are similar in that regard, it still feels a little bit more meaningful in that you had a pawn that had a whole background that's where it went. Okay, so what do we got here? Sebastian. Super immune, nimble. Sign me up. Welcome, new colony. I mean, granted, 2 anti-grains is pretty awesome. Sign me up, Sebastian. Welcome to the colony. What am I agreeing to? It's a crash shuttle, right? Yep. This shuttle must stand. So as we get close to the 5 hours going, that said, you so use the Roombas. Oh yeah, like when I do Mechanator, I usually do just keep it to just the hauler, the Roomba, and maybe the Agrahand. Like, I usually won't pursue it, because also, like, the bosses are interesting, but once you learn how to cheese them, you can cheese the bosses pretty hard. And Mohan Rai, let's have you hide back there. That way, if it ends up this is, like, way big a raid. Let's see, how do you have an animal picture and a silhouette? How do you have an animal picture and a silhouette around them? For me, it's a complete colored silhouette or a dot. I do not remember. That might be one of the mods does that as a side effect. That might be camera, was it Camera Plus? That might be a product, because I have a thing that lets me zoom farther out and farther in as a mod, and I think that might be a effect of that. Actually, I think I can check that. Yes, it appears to be that. Yep, so it's just Camera Plus, which is a UI mod that, again, I use it because then, you know, we can zoom in and say hi. So streamer things. Alright, so it looks like we got a pretty solid raid here. They've got 1 sniper rifle in their midst, a couple bolt actions. This is going to be a little tricky to keep them alive with what we've got, because I'm rocking a whole lot of chain shotguns. And they're mostly longer range. We can probably still make it work, though. So what I'm going to want to do is I'll have you peek here. Get you behind the shuttle for just a minute. So we don't have to actually finish them off. Jump on Kaba. Vertigo pulse them. Got chain shotgun there, revolver, bolt action. You jump on the machine gun. Earth Rush took a torso hit, not bad. Okay, you reposition over here. Colonist needs a rescue. Really solid torso hit from there, but we do have them into retreat. Okay. So all in all, that went pretty well. So I'll have you haul this back. How are you doing? You're doing fine. You'll rescue them. Okay, what do we have here? Psychopath, masochist, jogger. Delicate's pretty bad. We have an undergrounder. So we got a genie here. They could be our crafter. So I think I'm going to grab that genie. Unwaveringly loyal. Which there is stuff you can do with unwaveringly loyal if you really care. Greedy. It is a shame you already died. Because that's the way I'm viewing that. Do I want to bring you in? So a psychopath has lots of things that are negative about them, and lots of things that... So the problem is they only can research. And they're a waster, which means I have drug supply, so unfortunately, I think that settles that. Because I don't feel like trying to set up the whole drug production just for one pawn. There's no, like, masterwork or amazing weapons here, so that's fine. We did our job. Oh, hey. Go ahead and... strip them as well, just in case they have anything. More than likely, it's all just going to get burnt up in the fire, but I don't really care that much. Yeah, so honestly, we only had one solid hit. We got one solid torso hit from a sniper rifle. And otherwise, everyone's good. And that'll be a new pawn for us. Alright, Sebastian joins. Did I lose my chain shotgun? What gun did you have? I thought all three of you had chain shotguns. We'll deal with that in a minute. Alright, so new pawn here. We're going to go ahead and go to your orders. There's your wreck. You can help with handling. Anyone can hunt. Congratulations, you just became our new growing person. So now I can have you focus on construction. You can grow and research. Still out there? Yeah, no, I did a search for it, and it didn't come up. So I'm wondering if it got burned up. It's also possible that it was probably on its last little bit of health from all of the times it got... Oh, no, there it is now. Nah, it got picked up. Okay, and Sebastian here needs a brand new gun, so let's see what uniques we got to give you. Okay. So you got the Biofairy Burner and Tox rounds. You've got EMP and Extended Magazine, and you've got Quick Reload. So we're getting down to some of the not as amazing ones. Because Tox rounds are fine, but not amazing. Yeah, we'll go with the custom. There you go. Alright, and Sebastian, who is our new colonist, will be Infinity Simplex. The top one? Oh, did I miss the beam repeater? Ah, I missed the repeater. Oh yeah, no, the repeater's solidly the winner there. Alright. Still no doctors, but that's okay. We are at least getting some more people in here who can get things done. And then meanwhile, begin conversion ritual. So we get about a 60% chance of a positive outcome. So here's hoping for a masterful. What is a good starting ideology that was pre-made? Oh, I don't know, off the top of my head. Generally stuff like individualist and collectivist and prolicizer, and those are fairly benign, that you don't have to worry about them kind of like taking over everything. Some of the ones that are a lot of fun but are actually pretty difficult is the High Life is actually a very hard ideology. Guilty can be a really rough ideology. Anything around Raider can be kind of a pain, because you raid places and you get nickels thrown at you and a stick in the eye, and they say, congratulations, thanks for putting all your people in danger. Here's your reward of jack crap. You can see I have a strong opinion about that. It's unfortunately a reality that attacking other colonies, really, you do it just because you want to destroy it. There's very little of value to get out of it. You do it to be like, hey, I destroyed it. Look at me. Yeah, rating is not worth it without mods. Yeah, very genuinely, I would like, now that they finally got caravanning effectively reworked by having the spaceship, I think the thing I would like to see for the next DLC we get is I think I would like to see some rework and like the whole diplomacy thing. Oh man, I missed it that you're only 16 years old that joined. I was gonna be like, yeah, we could probably de-age you. Nope, no we can't. So we're gonna go ahead and do a skip abduction. I've launched since... Okay, so everyone is at 100%, so boom, 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 and that's fine. We're gonna go ahead and do a skip abduction. See if we can get ourselves a free pawn. And the reason we didn't do that earlier is I'm short on bioferrite, because one Revenant, while it does give you a decent amount of bioferrite, is not enough by itself. Alright, we have a trigger-happy, psychically dull Yetkin who is addicted to smoke leaf. And they cook. And they cook. Alright, so strip him, prisoner, convert. We'll bring him in. The cooking clinched it. Because I really do actually have a pretty big need for a cook. So we're going to try and recruit them. I didn't even look at what your combat skills were. And that gives me a melee pawn, a second melee pawn. That'll be good. It's been a long time since we've had more than one person holding the line. And I generally like to have 3 if I can. Go strip them. I'd like you to get that stuff out of there. Okay. New leader for the shout? Yes. Do we have anyone to social? Forsaken actually can. I also forgot we have production specialist, which is crafting and construction. It would disable cooking. So if I get Theo here recruited, then Earthrush becomes our production specialist. Till then I can't afford to give up the cook, because let's see. Yeah, disables handle, cook, grow, mine, plant, cut, haul, clean. So we would need Earthrush to we would need another cook. So like I said, Theo would become our cook. Now the real problem we have here is Infinity has joined. They are a solid pawn, like for a starting pawn, but we're in the late game and they have 0 shooting and 0 melee. That's going to hurt them a lot. And the only ways we get a bunch of that is either one, I can send them out starting to hunt everything. That's actually not a terrible idea, but that means they're not contributing in the things I need being done right now, like growing and research. So I think I'm going to let them just try and get that skill naturally by fighting, which means they're going to be pretty worthless for the first couple of dozen fights. But what we might end up doing is trying to go out of our way. If we hit a tile that there's not a reason for them to farm, we're going to have them go priority hunt and just hunt everything on the map to try and get some shooting skill. To a lesser degree, Mohan Rai needs that as well. But they can still sit there and have a lesson where they go to the desk and they get a couple points in shooting. We actually have books in shooting and all that. Time to buy a few skill traits. Honestly, with the money, if we get the opportunity, that's actually not a bad idea at all. Let's see here. So we do have another bionic leg ready. Kill Thirsty. Kill Thirsty is a little bit of a meme. Alright. Zeus Hammer, Mono Sword. Makes sense, you love the rats in real life, but in RimWorld they're easy target practice, yep. So no skill trainers here that I saw. We have a poor quality shield belt floating around here, let's get rid of that. Look at a good one that's leagues better. And no skill trainers or anything like that. We do have another bionic leg ready. Let's take a look at our roster. So you got both your bionic legs. Alright, so you're my doctor, that's the reason you're not sorted. We can go ahead and give you a bionic right leg. No, I'm gonna let them get through the addiction. I'm deliberately not going to give them their drugs. So they can get them to the other side of the addiction and not have to deal with that crap. It means they're going to be a pain in the butt in the meantime. But that's fine. Okay. So you're back up. We are going to word joy Theo when they're back up. Because that's part of how I keep them from breaking out as much since I have it. We just put them in a permanent state of good mood. And it makes it far less likely for them to do their breakouts from what I've been seeing. And meanwhile, you're just getting that plant skill worked out. That's good. I guess we fed them while they're unconscious. Yeah, honestly, with the word joy, we could probably counteract the entirety of that. Field hands to help out? No, the problem well, actually, Infinity Simplex is here. Yeah, we'll get those on the list of things to do as well. Bum. Yeah, so we have 6 bionic arms queued up. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 6. Because we have 6 bionic arms. And then you would be getting the field hands. Because we'll keep that going. Because, yeah, I was going to say, the person who's doing the crops had drill arms. And it's like, oh, right, we just got a new person. Because little by little, we'll get everyone sorted out. The big thing is every additional person we get will help mitigate a lot of the slowness going on. The colony's nothing but men. Remember when the colony was just like a whole lot of couples? We had like 4 couples on there that genuinely I was fighting because they were constantly having babies and it was becoming a very genuine major problem for the colony. Because that room ain't getting a whole lot bigger without a little bit of work. Pepperidge Farm remembers? Yep. Okay, we got a tiger outside. Let's deal with the tiger. Like, especially with the child running around. Did you not want to shoot it? I also don't think I ever took a close look to see. Okay, any other dangerous animals I gotta worry about? There is a cobra. Let's go give it a smack. Honestly, it looks like there's just steel that I can see. So I can watch them as they make their way to do the important job. A bonk. Nicely done. Because I wanted to make sure we didn't have, our kid running around and some tiger make a pass at it or whatever. And it didn't look like we had hardly anything worthwhile on the map so far, stuff to mine. Probably at the point I should queue up to pull some steel. Alright, do we have any more bionics just sitting around yet? A lot of unfinished stuff, but nothing done. It's honestly Lily, if we get the chance to resurrect them, is the one we're going to bring back. We got Lunar here. They were pretty decently set up. But where's Lily's body? Lily pad. So Lily pad has a Masterwork shield bell I should have taken off of them. But just Bionic out, but they got brained. Yeah, so you got 2 more days you're going to be under withdrawal. Yeah, so it's going to take 20 days for you to get fully over your smoke leaf dependence. And my plan is I can put you, I believe it's 7 days at a time, I can give you a happiness boost. That mildly, suppresses your consciousness. So I should be able to basically keep their entire withdrawal effectively suppressed the whole way through. And they're under the psychic emanators. That's honestly one of the things that's really cool about this ship right now is the fact that I got psychic emanators covering literally every room that people spend time in. Bedroom, hospital, the production rooms, the rec room is fully covered. It's just parts of the supply room, and then the kill box, and then the biolab are the only rooms not in there. Man, the bioregeneration. Such a slow one, and I don't even have a need for it. Killbox G is detected. Nerf time. Oh no, this defensive position, it's decent. It's definitely not one of the overpowered ones where you just don't take damage. Because you are giving the enemy a lot of cover as well. Alright, so there's the field hands. So let's go in here and go Operation, install field hand left and right. We'll also go to you and go to health. Use better medicine. Is it a mod with the damage column things? Damage column things? I don't know what you mean, sorry. Okay, cool. And both heat field hands installed without problem. The damage column things. You got a thing that can trigger flame or other stuff when it detects an enemy nearby. Not sure if... Oh, that's a mod. The closest you have is if you check on security. You've got traps. Those are one thing. The hunter traps are a new one. They explode. Otherwise, you've just got explosives you can put down. But there's really not a lot of stuff. You can also put, the sentry guns or whatever. Honestly, I could put the sentry guns to help draw them into this defensive position. I would need to put them so they don't just shoot from back here. So I could put it over here. The only problem with that is just in the event the enemy does hit it enough, it would explode and that could hurt us. But I do know the sentry guns have a very high threat, or whatever you want to call it. Oh, you're already converted? Oh no, it's Infinity Simplex who got converted. Okay, that's good. That means I don't have to manually do it. That frees you up to work on the prisoner. Because I know they have a high threat where they will target the sentry guns. But there's also enemies that supposedly avoid them, and I've never really noticed that being that meaningful. Yeah, I'll leave it alone. Because it does seem like most of the time they will attack me where I want them to attack me, as long as I don't have a door held open. Put it on the other side. Yeah, I mean, I can also put it back here to force things into combat. Let's see, if you put the sentry in the corners like that, couldn't you put a wall just to the south of the block to blast the pawns by along it? Well, the thing is, if I put it here, I have 2 pawns there, and then 3 pawns here. I wouldn't have a wall there, unfortunately. Now, I could, like, shove this up more, and then have the sentry guns kind of behind this, like a little tucked-in spot there, to try and have the enemies come around to hit them from that side. So they could still be targeted, but they wouldn't actually shoot in most of the fights unless I was retreating. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I think that's actually a great idea. So what we can do here is put spots there and there. Narconexus available. Okay, we actually need to get some standings with these people, so they're only at 34. We need it to be higher than that. Let's see what we can give you. Because it drops to 0, then they become no longer allies. There's a beer. Have the stone axe. There's some guns I'm not going to use. There's some black pants that are mostly worn out. I don't want the tox packs. Have the shirt. So I'm going to do real fast. We're going to go trade them again. And we're going to gift them stuff. And we're just going to chuck some stuff at them to get that sorted out. Let's see. What can we go ahead and throw at you? We're actually using the gold now. There. Keep them from going neutral. You read that enemies are not as tempted and baited and by clear paths and open doors anymore in 1.6. They sometimes decide to just beat on inconvenient places. Yeah, no, they definitely changed a lot of their rules. I don't think it's like super duper random or anything quite like that extreme. But it is a thing that takes a little bit more to finesse with them. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put those here, and then delete these here. And what the plan here is that these will buy me time. You said a boar steal your dining table? Yes, if you are dealing with the factions and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to go ahead and convert you and give you the happiness thing, the joy fuzz. And the reason we're doing the joy fuzz on them is because they're going through smoke withdrawal. That's going to be a pretty nasty hit to their happiness to make it more manageable. Dear God. The guinea pig. They cometh. You know, honestly, get in the ship. There's nothing I need to be doing out here. Get in the ship. That's a lot of guinea pigs. Hey, trading caravan. Good luck to you, friends. Oh, that's... So yeah, what I'll probably do is I'll let that play itself out, where they all die, and then we'll mop up. Because I do want the target practice, but you get to see here, a lot of guinea pigs, even against a full caravan with wargs and everything that are really well suited to fighting smaller things. Oh, you can actually just... Are you going to make a liar out of me and just handle that gracefully without even taking losses? Look, man, the number of times I've lost colonists to guinea pig or rabbit or whatever. Okay. Well, chose me. Oh, they're Neanderthals? Yeah, that'll do it. They'll probably still have a couple of them die. Or not necessarily die, but go down. Oh, they did take a loss. Because there's a bajillion bites on you. Yeah, so for a lot of them, they are going to go down. So let's have our hospital ready. Because this is a good way to get some reputation or some standings. The problem is a lot of times they will bleed out before they go down. Make sure. Okay, you've got 2 hours. Start treating them now. If nothing else, we can practice some medical. And they're doing their best to try and tend themselves up. All right, we got another one downed in here. 2 hours. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is, you're not a doctor, but you're gonna pretend. Okay, we got our next one here. Needless to say, I cannot save them all. I'll probably actually only save this one, if I'm being real. That's the danger of those. Like, each one of those is like 3-4 hits. And so it is just kind of doing what you can. We got Forsaken over here. You go and get a little bit of medical tending on them. Okay, and more of them will go down. We can't save them all. But if we do manage to save any of them, we'll be able to get some reputation for it. There's no way. All these people with like one doctorate trying their best against that. There's no way. Yeah, this one I think is gonna make it. But the others are super dead. That's because that's my only actual doctor. But that's the danger with that, where you see even though you win the fight with those small animals, you still lose the fight because just trying to triage the injuries. There's just a bajillion holes in everyone. Okay, that one's down. Go practice on the next one. We can pretend we're making a heroic last-ditch attempt to save them. Alright, well, nothing left for you to do. Or you. Oh, I take that back. You start tending to them. I mean, to be fair, the sheer number of wounds we're trying to patch up, this is like dealing with several fights worth of injuries. Okay, so you're no longer bleeding. Nope, nope, don't do that. Rescue them. Yeah, so you're already dead. You're already dead. Oh, did I not put the zones down? Dumping stockpile, regular stockpile. Oh yeah, and there's mods for everything. Alright, so that one died. No one's surprised. And that one died. And no one's surprised. Alright. Let's haul the corpses out of the place. Alright, so with that, we did gain a bit of doctoring. Not a ton of it, but a bit of doctoring. Scaria infection on the person I rescued. Okay, that's fine. That's still practice. Disease flu. Cryosleep fighters. That's annoying. Earth Rush, Self-Tend. And then you, when you have Preach Health, you'll probably use that on Earth Rush. Because Earth Rush is going to be running around as our only person cosplaying as a doctor. Yeah, so you're doing fine on your immunity. You're doing fine on your immunity. You're doing fine on your immunity. Who am I forgetting here? That's so good. Okay. So meanwhile, those are all rotting outside. Excuse me. Please stop stinking up the yard. Prisoner for the flu? It is a prisoner for the flu. They're doing fine. Enjoy fuzz them again. There, so we torched the guinea pig pile to get that under control so we didn't spend the next year trying to haul all those corpses. You're gonna jump up to glitter. Getting a little worried about the fact that you have to treat yourself. Nah, that's fine. I'm okay with that staying the way it is. If it gets bad, we'll deal with it. The big thing is I'm seeing lots of things needing components. Oh goodness, did you have some deaths? Oh, you don't even know the half of it, considering several of these people are new. Considering that one's new, and that one's new. Those are the only ones from yesterday. It's been a rough day. Sentry guns, yes. I don't have the person to construct them, they're the ones with the flu. But so my plan is put the sentry guns here and here. And the reason I'm thinking this is we would have our normal fight. If I end up having to retreat out of the kill box, things go south, the enemies will swarm the sentry guns to fight them, and they'll effectively work like mines. And then they could also throw in... Okay. Screw you, game. What are you throwing at me? Oh, F you, game. Get out of my ship. Yep. And let's get out of here. I would be willing to fight that if it wasn't for the fact that half my colony has the flu right now. And so we would be literally outnumbered in centipedes while sick. And that seems like an equation in how to make your colony much, much smaller very aggressively. But this is a problem we're running into, because we have an incredibly high wealth ship now, and we don't have the numbers to run it. And that's what we're dealing with at the moment. Okay. Literally it's nothing but men in the colony right now. There were many, many casualties, and RimWorld has only been giving me men to replace them. So not a whole lot I care about resources-wise here. Yeah, the problem is I'm not really getting a chance to grow anything to get food. And part of it's they're taking the time to cut down all the trees that have ever treed in the tree. Okay, so you're fine here. You go tend to yourself. You're supposed... Okay, there you go. You're fine there. Then we got the prisoner here. They're doing fine. Would help the morale in some cases at least. Oh yeah, no, like loving gives you a bonus and all that. But the problem is there's no one for loving here. That's not a deliberate thing, it's just the way it's been. But yeah, so the good news, like, because we were down to 3, we are slowly rebuilding. Like, we do have Infinity as a new adult, but they have no combat skills because they just joined and they didn't come with any. That is a lot of Panthers. Alright, let's Let's do our rounds and kill the dangerous animals. Okay. So not jumping anywhere interesting due to lack of low resources? Or are we coming pastoral? We're not going to a lot of the more difficult places because I've actually got a ton of unique weapons and resources. Like, all that we're doing great. The problem is I don't have people. So we're trying to just kind of hold out till we can get ourselves situated better. Because hitting areas that put our people in jeopardy and don't give me anything that helps out with my immediate circumstances is just all risk and not really getting the reward you want. And don't get me wrong, I could potentially get better weapons. But right now we've got a prisoner that we're actively trying to bring into the fold. And all that. Like, and medicine, I'm sitting on, what is it, like 700 medicine. Yeah, so I've got 700 medicine. I've got more mail than I know what to do with. I've got stockpiles of unique weapons and all that that I really don't need to get more of those. Drug-wise, I'm at almost 200 Luciferum. You get the idea here. Right now, and I've got, literally my ship has all the upgrades. I could, you know, build one more spot onto it, but I don't have enough people as is. We're trying to recoup from losses. It also doesn't help that right now we're dealing with flu, because if we weren't with the flu, I would have actually considered fighting those centipedes. I actually think that would have been fine. I'm more concerned, you know, our doctor getting downed during that fight. And then trying to treat the flu with, like, 2 medical. Okay, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. Yeah, the one that's actually in the most danger is the doctor themselves, so we're going to hit him with the preach health, now that just came off cooldown. And that should have that secured. And I'm hoping for ancient dangers and stuff like that, but we haven't seen one in a good while. Have we? We've done like 1 or 2 ancient dangers this stream, right? Can you jump to the next settlement to trade trade for colonists? No, if you jump to a settlement, you attack it. Oh, right. Yeah. I can send the shuttle, but what am I trading for? Like, there is the problem. Oh, for a slave? Yeah, normally I don't mess with slavery stuff. Like, that's actually, Forsaken there was the slave trader came through and we freed one. Can you breed with a slave? Man, I gotta be weird. No, only your colonists can share a bed. They don't let you force people to sleep with each other. You got a bunch of unique weapons? Any you're not using? I mean, yeah, I got a lot of unique weapons still in here. A bunch got destroyed. Yeah, so I've got 2 miniguns and a machine gun still handy. That's fine. Yeah, like right now I need warm bodies. As far as that, I don't actually think, and this is just probably my own naiveness, I don't think I actually look at the settlements and see like who has slaves or anything like that. Can you butcher human? Can you wear their skin but no forced loving? Yes. RimWorld actually does have lines in the sand of what they don't allow. And a lot of that actually does potentially also have to make it things they have to worry about because certain behaviors in games will actually make it so they cannot sell in certain markets. How about that artificial womb thing? Yeah, you can do that. I still need, like, we're all men. We're all men. It takes two, and we got one. I'm not sure if we need to talk about how the birds and the bees work here, but, you know. Just honest, man. There's nothing honest here. Okay, you're basically in the clear. You'll be in the clear. You're in the clear. Your science could surely fix that. Did you crisis in belief into something else at the last second? Oh, you troll. That's fine. We'll go back to converting you all over again. Goats, you can do all sorts of messed up things. That's actually very genuinely one of the things that drives me out of the RimWorld category. By all means, you can do awful stuff. You can organ harvest, you can, you know, enslave people, you can do all sorts of awful things. It's when people try and come up with, like, net new, like, wait, can I come up with even worse? It's fine that people joke around that, but it is one of those things in the category that just very much, like, anything happens, you better eat everybody, and it's like, alright, that was funny the first maybe 2000th time, but also, it gets very tiresome. The way I usually put it there, it's like you have that one friend in high school, they told you your mom joke once, and it was funny, like people had a good chuckle and all that, and they decide to make that their entire personality for the next 20 years of their life. And so you stop hanging out with that friend because every line ends with, your mom. And you're just like, look, man, I'm so tired. But yeah. Crisis of belief into high life, cannibal pain, virtual. What did they crisis and belief into? You're close. You're uncomfortably close to what it actually was. Because blood feeding means cannibalism. So high life cannibalism is what they got. But yeah, so generally when I play RimWorld, I do tend to. Male supremacy? Yeah, I usually won't take the supremacy stuff. We're gonna convert them. Preferred xenotype? Yeah, no, ideologies have preferred xenotypes. None. But yeah, so like, RimWorld is like, they take the morally ambiguous, the morally gray, whatever you want to use for your term, approach, so you can kind of do whatever stuff. And don't get me wrong, I was the same way when I first played RimWorld, that I'm doing the bad, I'm a big cannibal colony, like that kind of stuff. Everybody does it. But, once a novelty wore off with that, you start to realize that cannibal runs are much easier. The food practically throws itself at you. Organ harvesting just blows up your wealth, so there's really no benefit to it. You end up just getting your wealth exploded, and you go, why am I dying to the raid of 12 centipedes while I'm poking stuff with wooden sticks? And you get that kind of stuff. Like, very, very genuinely in RimWorld, I seldom feel pressure to be like, oh, I need more money. Like, money just happens pretty easily. Like, if anything, you sit there and you look at your wealth in your colony going, oh my god, look how high that is. Now, granted, a big part of that is these floors. Floors are weirdly expensive in RimWorld. When you look at your colony wealth, floors are weirdly a lot of money. Like, weirdly a lot of money. Like, if you build a room, and you fully fine floor it, and you fill it up with shelves and put all sorts of value material on it, the floors are probably still the most valuable part of that room. At the moment, we got this one aging up. We should be all clear for flu now, so that's good news. I'm desperately trying to get this research done, because for people who missed it, I have in here, I've got Deathless, I've got Super Clotting, I've got Super Fast Wound, Fast Running, I've got I got some goodies we've collected over this run. But because we are running the random research, I'm looking at archaeogenetics sitting right there just tormenting me. We are almost out of other research to be done. And still, high psychic drone male on a colony that is nothing but men right now. That's gonna be some upset people. Mountain bases get way too much value if you tile instead of smooth the floor. Oh yeah, well I mean that's any colony if you take the time to just start doing like the fine floors. Yeah, like I said, the wealth just explodes. Which is a bummer because, yeah, you're actually not wrong. We should do some parties. Allies in danger. 2 mech clusters of 2x size for an Archotech arm, which would be nice, and a bunch of plasteel. Right now, if you want to get me, give me pawns. Boring. Excellent. That's going to help our moods. Go ahead and get that campfire lit. Alright, next party. That Goodwill is tempting. So I actually don't mind Goodwill as a thing. Actually, speaking of which, let's go to... accept Goodwill on you again. I've been getting rid of it in case we can get some better rewards. You know what? Honestly, I changed my mind. No Goodwill. No Goodwill. Because you can get better rewards if you remove the Goodwill as a possibility, because then, you know, if you have your 2 other rewards that aren't Goodwill and then your Goodwill option, you get rid of that, you just roll a different one. Alright, friendly visitors, and we had a beautiful one. So good there. Everyone go eat something really fast, because we're not done doing all of the different ceremonies we can do to try and boost moods. Okay, leadership speech. Exotic goods trade ship. We're basically popping all of the rituals we can to try and boost moods through the high psychic drone. Alright. And then meanwhile, go talk to them. Okay, so what do we have here? I already have a shuttle, so you can take the engine. I'm not going to bother with the Luciferium. I've already got a mountain of it. We don't need any of the genes they've got. Sadly, none of those do me a whole lot of good. Archaeogenetics book. Yes, all day long. We do have a bionic leg ready to install on someone. Okay, so who needed a bionic leg? That isn't my doctor. Okay, and we need to go to you and help and better medicine. Alright. Skill cooking. I'm not so worried about the book skill cooking. Yeah, because you already got cooking 8, that's fine. Shooting I would go after. Gift. Bolt action rifle. Alright, that's... I guess it's 25 bucks or something like that. Sure. By that I mean I actually have it set to not put it in there, so it's just going to lay outside and rot. That's what I think about your gift. So I think we'll be fine. That was a little risky that they did that in the dark. That's fine. Okay, prisoner, recruit. How much longer do you have in your Joy Fuzz? It is gone. Joy Fuzz this man. Because of that drug addiction he's getting over. We need to keep his brain joy fuzzed as much as possible. Prisoner is about to break, it said. I don't think it'll warn you when they're about to break. Oh, you mean here? Yeah, no, I did joy fuzz on there. And that's because they've got smoke leaf withdrawal. But yeah, no, we joy fuzzed them to push them back over. Once this high psychic drone goes away, we should be fine. They usually don't last very long. Yeah. Yeah, and it's dipping down again because that high psychic drone is a big one. Not to mention we got, like, this is not a proper prison. These are never meant to be prisons. These were just kind of like a thing to keep raids as they got into the ship. Oh, notice this. If raids got into the ship, they wouldn't shred the whole thing as easily. Oh, I don't have the zones to drop it. Yeah, fire. That's fine. Okay, so we're just gonna go ahead and grab all those chunks of rock out of the doorway. That's good. Okay. And did that bolt action show up on the list here? It's not looking like it. Oh, there we go. Get rid of those. And that'll do. Alright. Man, you have a lot of resistance I gotta work through. It'll be worth it, though, because that'll give me a cook, give me another melee person. They'll be able to fill in a couple of roles I need. Let's see, you sorely missed the no sympathy for prisoner mods. Author didn't want to continue deep diving into the game code. Just so you don't have to get bent out of shape when unwavering loyal Yatkin from permanently hostile faction of Bloodbags died after years of imprisonment. Yeah, no, there's a lot of mods. Every time you have a major update, there's a lot of mods that don't move forward. For all sorts of reasons. A lot of times it's just, you know, the person who's developing the mod is, they don't have the time anymore. Or it's just, you know, after several thousand hours of a game, they're just burnt out, done, whatever you want to go with. Alright. And I thought I was going to see a bionic leg sitting around. How is our power? 250 extra, that's fine. Okay, what we're also going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and do another skip abduction. Because we have the materials for it. And who knows, we might get ourselves another good pawn. Let's see, hate the justified execution causes a mood negative outside of ideology. Yeah. I mean, you get it, like, normal G's bringing me a triple rocket launcher, sure, put that away from that person. Okay, so we got a Hussar. They're an abrasive Hussar, which sounds awful. An abrasive Hussar, which means they're going to social fight all the time. I don't want this person. It doesn't matter that they're female. They're an abrasive Hussar. They're just a bag of social fights. So they are going to be released. I'm looking for pawns I want to keep. Because I get I get the joke that's like, oh, but you can have kids. It's like, right, do you know how long it takes the kids to grow up? I usually actually do a lot of kids in my colony, like have them raised. But at this stage in the game, like getting a kid from birth all the way to adulthood is like multiple in-game years. Like a number of in-game years, of which the whole time you're kind of babysitting them to keep them alive. Okay, your joy fuzz is starting to slowly wind down. The good news is once that smoke leaf withdrawal drops off, that'll be way better. Man. It's either years to make a great pawn or months to make a very bad one in a growth vats. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, and very genuinely, in most of my runs, like I said, I usually will have lots of kids. Like, that was actually eventually in this run, I finally had to, like, curtail us having kids, because we had, like, 5 or 6 kids at the same time on the ship, and I'm like, no, you have to stop. It's like, the ship is very small. Transport pod crash. A tamer named Love. Okay, what do you got? Depressive body purist who's incapable of dumb labor. They are a doctor. I will rescue them. Depressive is pretty bad, but I do have the happy gene and I can shove that in them to counter the depressive thing. You like social fights in theory, but you dislike the spiral. Doesn't seem to play too well. Well, yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like, social fights, I like that they can occur. I will avoid colonists who are likely to cause them. Because very, very genuinely, it is a thing where it will just escalate more and more, and you'll have more and more social fights that'll just get worse and worse. Yeah, no, it's weird. We've gotten only one female in a while. Alright, Love joins. Okay. So Love is depressive, but that's okay. We can fix that. The important part, and the reason why I considered them despite that, is they're a doctor. And when we're saying beggars can't be choosers, we are solidly in Team Beggar right now. Oh wait, they were body purist? Yeah, that does do that. That does do that. Honestly, we'll just put up with it. Man, depressive's rough. Yeah, I'm gonna have to remember that they're a body purist. Actually, go grab the custom Gatling. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get this person here. They're gonna be a little bit of a basket to manage, with a depressive, but that's fine. Because honestly, for a doctor, I'm willing to put up with it. And we'll just do our best. Scoot you on over there. Alright. Yeah, so you're primarily just going to be attached to a research bench, and that's going to be your existence. I mean, what's the mood penalty for going against Body Purist versus Depressive? So Depressive is -12. Now, Body Purist, it depends on how much you do to them, is kind of the catch. Because I want to say if you make, like, one change, they don't like it a little. But if you keep adding more and more, it's a whole big thing. Versus Genetic Joy gives +10. So Genetic Joy should definitely overcome. Like, it won't fully negate Depressive. But it will overcome the Body Purist. Let's do it. So there you are. So you're gonna get very happy. I give you fast runner. And you're a researcher. So awful animal, awful mining, awful melee, mild stealth and ability. Let's see. Super wound healing, super clotting. Poor cooking, poor artistic, awful social. And I wouldn't be able to fit that in. How are you only one? Yeah, that's fine. Can I make... So nearsighted would hurt your long-range accuracy, which is not great. That's fine. We'll end up changing it later, but we can see how the outcome is before we commit an architect to it. Because my hope there is we've got depressive as the -12. And then my intent is that we will get the genetic happiness. I think by having the xenotype thing, it'll be -6. So it'll be -6 plus 10, so it'll be a +4, so effectively making it so the permanent is -8. Is the way I'm kind of thinking it'll be. Oh, you're still recovering, so you're not going to research anything. Yeah, but depressive's pretty bad. Body Purist is pretty annoying as well. My expectation is I'm going to make this person just sit at a research bench, and that's what they're going to do here. What I'll likely do is probably go in here and expand this out a little bit more. That way I can get another one of the processors on it. Because a good chance if we do that, I'll be able to go in and take it a step farther where we also give them the deathless and all that. And then I could also give them the UV sensitivity, because if they're someone who's going to stay in the ship at all times, that'll work really well for that. Alright, so meanwhile, work on converting them. How are you doing on your Joy Fuzz? It is getting low. So let's keep you Joy Fuzzed. Until that drops off. Because, man, you're getting pretty bad shape. It's pretty likely you're gonna have at least one breakout before we manage to get you brought in. There it is. Oh, well that's okay. And you're melee because you're a Yetkin, aren't you? Yeah, that's not great because you're already here. So you're gonna need to punch it. You lost your leg. That's pretty annoying. Alright, well. Unfortunately, they basically targeted that leg all the way down to nothing. And it does look, though, like we got another leg on the market. Okay, it's a minor bruise. How many legs are you gonna go through, Altu Max? I think that's your third leg. They're like, come on. Shaman Merchant. Don't botch it. Cool. You knew Automod would catch that. Yep. Zero surprise. Okay, let's get you back out here. I basically talked that one to existence, like, oh yeah, you're gonna break any time. Like, there's no way we don't go through a couple of breaks with them there. I gotta remember I got all the psychic animal pulsars. I usually am not sitting on a small pile of them. So we got that done. Got this done. That one's still got a quest we can find on it. A whole lot of nothing else we care about. Yeah, Shaman Merchant. Yeah, so good news is you're getting pretty close. It's only a couple more of these that we have to go. So it's probably going to take you a day or two to heal up. And then by the time that's all said and done, we can hit you like with another Joy Fuzz. And by then you'll be past your Smoke Leaf dependence, which will be like the big penalty off there. And you're also getting pretty close to dropping off the Psychic Ritual Victim penalty. And once that happens, we should be able to manage that mood without as much of a problem. Alright, that said though, chat, it is getting to be about that time. I've gone a little bit longer than I would normally go. So pretty much we're going to be continuing the colony, but the question we're running into for tomorrow and all that stuff is we might check out Grounded 2, because I have a key for that, and I'll probably want to do that. Time for a proper prison? Probably not. Very genuinely, probably not. I'd rather just keep them crafting and doing all that kind of stuff. Like, very genuinely, the ship is in great shape. If I go and I build out a prison, that's assuming I have a bunch. And considering where our engines are and all that, building a proper prison is a whole big thing. So honestly, I'm kind of keeping the ship as is, and just slowly building our numbers up and recovering. And then we're going to have to do some controlled fights to get some XP on our people and all that. But with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's stream and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you are watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for all of you because I don't have a host ready on that end. But for those over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who we can find to raid. But yeah,